It was especially so during the assault that Blackstone Jail suffered. Except for the 3 warriors of Team Red Lotus who walked up to the defense line slowly at the beginning, other people never showed up in front of the crystal cameras or left their appearances clearly at all, as if they were well aware of the distribution of all the crystal cameras. Even the 3 of them also turned into unpredictable shadows after the explosions echoed, and they took action for real. They were unstoppable flashes. They were white mist that was breaking the sonic barrier constantly, and they were residual images that lingered on the retina and the crystal cameras. However hard Xingjian bulged his eyes, to the point that surging spiritual energy almost blew out his eyeballs. The only thing that he could see was that the immortal cultivators who were loyal to him were screaming miserably and dancing like marionettes fighting the invisible devils. They were thrown high up and smashed into the ground, their bones broken. Some of them were cut in half before they could react. Their crystal suits, although known as the king of magical equipment, seemed to be made of tofu, and the fracture was even smoother than a mirror. The mind-boggling picture displayed on one of the light beams left a particularly deep impression on Ding Xingjian. Inside the picture, the immortal cultivators loyal to him seemed to have captured the trace of one of the intruders. 3 crystal railguns that were 100 meters away from each other adjusted their angle at the same time and were all aimed at the warrior of the Team Red Lotus, who appeared to be a dwarf. The long-prepared magnetic rails were spluttering, and the electric arcs were pressed down like springs. The cannonballs of spiritual energy at the end of the rails could hardly wait to dart out. Then, the picture suddenly blinked. The bald dwarf waved his hands casually, as if he were just yawning or driving away several annoying flies. But the 3 crystal railguns 100 meters away from each other broke apart at the same time, not slashed at a slant, but cut right in the middle vertically into 2 parts as if they were nothing more than sugarcane. Boom, boom, boom. The furious spiritual energy, like a flood breaking out of the dam, immediately went out of control and surged out crazily. They tied up the batteries like rampant boas and instantly evolved into 3 ever-expanding lightning balls. The artillerists inside, whom Ding Xingjian had gone through a lot of trouble to turn into immortal cultivators, were vaporized into ash before they had the chance to scream. The only things left behind were some faint remains. What was that sword art? How can there possibly be such a terrifying sword art in the universe? Ding Xingjian would not have been so surprised even if the bald dwarf had blown up the 3 batteries with the invincible strength of the divinity transformation stage, because it was at least something that he could understand. But he was absolutely certain that, judging from the spiritual waves around the bald dwarf, the guy was only showing the cultivation of the peak of the core formation stage at best. He had achieved everything purely with his sword art, not his spiritual energy. Ding Xingjian's experience and understanding of the arts of training collapsed all of a sudden. His ambitions fell apart at the moment, too. Where is the bald dwarf from exactly? This is too unbelievable. The explosions and riots deep inside Blackstone Jail gradually died down. However, based on the soldiers who gave up their weapons, kneeled on the ground, and surrendered outside of the jail, Ding Xingjian, however optimistic, found it hard to believe that the peace was because the intruders had all been annihilated. In the meantime, on another light beam, Ding Xingjian saw that Speaker Chui Lingfeng, who should have been dead, was striding toward the 3rd Military Academy, escorted by a seemingly unattractive man in a mass-produced mystic skeleton battlesuit. The man in the mystic skeleton battlesuit looked stranger and did not appear as tough as the bald dwarf in the Blackstone Jail. Ding Xingjian did not see him attack because the guy did not have to at all. Behind him and Speaker Chui, countless soldiers at the bottom level had gathered. There was no telling what kind of drugs the man had given to the disordered and disorganized soldiers, but they were 100 times braver under his lead, like magma, like a red lotus, like iron torrents that were flowing forward unstoppably. They marched into the 3rd Military Academy, supporting Speaker Chui. When the mysterious man raised Speaker Chui to the flag tower and broke into the arsenal with the soldiers, retrieving enough attack magical equipment to arm the thousands of students in the school, Ding Xingjian's last hope perished. For a moment, he even wished that everything was simply a foul trick. Was it possible that the enemy had hacked their mainframe crystal processor and played fake videos that had been recorded previously, and all the pictures were in fact virtual and synthesized, and the actual situation was not that bad? However, the panic screams, the desperate roars, and the cries for help in the private communication channel soon dragged Ding Xinjiang back to the cruel reality. The air pressure was extremely low on the enormous bridge. Everyone was whispering to each other. It was the calm before the storm. Ding Xinjiang had plotted to send Tang Dingyuan, the previous captain, to prison and control the bridge. However, of the hundreds of operators, navigators, communication officers, and other works on the bridge to keep Firefly functioning, no matter how hard he tried to influence and persuade them, only 1/5 were his co-conspirators. The other 80% of them did not know the truth at all. Just now, he had sent a message to them under the name of Cheng Xuansu, stating that the immortal cultivators had launched a rebellion that threatened the speaker's life and the safety of Firefly. Those people had bought it for now. However, the best that Ding Xinjiang could do was block the pictures sent by the crystal cameras. It was impossible for him to stop all the messages between the bridge and the outside world. They would grow suspicious very soon. What do we do? Ding Xinjiang noticed that a lot of his co-conspirators were dropping hints at him with pale faces. Pretending to be calm, he nodded at his subordinates, implying that everything was under control. He tried to control his nerves and muscles as he walked to the captain's office in the deepest part of the bridge. After he slammed the door, his hands began trembling beyond his control. He tried 4 times to complete the simple movement of retrieving a secret crystal processor from his Cosmos ring and activating a top-secret communication channel. An extremely twisted, lackluster light beam, full of streaks and snowflakes, gradually lit up. The ripples and snowflakes slowly condensed into a face, one whose eyes were unfocused and whose eyebrows were furrowed, as if the guy had been meditating the whole time. The owner of the face appeared to very young, but the hair that was dangling from his head was gray. Perhaps his brain was a greedy beast that continuously sucked his vitality. Did I not tell you that the secret route must not be activated unless it is absolutely necessary? The gray-haired man in the picture reproached expressionlessly. Master Lu. Ding Xinjiang took a long breath in relief. It is absolutely necessary right now. We've been exposed. We're done and doomed. Oh! If Master Lu was surprised at all in his heart, he certainly did not show any of it on his face. He was as calm and peaceful as before as he said, "No need to be hasty. Take your time. Tell me what happened. How can I not be hasty?" It was an absolutely perfect plan, but we did not expect that the speaker had been keeping Team Red Lotus, a secret armed force, to himself the whole time. Gnashing his teeth, Ding Xinjiang quickly explained the key events with a twisted face. In the end, he begged, "Master Lu, what do we do now? Can we only fall back to the Dragon Snake Space Zone now?" "Let's see." Master Lu had been listening attentively the whole time and was not anxious at all even to this moment. Pondering for a moment while holding his forehead, he raised his head and stared at Ding Xinjiang. Ding Xinjiang was impatient. "Master Lu, do you have a solution?" "I do." Master Lu nodded and casually said, "It's time to sacrifice." "Huh?" Ding Xinjiang was slightly dazed, not knowing what he meant. I beg your pardon. It's time to sacrifice." Master Lu's head grew huger. He seemed to have moved his head close to the crystal camera. Breathtaking brilliance was glowing out his deeply hollowed eyes as he solemnly declared, "The situation on Firefly is hopeless now. The key is to keep the fellow cultivators hiding in the Dragon Snake Space Zone and within the Federation unaffected. Therefore, we will have to sever the arm to save the body. Sacrifice now, fellow cultivator Ding. Summon all our fellow cultivators on board who are aware of the secrets and shed your blood for the true path of immortality." You must be kidding." Shocked, Ding Xinjiang stuttered. This is not what we agreed upon in the beginning." "The situation right now is different from what we anticipated," Master Lu said. "The Secret Sword Bureau and the Dim Moon Fund have been keeping an eye on us closely. The few underground branches in the Dragon Snake Space Zone risk being exposed. I cannot add to their risk by getting you there. The true path of immortality is a path of thorns that is rife with snakes and wolves. Everybody who walks on it must be prepared to sacrifice themselves for the civilization. Fellow cultivator Ding, you are not scared of death, are you? Are you even an immortal cultivator at all if you do not have the courage to sacrifice yourself for your beliefs? Ding Xingjian was rendered speechless. His face was flushing before it turned pale. So, you are truly scared of death. Master Lu frowned. A third, I seemed to be opening at the center of his eyebrows. I wasted so much time teaching you the true path of immortality and helping you develop fellow cultivators because I thought that you were a real immortal cultivator. It never occurred to me that you were just a cowardly, selfish, shameless guy who hopes to earn benefits for yourself through the true path of immortality. A scoundrel such as yourself is a shame to the true path of immortality. Are you even qualified to beg for my mercy and the protection of the true path of immortality? Men of different beliefs should go their separate ways. It's time we bid each other farewell. Please don't. Ding Xingjian completely panicked. He begged in a low voice, Fellow cultivator Lu, I am a real immortal cultivator. Of course, I'm a real immortal cultivator. I am absolutely loyal to the true path of immortality. Trust me. You must trust me. All right, I'll trust you one more time. Eyeing him up and down, Master Lu put on a thin smile. If you are a real immortal cultivator, prove yourself. It's time you sacrifice yourself for your belief. Ha! Master Lu cut off the communication, and the light beam fell into darkness. There was no reply at all no matter how many times Ding Xingjian called. His Adam's apple was shivering rapidly, uttering what sounded like both bellows and moans. Voila! Ding Xingjian smashed the mini crystal processor against the wall, smashing it into pieces. He then stared at a loss at the glittering pieces on the ground. At last, he took a deep breath and rubbed his burning face hard as if it were a pile of soft mud. After 10 seconds, he finally rubbed his face into the previous calm expression. Glancing around quickly, he took out tremendous confidential jade chips and secret tokens to control the central nerve of Firefly from the safes that were protected by barriers. After he stored them in his own Cosmos ring, he tapped for a while on the portable crystal processor that he had been using previously, issuing a command for another group of his accomplices. In the end, faking his calmness, Ding Xingjian held his head high and walked out of the captain's office. The whispers outside grew louder and louder. A lot of people were eyeing him cautiously. The looks of suspicion and confusion congregated into an ocean, where devastating tides that would rip him apart were about to be raised. Ding Xingjian coughed and unhurriedly walked to a teleportation array in a corner of the bridge. While walking, he summoned a few of his most trusted subordinates. On the surface, they were discussing the suppression of the immortal cultivator's insurgency, but in fact, he was speaking to them through the private communication technique. Leave the place alone. Run. The two most advanced teleportation arrays had been deployed on the bridge. Only the captain was authorized to open one of them. After some adjustment, it could lead to any of the hundreds of starships that made up Firefly. The pictures of the outside world were still being blocked, and Ding Xingjian was still the acting captain who held the highest authority. Therefore, nobody was bold enough to ask where exactly he was going. When most of the staff on the bridge and the immortal cultivators whom Ding Xingjian did not bring away finally realized that something was not right, Ding Xingjian had already disappeared in the dazzling light after setting his destination. Shua! Ding Xingjian and his 4 trusted subordinates arrived at a dim cabin that was riddled with holes. Tremendous broken pieces, blown by the wind, occupied the entire room. Boom! Hardly had he stepped off the teleportation array when Ding Xingjian shot back without turning around, completely destroying the teleportation array. It would be impossible for the people on the bridge to be directly teleported there. In the meantime, he edited the mainframe crystal processor of the teleportation arrays on the bridge and disguised his destination. The destination displayed on the crystal processor in the bridge would be somewhere else. Therefore, absolutely nobody would know his whereabouts. Thankfully, I made preparations myself. Lu Qingchen, you Astros Shoal. Just wait for it. I'm not going to let go of you. Ding Xingjian ground his teeth hard and cursed silently. This was the last path of escape that he had carefully prepared for himself. The seemingly outdated starship, which was about to be separated from the main body and completely dismantled, had an intact escape room, although all the crew members and passengers had been evacuated. He had transferred the two most advanced escape capsules there in secret. Naturally, the two escape capsules were not capable of traveling across sectors, but they were enough for him to reach Fish Dragon City quietly. Lu Qingchen and Sifa had their secret bureaus in the city, but Ding Xinjiang had also prepared two nests for himself in secret without telling Lu Qingchen. It was a living example of a clever hare having three dens. "Are you here?" Ding Xinjiang was rather grave when he summoned another batch of his subordinates in the communication channel. They were the combat squad that had pretended to break into the prison, but in fact transferred Captain Tang Dingyuan to somewhere else. It was the elite squad of the highest combat ability for the immortal cultivators on board other than Cheng Xuansu. Without their protection, Ding Xinjiang would not be able to achieve anything on his own. Besides, Captain Tang Dingyuan was the best hostage. If Ding Xinjiang planned to save his own life, or even reverse the situation, he would have to count on the former captain. Therefore, Ding Xinjiang had asked the elite squad to transfer Tang Dingyuan to a cabin not too far away from there for imprisonment. After realizing that the situation was not good, he had even asked them to retreat in advance. "You have already reached the escape center? Good. I'll be there in a minute." Ding Xinjiang was relieved and finally put a vague smile. Then, he heard his subordinates talking in the communication channel as if they were asking for compliments. "What? You didn't forget to bring the Scarlet Ball?" "Yes. That's good. The item is truly quite uncanny. It will help us to track whoever is behind all this." "Wait." Ding Xinjiang somehow felt that something bad was happening. The more he thought about it, the more scared he became. His smile gradually froze, tore apart, and vanished, but his eyeballs were protruding inch by inch. The blood streaks that jumped out instantly almost exploded on the surface of the eyeballs. "Idiots!" he shouted desperately. "You idiots, destroy the Scarlet Ball right now. Something's wrong with Professor Luo De. Something is definitely wrong with Professor Luo De. Destroy it. Destroy it now." There was no time. The moment he roared, the sound of gunfire echoed on the other side of the communication channel. Crystal suits were ripped apart easily. Bones were smashed into pieces, and the screams, cries, and exclamations of his subordinates all burst out like fireworks. But they fell into dead silence after only a couple of seconds. There was not the slightest sound on the other side of the communication channel, as if everyone in the escape center had been completely consumed by the darkness. Before Ding Xinjiang had the time to moan, he was caught in darkness, too. It was not the darkness in a rhetorical sense. The environment that he was in had truly turned pitch black. The feeble, shimmering light emanated by the illumination rune arrays in the cabin was absorbed by the darkness that was as thick and heavy as ink. Even if he put on his crystal suit as quickly as possible and activated all the scanning and probe magical equipment, he could not detect anything around him at all. It was a very sophisticated barrier, a smoke grenade that could block all the rays and waves. In the absolute darkness, Ding Xinjiang could not hear or see anything. He was mired in the dizzying turbulence of horror. "Ah!" A scream echoed behind him. It was one of his subordinates. The scream moved further and further away, as if the guy had been pulled away together with his crystal suit by a certain ferocious beast for hundreds of meters during the moment, before he was smashed into the wall of the cabin and broken into pieces. Crack! Crack! Before his cold sweat flowed out, it sounded like another one of his subordinates had been pressed into a metal ball together with his crystal suit, a metal ball mixed with flesh and blood. The remaining two of his subordinates' minds completely collapsed. They ran away crazily, one to the front and one to the rear. However, Ding Xinjiang could only hear their sound, but not see the exhaust flames released by their crystal suits. Their insane cries came to an abrupt halt at the same time a moment later. The two subordinates uttered no more sound, as if they had run into space without looking back and completely vanished from this world. Then, there was a prolonged period of darkness and silence. It was not until Ding Xinjiang felt that his heart was about to stop beating that the most eccentric red lotus, which seemed to be irrigated by blood, slowly blossomed right in front of his eyes. The bouncing, unpredictable red lotus illuminated an unreal, shadowy face that was covered in black mist. It was the face that Ding Xinjiang had seen on the surveillance light beam just now. The mysterious person who was wearing a mass-produced mystic skeleton battlesuit. Ding Xinjiang had felt that the man was not the biggest threat in Team Red Lotus. At the very least, he was certainly not as big a threat as the bald dwarf who held the short sword. However, with the man staring at him casually in the darkness under the illumination of the Red Lotus, Ding Xinjiang discovered that his horror was immeasurable, and he was 100 times weirder than the weird bald dwarf. Who is he exactly? He is not a human. He is a devil. He is a fiend that is 100 times more terrifying than any demons. Ding Xinjiang saw an ocean of blood made of red lotuses in the mysterious eyes of the stranger. The ocean of blood seemed to be some sort of voracious beast that would lunge out of the man's face and devour his flesh, blood, and soul without leaving anything behind. Wu, savaged by the brutal, ruthless, and vicious aura of the stranger, Ding Xinjiang's every bone had completely melted. He did not even have the courage to think about running. Hey, that's enough. In the darkness, Li Yao frowned and spoke to the mental devil in his head. I told you to just release some killing intent to intimidate him. Don't act like a supervillain is showing up, all right? Do I need to cooperate with you by playing some creepy music from my abdomen? The mental devil felt that it had been wronged. Why are you blaming me? I did exactly what you told me to, and you still have so much to say? I won't help you at all next time. Fine. I was wrong. Anyway, this is enough. He might die of fear. While comforting the mental devil, Li Yao continued staring at Ding Xinjiang expressionlessly and demanded, Should I call you Captain Ding or Master Ding? Don't kill me. Don't kill me. Ding Xinjiang had collapsed because of the intimidating aura released by the mental devil. Covering his chest, he begged hard with a pale face. Don't kill you? Li Yao eyed Ding Xinjiang up and down for a long time. Illuminated by the fire of the red lotus, his lips curled into a cruel smile. It depends on whether you are the mastermind of the whole scheme or simply an accomplice who will help us find out the real schemer. Ding Xinjiang saw hope. Like someone being drowned who caught a life-saving straw, he shrieked, I am not the mastermind. I was manipulated by someone. I was manipulated by Lu Qingchen of the Sifa. I will confess everything. The roster of all the immortal cultivators on Firefly, the few secret dens that Lu Qingchen has in the Dragon Snake Space Zone, and the schemes of the Sifa and the Black Wind Fleet. I will tell you everything. Please, have mercy on me and give me a chance to correct my mistakes. Although he had learned of Chief Mate Ding Xinjiang's betrayal at the very beginning, at that time, he had merely thought that Speaker Chui Lingfeng was behind everything and that the immortal cultivators were just lies that Chui Lingfeng and Ding Xinjiang had fabricated in order to frame him. If that was the case, Tang Dingyuan would not have been desperate at all. He only found Chui Lingfeng's stubbornness and Ding Xinjiang's greed too painful to bear. However, after the brief conversation with Chui Lingfeng in the prison cell, he had realized that there was another possibility that was much creepier. What if the whole event was not Chui Lingfeng's plan for the struggle of power, and Ding Xinjiang was not Chui Lingfeng's puppet, but had been fooling Chui Lingfeng instead all along? It meant that the immortal cultivators did exist, and had been manipulating the two of them successfully. Tang Dingyuan's heart immediately fell into a black hole. The unexpected changes that had taken place later further proved his judgment. Soon after Speaker Chui Lingfeng left, deafening explosions echoed outside. A mysterious squad of exos broke into the secret prison. They claimed to be rescuing him, but they were in fact taking him away against his will. Those men were not his subordinates. They did not listen to his demand to see their real faces. His eyes and ears were covered on the way, making him unable to see or hear anything. He had no idea where he was transferred to. However, Before his vision and hearing were sealed, he vaguely heard his capturers saying that the speaker had already been killed by them. Chui Lingfeng was dead. Tang Dingyuan felt as if he had been hit by lightning before falling into a cave of ice. As the captain of the starship, Tang Dingyuan did not find the cooperation with Chui Lingfeng, who was the speaker, very pleasant. Friction and contradiction were common between them regarding the policies that would decide the future of Firefly and the government in exile. It was especially so when it came to whether or not to join the Star Glory Federation. The two of them had been at loggerheads many times and were out-and-out political rivals to each other. Tang Dingyuan disagreed on many approaches that Chui Lingfeng adopted. He did not see eye to eye with the overstaffed, overly powerful, and condescending parliament. However, in his eyes, no matter how obstinate, arrogant, and cunning Chui Lingfeng was, he had never doubted the loyalty of Chui Lingfeng as a cultivator to the path of the cultivators and to the Star Ocean Republic. Chui Lingfeng could do anything, but it was impossible that he would surrender to the imperium of true human beings. The death of such a speaker would definitely add to the treacherousness of the situation on Firefly. Sorting through the whole series of events in the darkness, Tang Dingyuan basically deduced the causes and consequences of everything. Something was definitely wrong with Ding Xinjian. Many people who were most intimate to Chui Lingfeng were suspects, too. However, reaching a conclusion right now could not help anything. After the speaker died, his trusted subordinates who had planned for a long time would take over his power. As for the captain's command, it had been seized by Ding Xinjiang a long time ago. In both the parliament and the bridge, the immortal cultivators had grasped the greatest power without alarming anyone, while most of the cultivators were fooled, unaware of what was going on. Even for such a man made of iron like Tang Dingyuan, who had cruised through the most violent cosmic storms on Firefly, while taking the burning shooting stars that were hitting the spiritual shield, if not the shell of the starship brutally, to be nothing more than a spring sprinkle. He could not help but feel grasped by desperation. Just like that, he weathered through the darkest 3 hours of his life. Although he did not give up hope for 1 second, but had been considering countermeasures with all his wisdom, he still failed to come up with any practical strategy when he was embraced by light again. However, what he saw in front of his eyes made his head dizzy. It was so hilarious that he almost burst into laughter. Ding Xinjiang, the previous chief mate and the acting captain of Firefly, whom he had deduced to be the guy behind the whole scheme, was now kneeling before him dutifully, so ashamed and miserable that the man seemed to be looking for a hole in the ground to hide in. Well, looking at Ding Xinjiang and at the man who helped him loosen the barriers and stand to his feet, Tang Dingyuan noticed a vague smell of blood and the aura of an expert from the stranger, although the guy looked rather unfamiliar. He had to be a real expert. How many years had passed since Firefly last had such an expert due to the serious shortage of training resources and because it had been constantly fleeing? There's no need to worry now, Captain Tang. Li Yao smiled. The Immortal Cultivators' rebellion has been taken care of. Team Red Lotus has successfully rescued everyone that was kept in prison in Blackstone Jail. They are returning to their posts to stabilize the current situation. Many of them marched into the bridge just now. The bridge is in our hands again. Team Red Lotus? Chewing on the strange name in silence, Tang Dingyuan was still completely confused, not having the vaguest clue what had happened. We're the highest secret armed force that is directly under the command of every speaker, Li Yao said carefully. Our team was founded by Speaker Shui Yan more than 200 years ago. All traces of us were wiped after we finished our training and preparations. We have been kept in the hibernation state as a precaution for emergencies, such as today's situation. In fact, everything is Speaker Chui's arrangement. Speaker Chui long ago sensed that a lot of immortal cultivators were lurking on Firefly. However, it was difficult to distinguish them when there was little evidence. Therefore, he intentionally played such a drama and awakened Team Red Lotus in order to fish up all the enemies after they jumped out. For confidentiality, the plan was not explained to you beforehand. You must have been suffered today, Captain Tang. On behalf of the speaker, I apologize for everything that's happened to you. Tang Dingyuan was still wearing an expression of disbelief. This was all Speaker Chui's plan? Well, this is very somehow he felt that something was wrong. The whole thing seemed more complicated than that. Thankfully, the results have proved generally satisfactory in the end. Li Yao put on a brilliant smile again. Instead of waiting for Tang Dingyuan to think, he continued quickly. Cheng Xuansu, the immortal cultivator lurking near Speaker Chui, has been executed. This chief mate Ding, who has been lurking next to you, is willing to repent too. The immortal cultivators on the bridge, in Parliament, and among the other important posts barely have any chance to escape. After the breathtaking, but in fact not dangerous incident, the combat ability of Firefly will be higher instead of weaker. The negotiations to join the Star Glory Federation can begin soon, too. The negotiations to join the Star Glory Federation? Tang Dingyuan was shocked again. He felt that after only a couple of hours, the world had been overturned. Isn't Speaker Chui the last person in favor of joining the Star Glory Federation? Speaker Chui is too visionary, wise, and considerate to really object to the merger with the Star Glory Federation now that a great enemy is upon us, Li Yao said solemnly. Everything has been under his control. However, in the past, a lot of immortal cultivators were hiding on Firefly. If we joined the Star Glory Federation recklessly before the virus was completely annihilated, the fatal virus would have only spread continuously and even broken out in a key battle to come. Do you understand Speaker Chui's thoughtfulness now, Captain Tang? Tang Dingyuan smiled bitterly. As the captain of Firefly, he had always been the most standard technical staff, and he was not fond of plots or schemes. He only felt that whatever Li Yao said was too complicated compared with piloting a starship. If that's true, of course it is true. Staring Tang Dingyuan in the eye, Li Yao slightly raised his voice. Captain Tang, after the setback on Firefly, we need the captain and the speaker to join hands in order to stabilize the situation and restore our combat ability as soon as possible. Speaker Chui would like to know one thing. On the premise that he agrees to join the Star Glory Federation in principle and the specific details are open to discussion, will you still pledge your loyalty to the Parliament and to the Supreme Speaker of the rightful government of the Star Ocean Republic? Tang Dingyuan stared at Li Yao's eyes carefully, trying to find some answers from the eyes that were devoid of any light, but he found absolutely nothing in the end. After thinking for a long time, he still nodded firmly. Of course! Half an hour later, when Tang Dingyuan returned to the bridge with Li Yao, he could not help imagining that it was his next life. Dad! It was not until his daughter Tang Xiaoxing jumped into his arms, crying and laughing, that he finally recovered the calmness and decisiveness of a father and a captain. Glancing around, he noticed that roughly 1/5 of the staff on the bridge were missing. They must have been the immortal cultivators on Ding Xingyang's list and had been replaced by dozens of elite soldiers in crystal suits, who filled the bridge with an air of graveness. However, the leading officer of the soldiers was Tang Dingyuan's own man. He was an absolutely loyal cultivator who had just been freed from Blackstone jail. The surveillance light beam of the mainframe crystal processor displayed the picture of every corner on Firefly. As the students of the 3rd Military Academy continued dispersing, with the high clearance and authorization that the speaker had granted them, they snowballed and won the support of the soldiers of the bottom level. Even if there were a few commanders who were immortal cultivators, there was little those people could do. The chaotic crowds gradually went back to peace and order again. The cultivators who were rescued from Blackstone jail began to play a vital role too. The immortal cultivators had initiated the action, which was essentially a scam, not an assault, in too much of a hurry in the first place. Now that Ding Xinjiang and Cheng Xuansu, their 2 leaders, had surrendered and died, and they were faced with the unstoppable Team Red Lotus, total collapse was their only outcome. An hour after Tang Dingyuan returned to the bridge, the rebellion of the immortal cultivators died down as quickly as it rose, like a thunder shower in summer. The last sparks of resistance were completely extinguished. Chapter 1629, A New Superhero, is here. The files proved the identity of Team Red Lotus and provided endorsement for their unstoppable operations inside Firefly to eliminate the immortal cultivators. At that moment, Team Red Lotus had the highest permissions on Firefly, only below Chui Lingfeng and Tang Dingyuan. Exactly like Qingchen had jested earlier, they could not have been more powerful with the new prerogative. Regarding Team Red Lotus, which had marched out of nowhere from the darkness, Captain Tang Dingyuan and the other people in the bridge all had complicated feelings. Essentially speaking, the elite warriors were a private armed force that only belonged to the Speaker, and it had secretly been established by Speaker Xingjian more than 200 years after bypassing the bridge and even Parliament. Founding a private troop that only obeyed the command of the Speaker with the few resources that belonged to the entire Star Ocean Republic truly towed the line and did not fit the spirit of the Star Ocean Republic in any way. If it were any other time, the technical staff would have berated the very existence of Team Red Lotus and regarded it as a scandal. They would even have tried to deprive the Speaker of command over the troop and merge the troop into other troops that were more controllable. But today, it was Team Red Lotus who had rescued the core members of the technical staff, including the captain's daughter, from Blackstone Jail. Even Captain Tang Dingyuan himself had been saved by Lin Jiu, the captain of Team Red Lotus. Not just that, Captain Lin had also killed Cheng Xuansu indirectly and captured Ding Xinjiang alive after saving the Speaker and the captain, thereby reversing the whole situation. It would not be an exaggeration to say that he had set everything back on track. Such great contributions had doubtlessly justified and necessitated Speaker Xingjian's decision to create the troop more than 200 years ago. Tang Dingyuan and the other core members of the technical staff were not shameless enough to be picky about their saviors. Besides, after reading the shocking names on the list that Ding Xinjiang had provided, even Tang Dingyuan had to admit that the immortal cultivator's infection of Firefly had already reached an extremely severe level. At this moment, perhaps only Team Red Lotus was trustworthy. Tang Dingyuan was not a man who was lustful for power. Otherwise, he would not have offered to join the Star Glory Federation. His contradiction with Speaker Chui was mainly in business. Now that Speaker Chui's stance had subtly changed, there was no need to be at loggerheads with the Speaker during a critical period. Besides, if everything said on the files was true, then Lin Jiu and the other warriors of Team Red Lotus who were willing to be sealed for hundreds of years were out-and-out heroes, which was undeniable. However, Tang Dingyuan viewed Chui Lingfeng. After thinking that through, Tang Dingyuan also discovered during the conversation with Lin Jiu that the captain of Team Red Lotus was not interested in the conflict between the Parliament and the bridge whatsoever, but fully focused on the strike against the immortal cultivators. Tang Dingyuan could not help but grow respectful of his savior. He rectified his attitude toward Team Red Lotus quickly. Compared to Tang Dingyuan, Speaker Chui Lingfeng was caught in a greater predicament. It was impossible for Tang Dingyuan to see through the fabricated secret files that had allegedly been passed on in Parliament. Therefore, he could believe in Team Red Lotus comfortably while knowing nothing. However, for Chui Lingfeng, who had personally faked the secret files regarding Team Red Lotus, it was a wild gamble in which the entire Star Ocean Republic and even the Star Glory Federation would be doomed with one moment of carelessness. Should I trust the so-called natives of the Red Lotus sector, whose background is unclear? The question had been tying Chui Lingfeng's heart like a viper from the beginning to the end. At first, he might have thought that he could only use the Red Lotus natives to weather through the difficulties. After everything was settled, he could get rid of them one way or another or separate them for investigation in order to figure out their backgrounds and their purpose. However, after the immortal cultivators lurking inside Firefly were uprooted one after another, the situation turned out to be much more serious than he had imagined. The bridge where Ding Xinjiang worked was naturally a disaster-stricken area, where the workers in many crucial posts had been transformed into immortal cultivators. But the situation in Parliament was no better. Quite a few influential MPs were involved in the scheme. There was no need to mention the subordinates around Chui Lingfeng himself. For years, he had absolute trust in Cheng Xuansu and regarded her as his foster daughter. He had entrusted all his personal affairs to her. Therefore, almost all his subordinates had been taken down. Chui Lingfeng discovered, to his embarrassment, that he had truly become a commander without soldiers, exactly like Li Yao had said. Also, he was in a much more terrible situation than Tang Dingyuan. Theoretically speaking, Tang Dingyuan was only the number 2 person in the government in exile, who had been arrested in secret at his command at the very beginning of the entire scheme. One might say that Tang Dingyuan was unrelated to anything that happened later. But his case was different. Despite the lies and tricks that Cheng Xuansu, Ding Xinjiang, and the rest of them had played on him, the orders to arrest the leadership of the bridge and the 100 or so social activists had been issued by him. If he denied the existence of Team Red Lotus and clarified that everything had not been his plan to lure the enemy out, it would certainly be the greatest scandal ever. He would have to take full responsibility for the poor decisions and be kicked out of office. Parliament, which was already riddled with holes, after suffering such a blow, would be even weaker than before. It would not be able to compete with the technical staff on the bridge. Without the check and balance of Parliament, God only knew what kind of agreement the technical staff and the bridge would reach with the Star Glory Federation. Chui Lingfeng had never believed that cultivator was a synonym for honor and integrity. Such an identity mattered little in the negotiations. Even blood brothers had to keep the entries on the ledger clearly if they did business together. Therefore, he could only count on Team Red Lotus for now. Then, Speaker Chui discovered that Team Red Lotus was so useful. At first, Chui Lingfeng did not have high hopes for Team Red Lotus roles other than in combat. He had thought that the other Red Lotus natives, except Li Yao, were pure warriors. However, after those Red Lotus natives crushed all the immortal cultivators on board, pacified the infuriated crowds who were unaware of the truth, boosted the morale of the bottom-level soldiers, coerced the captives for more intelligence and benefits. They had demonstrated the most flawless and impeccable performance in almost every respect. As the commander of the starship, Tang Dingyuan might not have been able to see through all the abilities of those people. However, as the speaker and a self-proclaimed bad cultivator, Chui Lingfeng was very certain that those Red Lotus natives were certainly not regular cultivators from a combat department. They gave him the feeling that some of them were seasoned generals from the battlefield, some were sovereigns who had dominated certain regions, and some had the most honorable titles and power. Even Zhu Zhongyo, who seemed to be the youngest, carried a certain majestic and inviolable air with him. At this time, Chui Lingfeng was pretty sure that those people could not be spies of the Imperium of true human beings. Neither the Imperium nor the Covenant Alliance were extravagant enough to raise more than 10 of such extraordinary spies and just throw them to the edge of the cosmos as if it did not cost anything. There was no need to mention the Star Glory Federation, which was just a landlord that had grown rich all of a sudden in the harsh land. How could it have raised so many excellent cultivators? The demeanor that those people showed was even more awesome than that of the authentic cultivators from the center of the cosmos. Chui Lingfeng made deductions in the end. Was it possible that they were truly the spies of the Imperium of true human beings, and this was some kind of trick in which they sacrificed Cheng Xuansu, Ding Xinjiang, and the other victims in order to control Firefly and enter the Star Glory Federation? He soon rejected the speculation. With the situation at that time and their capabilities, such a trick was highly redundant. They could have simply killed him and Tang Dingyuan and cooperated with Ding Xinjiang and Cheng Xuansu, in which case they would still have been able to achieve their purpose. The real spies would not have chosen to appear in such an abrupt way. Furthermore, it was impossible for them to have learned in advance that he would summon Professor Luo De. As long as they were not spies of the Imperium, Chui Lingfeng was already determined to ignore who they actually were and gamble on them. He might as well consider them to really be from the Red Lotus sector. Getting to the bottom of it, what could somebody's backgrounds prove when Cheng Xuansu, whom he had personally raised and knew very detail of, had betrayed him? For the government in exile, which had been in a rather passive situation during the communication with the Star Glory Federation because of the serious shortage of top-tier warriors, the arrival of Team Red Lotus would perhaps be huge leverage for the negotiations to come. Perhaps they could really be the last hope for the government in exile. Taking a deep breath, Chui Lingfeng thought through everything clearly. The magnificent computational ability of an admin-type cultivator in the nascent soul stage was boosted to the maximum. Both of his hands worked quickly as he fabricated the secret files of Team Red Lotus and drafted a speech named "To All My Compatriots on Board" at the same time. Very soon, the speech turned into resolute, inspiring sound waves that danced and disseminated to every corner of Firefly. The crew members and the passengers who had just calmed down from the chaos stood next to each other and held each other's hands while they listened to the twisting story of a special force named Team Red Lotus in silence. They listened to the legend where a superhero named Lin Jiu saved the world at the most perilous moment. He was the leader of the immortal cultivators on board and one of the few people who had ever been in touch with Qingchen, the most wanted criminal in the Federation. The guy had obviously pushed the immature rebellion that broke out too hastily. Cui Lingfeng, Tang Dingyuan, and Li Yao himself all wanted to dig out Lu Qingchen, and even maybe the guys hiding behind him through Ding Xinjian. Therefore, the secret interrogation was conducted by Speaker Cui Lingfeng, Captain Tang Dingyuan, and Li Yao. The prison cell where Ding Xinjian was caged was the one that had confined Tang Dingyuan half a day ago. It was a living example of suffering from one's own scheme. The chief mate, who had been quite revered on the deck floor previously and respected as the pillar, crouched in a corner of the prison cell lethargically, like a viper whose tusks and bones had been extracted. He stared at the air with his eyes that had lost focus while mumbling something to himself. He switched between smiling bitterly, shaking his head, and cramping up. There was no telling whether he was moaning for the failure of his plan or begging for the mercy of his previous superior. Or maybe, was he regretting taking that very first step? Xingjian, seeing his depression and hopelessness, Captain Tang Dingyuan appeared to be even more brokenhearted than when he saw the guy betraying him. Having been a blood brother with Ding Xinjiang for decades, he knew exactly what the man whose eyebrows were thick and whose face was red had been in the past. Look at yourself. What did you turn yourself into? You shouldn't have been scared of death. You have been promoted to the chief mate from a bottom-level sailor through nothing but hard work. You never frowned when you met any dangers in the past, and you simply led the charge to take care of them. Your nickname changed from Striver to Pillar. You're scared of death? You surrendered to the imperium of true human beings just to keep yourself alive? I don't believe it. Tell me exactly what happened. Tang Dingyuan's every word was like a tiny lightning of ball that was flashing, rolling, and blasting Ding Xinjiang's almost decayed nerves in the prison cell. Ding Xinjiang's face resembled that of a drug addict who had experienced an overdose of heroin. He gazed at the crystal camera for a long time before he touched his stubbled cheeks and chuckled. While he was chuckling, he suddenly closed his eyes and dirty tears flowed out. Yes, I shouldn't have been so scared of death. In the first 50 years of my life, people called me Striver. In the latter 50 years, they call me Pillar. I made my way to the post of chief mate from the dirtiest and most dangerous fuel areas and engine compartments at the bottom level of Firefly. What kind of dangers did I not experience? What kind of deformed bodies have I not seen? He opened his eyes again. The lackluster rainbow inside his eyes interweaved into memories of the past. 82 years ago, a great explosion took place in the engine compartment after it was pierced through by meteors. I was the first one who charged in for maintenance. Wearing the thinnest maintenance crystal suit, I filled the holes one after another while the meteors just screamed past me. One of them penetrated through my helmet directly. If it had been more to the left by 5 millimeters, my brains would have been entirely melted. 57 years ago, a leakage accident took place in the fuel area. The heavenly cicada divine blood sand, which should have been preserved at an extremely low temperature, was vaporized immediately into room temperature and filled the entire fuel area, threatening to corrode the main fuel transmission tube. A chain reaction of dire consequences could have been triggered at any time. Again, I was the one who led my brothers in and repaired the freezing rune arrays and the fatal gas that was highly toxic and corrosive and had an irreversible corrosion on the spiritual root. We sprayed the ice-freezing liquids and collected the divine blood sand that was liquefied again bit by bit. That time, we lost 122 brothers. The protection work was already done as well as it could have been, but it couldn't be helped. Such accidents could only be resolved by human lives. Before we marched in, everybody was well aware of that. Even I knew it perfectly, too, that if I entered the room and shut the door, I might never get to see it open again. There are also the collision accident 42 years ago, the black hole tide accident 33 years ago, the super radiation accident 25 years ago. Captain, you're right. It seems that I never chickened out, I never had cold feet, and I was never scared of death. However, I am not a machine or a piece of magical equipment after all. I'm just a human being who can say that they have never been a coward in their entire life. Nobody is not scared of death as long as they are a human being. The only reason I gritted my teeth to face death when I was so scared of death was that I had hope at that time. I believed that my death would be meaningful and valuable. My death would earn a longer and better life for my family, my offspring, and all the compatriots on the starship. But is it true? Do we really have hope? Look me in the eyes and tell me honestly with your conscience, my brother, my captain. Tell me. Xingjian became mad all of a sudden and screamed at the surveillance cameras. Looking at Chui Lingfeng, Tang Dingyuan solemnly said, "Of course we have hope. The sacrifice of every hero is valuable." Nonsense. I will not believe you anymore, Captain. The scream just now seemed to have drained the last bit of strength in Ding Xinjiang's body. Like a balloon whose air had all escaped, he crouched back in the corner and held a non-existent doll as if he were a kid who had lost his way. With a self-mocking smile, he said, "Once upon a time, I believed in the lies as much as you do. All your talk about why we are the last hope of humanity after inheriting the heritage of the Star Ocean Imperium. Why we will march back to the center of the cosmos one day, eventually to slay all evil. Why the tyranny of the Imperium of true human beings is already collapsing and can end up in self-destruction at any second. There's even the stupid dark star that has been destroyed dozens of times. I did not just believe every word of that. It was almost my faith." Li Yao coughed slightly. Glancing at the two big shots of the government in exile next to him, he asked Chui Lingfeng secretly through the private talking technique, "Sir Speaker, what exactly is this dark star that has been destroyed dozens of times?" Chui Lingfeng was sitting solemnly and wearing a grave expression, as if he had not heard Li Yao's question at all. His lips did not shiver at all, yet Li Yao somehow received his reply. "It is a series of movies that we shot intermittently over the past hundreds of years to boost morale. They tell the stories of how we defeated the Imperium of true human beings. The official title is Universal War. In the movies, the evil Imperium of true human beings, in order to reign over the entire universe, built the strongest, evilest, and most horrible man-made planet, known as the Dark Star, with all the crucial resources in the sectors under their control. They then moved all the important government agencies, key technical personnel, and files about the valuable techniques onto the planet. Eventually, Firefly took the enemy unprepared by marching into the Dark Star. The brain and heart of the Imperium of true human beings was destroyed immediately, and the Imperium was defeated just like that. Fine. Although the Imperium of true human beings can't be that stupid, it is all understandable since it is just a movie. Then what does he mean by destroyed dozens of times? The movie was very popular after it was aired, Chui Lingfeng said. Soon, it was a hit on the entire Firefly and won countless enthusiastic supporters. Naturally, a sequel was shot. In the sequel, the Imperium of true human beings got even more ruthless and rose again. They came up with an even more evil approach to cope with the whole universe and the Star Ocean Republic. What's the approach? To build a bigger, stronger, and more terrifying Dark Star 2 by continuing to concentrate all the resources. Then what? The Dark Star 2 did not happen to be sabotaged by Firefly again after you crawled inside it, right? Yes, it was, Chui Lingfeng replied matter-of-factly. Then, Li Yao said, "You shot dozens of sequels of Universal War, and a greater Dark Star was built in each and every one of them, only to be crawled into and destroyed by Firefly in the end?" "You're wrong," Chui Lingfeng countered. Later, the Imperium of true human beings stopped constructing man-made planets, but simply went to hollow out an existent planet and modify it into a more powerful Dark Star. After the audience grew tired of planets, we also tried white dwarves, red giants, and suns in their prime years. Sir Speaker, I suddenly understand the anger and embarrassment that Chief Mate Ding must have had after he saw through the lies. What should I do? What choice did we have? Chui Lingfeng asked. If the Imperium had adopted a less stupid strategy, how could a tiny firefly have reversed the situation on its way and secured a glorious victory in the end? Inside the prison cell, the self-mocking smile on Ding Xinjiang's face grew deeper and deeper, like a tide of bitterness that was drowning both himself and the three interrogators outside of the room. He went on wearily. I believed in everything you told us. I believed that we did have hope. I believed that the Star Ocean Republic would eventually march back to the center of the Sea of Stars one day. I believed that the Imperium of true human beings was in fact vulnerable despite its tough appearance, and that it would crash immediately after we launched our counterattack. It was with such a belief that I was fearless of death. It was such a belief that made the striver and the pillar. However, lies are lies, and they will fall apart the moment the truth is out. My faith completely broke when we engaged with the Claw Fleet of the Imperium's Expedition Army 10 years ago. I thought more than once that if I must sacrifice myself for my country, the best death would certainly be to strike the army of the Imperium with my magnificent death and to bring about the greatest triumph for Firefly in the fiercest battle of all time, like the great hero Qingchen did in the past. However, when the Claw Fleet of the Imperium was truly unfolded in a battle formation in front of me, when the overwhelming crystal suits, space shuttles, and assault warships lunged at us unstoppably, I knew that I was wrong. I was fooled and tricked the whole time. We were no match at all, from head to toe, and in every respect. The Imperium of true human beings is too invincible for a tiny firefly to resist. Our struggle and escape over the past 1,000 years, the so-called heroes and their epic resistance, were nothing more than moths darting toward the fire and a mantis trying to stop a car with their forearms. We were hilarious clowns asking to be killed. When a group of ants intend to shake a tree, they can cause nothing except a round of laughter. We were exactly such ants, or perhaps bugs, that were even less worthy than the ants. It's useless. Any resistance is useless. The valiant heroes, the boiling blood, courage, and sacrifice. Nothing can raise so much as a ripple when suppressed by overwhelming strength. Dead. All dead. In the battle, so many comrades and brothers, so many compatriots and families were killed. Those who were scared of death died, as did those who weren't. Those who were willing to sacrifice died. Those who trembled in fear died. Those who marched forward bravely died. Those who escaped and defected died. Everybody died. Everybody. Even my, holding his head with both hands. Ding Xinjiang lowered his head to his chest, sobbing hard and unable to go on. Xinjiang. Tang Dingyuan sighed and said, I know that both of your sons were killed in the battle. The neighborhood of the high-level officers unfortunately suffered the fierce bombardment from the enemy. A lot of officers lost their family during the battle. Some of them even lost everything like you. But shouldn't we hate the Imperium of true human beings all the more for that and swear to avenge them? Our family and compatriots were killed by the Imperium. No, they were not killed by the Imperium. They were killed by you, by us, by this damn government in exile of the Star Ocean Republic. Dazzling brilliance spurted out of the gaps between Ding Xinjiang's fingers that were covering his swollen, bloodshot eyes. Had it not been for your lies and tricks, had you recognized the situation sooner and surrendered to the Imperium sooner, they wouldn't have died at all. My 2 sons wouldn't have died. My 5 lovely grandsons and granddaughters wouldn't have died. They would have survived and lived the rest of their lives in happiness. It was me who murdered them. Me. It was me who inculcated the idea that the Star Ocean Republic shall never perish into the 2 brats. It was me who watched universal war with them, holding their hands again and again. It was me who told them that being a soldier was the most honorable job in the universe, and the soldiers of the Star Ocean Republic were the most honorable of them all. It was me who told them lies like cultivators are the sabers of humanity. Had it not been for me, the 2 of them probably wouldn't have joined the army. Even if they did, they wouldn't have volunteered to go to the most dangerous front line. If they hadn't joined the army, my grandsons and granddaughters wouldn't have lived in the neighborhood of the high-level officers at least. Some of them would have lived in some other cabins. They would have survived. 1 or 2 of them would have survived. Right? So, it was me who murdered them. It was the government in exile of the Star Ocean Republic that murdered them. It was us. It was you who murdered them. Xingjian, Tang Dingyuan reprimanded. How could you have such hysterical thoughts? What happened to you was certainly a tragedy. But even if you surrender to the Imperium of true human beings, are your offspring guaranteed a happy life? Don't forget how the Imperium treats ordinary people. Of course, I know the Imperium's policies. The muscles on Ding Xingyang's face was twitching, and his previously red face turned pale. He sneered and said, "But how will my offspring be ordinary people? The achievements of my sons and myself have proved the excellence of our bloodline and our genes. The odds of my offspring awakening their spiritual roots will be multiple times higher than the odds of ordinary people. Also, I'll leave them training resources 100 times greater than ordinary people have. How can ordinary people expect to compete with them? They will certainly distinguish themselves in the cruel competition. My offspring would have lived a much better life in the Imperium than on this ragged, broken starship." Tang Dingyuan looked at Chui Lingfeng and then glanced at Li Yao's reaction. He then calmly said, "But we're not fighting alone. With the help of our allies, we were still able to annihilate the fleet of the Imperium. Right now, we have much more than a ragged, broken starship. We boast 7 entire sectors, a planet with relics from the primeval civilizations, and 100 billion warriors who will fight side by side with us and never give in to the tyranny of the Imperium." "So what?" Ding Xinjiang laughed peculiarly. "What we destroyed was an insignificant claw fleet that belonged to an expedition army of the Imperium. I believe that the Imperium can send out 10 expedition armies of such a scale from the homeland anytime, right? The Star Glory Federation appears to be exactly like us, still living in delusions. When the Black Wind Fleet begins their assault, they will soon follow our path and flee toward the deeper darkness in the Sea of Stars." "I understand it now," Tang Dingyuan remarked. "You were completely overawed by the skirmish 10 years ago. You have turned into a pessimist." Taking a deep breath, Ding Xinjiang gradually calmed himself down until he was almost as tranquil as a dead person. "I'm not any kind of Our failure is objective, inevitable, and undergoing, not to be changed by what you or me think. My 2 sons were the firmest optimists who had the greatest hope for our victory. So what? Did it help him? The crystal railguns were not delayed by what they believed in at all when they ripped their bodies apart. So, in the 10 years that followed, you gradually degenerated from a pessimist into an immortal cultivator. You slowly disseminated pessimism and theories of the immortal cultivators in secret, corrupting and transforming even more people." Tang Dingyuan asked. Ding Xinjiang laughed and shook his head. "Captain, to this moment, after such an enormous rebellion took place on Firefly, do you still not understand what's going on? I was just an illiterate, uncivilized sailor who was capable of managing the affairs on the deck floor at best. How could I have bewildered so many people and transformed them into immortal cultivators? No, I didn't do anything. They did it on their own." Tang Dingyuan frowned. "On their own?" "Exactly," Ding Xinjiang said. "You don't think that I was the only one who was deeply stimulated by the skirmish that almost destroyed us 10 years ago, do you? No. A lot more people came to the realization that they had been living in a hilarious dream, just like me. Not just me, and not just Cheng Xuansu. The number of those people is much bigger than you imagined. I did not corrupt them. I only discovered them. In the darkness, it was always easy for us to smell each other's scent. All the people who woke up from the dream shared the same air. We found each other very quickly." "What then?" Tang Dingyuan asked unemotionally. "What did you do?" "Nothing much. At first, everyone just gathered cautiously. We shared the pain of losing our family in the battle and discussed our future path," Ding Xinjiang said. "The skirmish was the first head-on clash between us and the army of the Imperium in hundreds of years. Other than the serious damage to the starship, a lot of people had severe mental problems and PTSD. Therefore, during that period, all kinds of discussions, meetings, and therapy groups popped up. We were not very eye-catching among them. After prolonged discussions, heated arguments, and painful self-diagnoses, we came to the same conclusion. that it was high time the dream of 1,000 years ended. Was it Lu Qingchen? Tang Dingyuan asked. Was it the so-called Master Lu of the Sifa who guided you to that conclusion? Not entirely. Lu Qingchen showed up much later. It was a long time after the fraternity of immortal cultivators on Firefly was established, Ding Xinjiang said. Ever since we were stationed at the edge of the Dragon Snake Space Zone, we had learned a lot of information about the Star Glory Federation. Naturally, we also learned of the Sifa's existence. Of course, we thought about getting in touch with the Sifa, partly to discuss the latest theories on the true path of immortality, and partly to see if there was any chance that we could cooperate. We were even hoping to get the news about the expedition army of the Imperium from them. However, the Sifa acted very clandestinely, and we did not dare be too blatant because we were extremely weak at that time. Therefore, we failed to reach out to them for the time being. We never got a chance to meet them until I sent a trusted subordinate to Fish Dragon City to carry out a secret mission for the fraternity of the immortal cultivators. Why did you do that? Tang Dingyuan frowned. Firefly has its own sperm warehouse. For the heroes of the battle and their families, you would be prioritized to have blood descendants. Why did you go to the black market in Fish Dragon City? Ding Xinjiang sniffed and said, exactly because we did not want our descendants to have anything to do with Firefly or the government in exile, so that the tragedy of 10 years ago would not happen again. And our new offspring would not die with the government in exile one day in the future. Tang Dingyuan was lost for words for a moment. He then said, go on. There were quite a number of concerns during the attempt. We also had to consider the way out for the offspring if our identity was exposed, and we were completely defamed, which was a matter of the utmost importance for the immortal cultivators. My trusted subordinate stayed in Fish Dragon City for quite a long time to handle all the details. It was during this period that he witnessed an assault and pursuit. The pursuers were the Secret Sword agents and the Dim Moon Squad from the Star Glory Federation, and the pursued were the members of the CFIA. It seemed that a fairly large underground branch that the CFIA had in Fish Dragon City had been discovered, and the two intelligence agencies of the Federation had both sent out their elite soldiers, hoping to catch all of them. Since fellow immortal cultivators were in trouble, how could my trusted subordinate stand by and do nothing? He took the chance to rescue two members of the CFIA and established a secret channel of communication with them. As we got to know each other better, we finally made contact with Lu Qingchen, the president of the CFIA. At that time, although we had all turned into immortal cultivators, our understanding of the true path of immortality was rather juvenile and shallow. Our ancestors had fled from the Star Ocean Republic 1,000 years ago when Black Star the Great, Wu Yingqi, had only just claimed the throne. The theories of the immortal cultivators were only just born at that time, and they were still quite immature. For 1,000 years, we had been hiding here and there. We were unaware of the latest developments of the immortal cultivators' theories in other sectors. Therefore, our minds were quite anguished, and we strongly desired new knowledge. We all knew that Lu Qingchen was the true disciple of Su Changfa, an immortal cultivator from the Imperium 100 years ago. Then, the true path of immortality that he had brought was at least the latest theories from 100 years ago, which were definitely much more advanced than the primitive prototype of the true path of immortality from 1,000 years ago that we were familiar with. Naturally, it was necessary that we learn more from him. For such a purpose, we attempted to invite Lu Qingchen to preach on Firefly and convene immortality orientations in secret. At first, we thought that he might have concerns. After all, as the most wanted criminal of the Federation, he was in a rather dangerous situation himself, and it was certainly inappropriate for him to show up in public. But out of our expectations, he agreed to our request quickly. Initially, he preached via remote video meetings through our secret communication channel. Later, he even visited Firefly in person. Such determination to disseminate the truth without caring about his own safety appeared quite admirable to many fellow cultivators back then. Tang Dingyuan and Shui Lingfeng looked at each other, both greatly surprised. They did not know that the most dangerous criminal of the Federation had once snuck on a Firefly without alarming anyone, and then left utterly unharmed. Li Yao, on the other hand, frowned and thought hard. Qingchen showed us the brand new true path of immortality, Xingjian said, which has developed in the Imperium of true human beings for 1,000 years and crashed, challenged, and integrated with the local ideology of the Star Glory Federation for 100 years. It was indeed enlightening and mind-boggling. My fellow cultivators and I felt that our eyes were opened, and we finally saw the universe and ourselves clearly. What are Qingchen's theories? Tang Dingyuan asked. Are they really so delusive? Ding Xingyang smiled and said, the true path of immortality is the ultimate truth in the universe that entails everything. It is ever-changing and developing. My understanding of it is not profound enough, either. How can I explain its essence to you in only a few words? Let's put it simply. Qingchen believes that the true path of immortality and the path of the cultivators are not contradictory. They're the two sides of the same coin, two extreme forms of one transhuman that can be transformed into each other incessantly. Just as there are no absolute saints or fiends in the world, there are also two parts, immortal cultivator and cultivator, inside the body of every individual. It is all a matter of their ratio. Transhuman? Tang Dingyuan chewed on the new terms thoughtfully. Yes, Qingchen does not like to call those whose spiritual roots are awakened cultivators or immortal cultivators. The most commonly used term in his meetings was transhuman, Ding Xingyang explained. The so-called transhuman means people who originate from mortals, transcend mortals, but are ultimately bound by the properties of mortals. Cultivator and immortal cultivator are two terms with obvious moral biases, but transhuman itself is entirely neutral and can be either good or bad. In the Imperium of true human beings, anyone whose spiritual root is awakened is qualified as a true human being. However, Qingchen believes that they can only be called transhuman at best, and there is still a long way to go before they grow from transhumans into true human beings who completely recognize themselves, the civilization of mankind, and the entire universe. Sophistry. Cui Lingfeng could not help but remark coldly. Of course, there are probably no flawless saints or pernicious, utterly inhumane fiends in the world, but you still can generally distinguish the good guys from the bad guys. Of course, good guys and bad guys, cultivators and immortal cultivators can be separated. However, Qingchen maintains that the critical factor that decides whether a transhuman turns into a cultivator or an immortal cultivator has barely anything to do with their will, beliefs, morals, or anything about themselves. It is purely decided by the environment, like the chameleonic fish. Tang Dingyuan was slightly dazed. The chameleonic fish? The chameleonic fish is a type of tiny fish living in the forest ocean sector of the Star Glory Federation. The fish are only the size of a palm, but they are best known for their sense of community. They often cruise and hunt in a shoal of thousands. They are not scared even when face-off against a prey hundreds of times larger. They simply lunge at the prey without any hesitation, like a well-organized army. The chameleonic fish has a remarkable feature. However harsh the living environment is, they will not abandon any compatriots easily. When other beasts in the ocean come to swallow them, they sometimes even interweave into webs and swirl like underground tornadoes, making it impossible for the enemy to bite. They sound like a bunch of encouraging little animals. Because of their neat teamwork, they were quite liked by the people of the Federation for a while. However, after the ocean biologists of the Federation carefully examined the features of the fish, they discovered that everything was just an illusion. It is true that the harsher the environment is, the more united the fish appear to be, but there is a limit. When the shortage of resources surpasses a certain tipping point, the fish that were friendly and united a moment ago will immediately launch the most bloody massacre against their compatriots and devour the old, the weak, the sick, and even their own children whom they were still protecting yesterday, thereby significantly reducing the size of the clan. In the end, the strongest, agilest, and most bloodthirsty ones will live. It is exactly because of this feature that they are known as chameleonic fish, but some also called them devilfish after realizing the truth. Devilfish. They're probably the immortal cultivators among the fish, right? However, what makes them turn from fish cultivators, who helped and watched each other's backs yesterday, into fish immortal cultivators, who are too cruel and ruthless to spare their own kind. Environment. Only because of the environment. All living creatures are the products of an environment. Even if human beings claim to be the wisest of all things, we cannot get rid of the biological features that originate from nature. Even if so-called morals do exist, they are not decided by our worldview, belief, will, emotions, or any other factors, but solely depend on the environment. This is exactly what Lu Qingchen told us. One word after another, Tang Dingyuan declared, "I am a human being, not a fish." They're the same. In the universe of infinite darkness, are human beings any better than fish? Xingjian smiled miserably. In the past 1,000 years, Firefly has fled in the darkness. It was the best laboratory of humanity. In retrospect, our ancestors did quite a lot of things that they were not proud of simply for survival. Interposing reproduction, abandoning the old above 150, forbidding the free choice of occupation, forced labor, the secret police system that was too powerful but unsupervised. Many of the policies did not seem to have been made by cultivators. They were unusual approaches in unusual times, Cui Lingfeng said coldly. In any case, we kept our last boundary and did not make Firefly turn into a paradise of animals where the strong preyed on the weak. It was with the iron-fisted conduct and the devotion of all the crew members that we made it to this day as cultivators. Wrong. Greatly wrong. Ding Xinjiang raised his voice again. Yet, he was not crazy this time, but calmer than ever. The deepest grief was hidden in his eyes, as if he had seen through the whole truth. You kept the last boundaries and your identity as cultivators not because of your firm belief, not because of those iron-fisted conduct, much less because of the devotion and sacrifice of everyone, but only because of the environment. It was because the environment was not harsh enough, and you were not pushed to that point. Do you still remember the chameleonic fish that I mentioned? You were only lucky enough, and you did not show your face of the devilfish because your environment did not reach the tipping point. Cui Lingfeng sighed. Ding Xinjiang, how could you have fallen for such lousy deceptions? It's simple. Ding Xinjiang smiled, like a cobra bearing the tusks. Because I learned of the Rebirth plan. Any cultivator who learns of the Rebirth plan cannot guarantee that their belief will not be shaken. Speaker Cui, would you care to explain the top-secret Rebirth plan to Captain Tang? Or do you want me to do it instead? Cui Lingfeng's face suddenly turned extremely pale. The Rebirth plan? Tang Dingyuan glanced at Cui Lingfeng sternly. What is it exactly? I want to know. Staring at Cui Lingfeng in the eyes, Tang Dingyuan said, calmly but firmly, if you would rather not tell me, I'll see what Ding Xinjiang has to say. Cui Lingfeng's lips, a gate that sealed countless secrets, shivered for a long time. Finally, he opened his mouth and said, in the past 1,000 years, we have come across too many dangers and crises, and we have drafted emergency countermeasures targeting all possible situations. The Rebirth Plan is an emergency countermeasure to deal with a level ultra crisis, the most serious, dangerous, and fatal one of all the situations. Tang Dingyuan was slightly dazed. He observed, I've never heard about the level ultra crisis before. The level I crisis is already the worst emergency. Cui Lingfeng smiled and said, no, level I is not the worst. Level ultra is... A level ultra crisis refers to a situation where the resources for life-sustaining and escape are at less than 20%. The circulation system and the artificial greenhouses have been so seriously wrecked that the resources will not return to above 50% standard in 50 years. And the continuously diminishing resources will possibly make our civilization collapse in 50 years and go extinct in 100 years. Right. It is only the ideal expectation. In fact, because of the natural instincts for survival and the crazy near-death actions, once everybody knows that we will perish in 50 to 100 years, it will not take that long at all. In 5 years at most, the social order will completely collapse. In 10 years, the fire of civilization that is flickering like a firefly will die out. Once the speaker realizes that such a situation is happening, he is authorized and obliged to activate the Rebirth Plan in order to reduce the population on the starship rapidly, effectively, and stably, until the population and the sustainable resources reach a new balance. Tang Dingyuan's voice was shivering. How? How do you reduce the population? Do you still remember the meteor storm that Firefly suffered 728 years ago? Chui Lingfeng asked. The meteor storm was not serious per se, and it only penetrated through the shell of the starships at the outermost layer. However, the weird virus carried by the meteors caused a huge plague inside Firefly, which reduced our population by 20%. Of course I do. It was almost the most difficult and dark time for Firefly. Tang Dingyuan was puzzled. But didn't we completely extinguish the plague in the end? Yes, the plague was extinguished, but the virus was not entirely demolished. Chui Lingfeng put on a weird smile. It was truly a perfect virus with a lot of variations. It spread via the air at a fairly high speed. The symptoms were not obvious, and the latency period was not fixed. The virus attack was also quite fatal. Meanwhile, it would automatically look for the strongest host to infect them first. The more powerful the spiritual energy of the host, the faster the mutation and corrosion of the virus, which would offset the endeavor where the host tried to cure themselves with their spiritual energy. In other words, it was an indiscriminate virus. Neither ordinary people nor cultivators could get away with it. Their death rate was almost the same. Our virologists studied it profoundly in their labs. At first, they planned to build a biological weapon to strike the Imperium, but they found out later that the virus had a fatal weakness, which was that it could easily be prevented and cured by a synthesized drug. The materials to make the drug could be found in almost every sector, and the synthesization method was not very complicated. It meant that even if they did build a biological weapon, it would not deal a heavy blow to the Imperium and could only savage one or two of their starships. Therefore, the virus was not of much military significance. However, it was very hard to manufacture the special drug on our starship. Therefore, the specialists began to build the biological weapon for a new purpose. The final result was quite satisfactory. The virus would spread fast and be quite inconspicuous and lethal. It targeted cultivators and ordinary people at the same time. Once it spread in a fully enclosed starship through the air circulation system, a chunk of the population would be reduced instantly without a sound. Most critically of all, the virus boasted a distinctive feature that we called the half-life period. After a few generations, the virus would perish automatically and stop spreading. Also, the half-life period of the virus was controllable. It could be either long or short. In other words, this was a biological weapon designed for a precise attack. As long as the half-life period was controlled and the total population to be infected was learned, it would be possible to calculate in advance how many victims the virus would kill. After the number of the deceased met the requirement, the virus would decay and vanish, without leaving any more aftereffects. Such a virus was named the Rebirth virus, which was the key to the Rebirth plan. Perhaps it would bring rebirth to Firefly when it was on the verge of destruction. Tang Dingyuan found it hard to believe his ears. Looking at Chui Lingfeng in a daze for a long time, he exclaimed, You developed a biological weapon in secret not to deal with the enemy, but to kill your own people, your compatriots, everyone that you swore to protect. Was what you tried to do any different from the immortal cultivator's doings? Yes, it is, Chui Lingfeng said calmly. Assume that you are an immortal cultivator who is in charge of the rebirth plan. Think about it. What exactly will you do? Of course, you will separate the cabins of the ordinary people, the humble hominoids, from the cabins of the immortal cultivators, the true human beings. Then you will project the virus only into the cabins of the hominoids. Or maybe you will ask all the immortal cultivators to take the special drug beforehand. You can even try to weaken the virus aggressiveness to those whose spiritual root has awakened when the biological weapon is still being developed, so that the virus will only infect the ordinary people, but not the immortal cultivators, right? After all, in the eyes of the immortal cultivators, ordinary people are all garbage, useless redundancies. Because of the shortage of resources, it's only necessary to reduce the amount of garbage. But we were not going to do it in such a way. I can disclose the whole implemental procedures of the rebirth plan to you right now. We did not intend to separate anyone or ask anyone to take the special drug in advance. Moreover, for safety reasons, our ancestors had long destroyed all the special drugs and the materials to make the drug. Once I decide to project the virus will instantly spread throughout Firefly and kill the random prey that it has got its eyes on. Nobody will survive, be they cultivators or ordinary people, including myself. I may be infected and eventually die too. Do you understand now? The ancestors who made the decision did not consider themselves to be transhuman who could decide the fate of mortals. Whether you are a cultivator or an ordinary person, everybody will be equal when they listen to the ruling of their destiny. Many people will die, but still more people will take over their responsibilities and continue walking further deep into the deep, dark universe. You may be thinking that those who drafted the Rebirth plan were merely fooling themselves, but I believe that this is the biggest difference between us, and the immortal cultivators. It was extremely difficult for Tang Dingyuan to breathe. He gritted his teeth so hard that one would think that even a starship would have been bitten into pieces if it had been put into his mouth. However you defend yourself, I still find it unacceptable. Utterly unacceptable. Then, tell me about it, Brother Dingyuan. What would you do? Chui Lingfeng sighed and said, assuming that, as the captain, you know very clearly that the resources on board are only enough to make 100 people survive, but we have 200 people on the starship, 200 mouths and bellies that are waiting to be fed, but can never be filled. What would you do? Tang Dingyuan was deep in thought and lost for words. His voice was much lower than before. Cultivators shouldn't. If you think that cultivators shouldn't be so dark, Chui Lingfeng said casually, that's because somebody else is standing before you, helping you do the dark, dirty, and cruel work first, my captain. Inside the prison cell, Ding Xingjian cackled like a crow. Captain, you know the truth of the Rebirth plan now, don't you? Is your belief still all right? Tell me about it. Were the guys who proposed such a plan still real cultivators? No, I am not the first immortal cultivator on Firefly. This starship has long been inhabited by immortal cultivators. It has long been occupied by the immortal cultivators. Ding Xingjian, Chui Lingfeng said coldly. We never implemented the Rebirth plan from the beginning to the end. Firefly survived all the disasters. Yes, it did, but that's only because you were fortunate enough to never run into any level ultra crisis. Ding Xingjian laughed. But your luck will not stay with you forever. If you hadn't encountered the Claw fleet of the Imperium and the Star Glory Federation, Firefly would have continued drifting to the unknown land that had never been visited by human beings before in the deeper part of the universe. As the starship aged slowly, in another few hundred years, a level ultra crisis was bound to happen. Don't you argue with me on that. As the chief mate, I know the whirl of every screw on the starship as clearly as I know the back of my hand. What I'm saying is that even if the Imperium never caught Firefly in the hundreds of years to come, Firefly would still have been consumed by darkness on its own and turned into a minor civilization of immortal cultivators. Do you get it now? One day, we would all have become immortal cultivators. I only went one step ahead of the rest. This is Lu Qingchen's theory. Cultivators are just a special mutation form in a stable environment where there are sufficient resources. However, in the dark universe, a shortage of resources and drastic changes in the environment are a regularity. Therefore, immortal cultivators are the general form of the transhumans. Then you are wrong, Speaker Chui, Ding Xingjian said. The ultimate purpose of the true path of immortality is to facilitate the continuous evolution and development of mankind, not to bring pain to ordinary people. For the true human beings, the hominoids are more like kitties and puppies, other than perverts who would intentionally torture kitties and puppies every day. No, enslaving and exploiting ordinary people is not the original purpose of the immortal cultivators. It is just a measure that has to be taken because of the shortage of resources and the invincibility of the enemy. Didn't we say that unusual times require unusual approaches a lot on Firefly, too? In fact, a lot of slavery and exploitation targeting the ordinary people is for the purpose of obtaining more resources. However, as the technological boom takes place, the civilization of mankind has been rising exponentially. The clumsy labor work such as mining can be replaced by machinery and automatic systems. It means that if the Imperium of true human beings completely crushes the alliance of the Holy Covenant one day and unifies the entire universe, after the very advanced system of automatic machines driven by spiritual energy is developed, the ordinary people will no longer be enslaved or exploited. Their quality of life will be greatly increased. It will be much better than the lives of the citizens of the Star Glory Federation, not to mention the hominoids in the past. However, for the day to arrive sooner, the ordinary people living within the Imperium must work hard and devote themselves for the future of the civilization of mankind. They should try to collect more resources so that the Imperium can win this war. Firefly and the Star Glory Federation should stop competing with the Imperium, too. Our ill-considered resistance will only diminish the Imperium's strength and delay the day when the Imperium unifies the entire universe. The later the day comes, the more tantalizing the good days of the ordinary people will be. If the cultivators on Firefly and from the Star Glory Federation really consider protecting ordinary people to be their responsibility, as they claim, they should surrender to the Imperium, join the Imperium, help the Imperium unify the universe, and try to improve the ordinary people's treatment in the Imperium from the inside. That is the real solution. Cui Lingfeng had been listening quietly the whole time. While he listened, he carefully observed Ding Xinjiang's face. At this moment, he suddenly said, "Ding Xinjiang, tell me about it. Do you really believe everything that you said just now? Do you have absolute faith in the true path of immortality?" Ding Xinjiang was talking excitedly and enthusiastically, but Cui Lingfeng's question that was mixed with feeble spiritual energy halted him as if he were a toy whose spring had broken. He was dazed for a long time, and he resumed his half-dead appearance in the beginning. He mumbled, "I don't know. In the past, I had absolute faith in the true path of immortality, but I found that I've been fooled." Lu Qingchen talked about his true path of immortality as if it were a real thing. But who cares? I believe everything now, and I believe in nothing. I only want to survive. I only want to live to see my offspring to live on. It is a miracle that your belief has still not collapsed even with such controversial thoughts, Cui Lingfeng remarked. Ding Xinjiang smiled miserably. Perhaps my belief collapsed 10 years ago when I was told that my entire family had been killed in the battle. Right now, my belief is simply to survive. As long as I can live on, as long as my bloodline can be passed on, I can confess anything. As for exactly whether the cultivators or the immortal cultivators are right, and which of them will win eventually, I don't give a f***ck about that right now. Cui Lingfeng nodded. All right, if it is proved that you are not lying, we will allow you to live on, and may even consider allowing you keep your bloodline. Now, talk about the rebellion. Tell me your specific plan. What did you plan to do exactly? Our original purpose was simply to get rid of Captain Tang, so that I could control the bridge, Ding Xinjiang said. Then, with me in the bridge and Cheng Xuansu on your side, we would be able to completely control Firefly and play a vital role in the war between the Imperium and the Federation to come. But later, you grew suspicious about the whole event and noticed the tricks we played on the polygraph. We were left with no choice but to get rid of you, too. Although a lot of trouble would be raised when you were killed, it would better help us gain control over Firefly. What kind of vital role did you want to play in the war between the Imperium and the Federation? Cui Lingfeng continued asking expressionlessly. To lead the way for the Black Wind Fleet and help them jump over smoothly as their lighthouse, of course. Ding Xinjiang said. Cui Lingfeng glanced at Tang Dingyuan and Li Yao again. Hearing such a piece of astounding news, even Tang Dingyuan had to put down the sophisticated, upgraded version of the true path of immortality. He pricked his ears and listened carefully. Is the Black Wind Fleet truly here? Cui Lingfeng asked. Yes, it is already here, Ding Xinjiang replied. It is lurking in a mysterious space zone not far away from the Star Glory Federation, waiting for the best opportunity to launch a critical strike. However, due to the lack of a space gate made of an enormous number of star beacons to provide navigation, they can't directly jump over, right? Cui Lingfeng asked. Exactly, Ding Xinjiang said. Without the navigation of a super-large space gate, the best they can do is project some minor infiltration fleets, spies, and special agents into the country. The main body of the fleet cannot be teleported as a whole. If they jump recklessly without considering everything, it will take at least 1 day for the fleet to recover from the weakness and disorder after the jump and to unfold into the battle formation. The capabilities of the Star Glory Federation are slightly higher than the Black Wind Fleet's expectation. 1 day's time will be more than enough for the Federal fleets to assault the Black Wind Fleet, which is yet to stand on their feet. They can even prevent the jump of the subsequent starships by projecting the bombs that will release space ripples. That way, the Black Wind Fleet will be divided and devoured one piece after another. If the battle goes on, it will most likely become a protracted attrition war. For the Black Wind Fleet, which does not have a base in the rear, even if it secures the final victory, victory will certainly come with a great price, which is not the future that they are looking forward to. What the Black Wind Fleet wants is a quick, neat victory, a battle that is finished instantly. They hope to crush and annihilate the main force of the Star Glory Federation all at once. Therefore, the Black Wind Fleet is still waiting for the special agents that they sent into the Federation earlier to collect intelligence and guide the way together with the CFI, the Organization of Local Immortal Cultivators, so that they can find an opportunity to strike a telling blow. Are you implying that not just Firefly and the Dragon Snake Space Zone, even the 7 sectors in the homeland of the Star Glory Federation have probably been infiltrated by a lot of agents of the Imperium of true human beings, who are looking for the Federation's weaknesses and trying to establish secret space gates? Chui Lingfeng asked. How did you believe such important intelligence without valid proof? Ding Xingjian hesitated for a moment before saying, At first, I did not want to raise a rebellion on Firefly at such risk. So, Lu Qingchen told me the information to convince me that the Imperium was a sure winner and the Federation was doomed to failure. Although he did not show me any concrete evidence, I carefully studied every piece of information that he told me, and there did not seem to be apparent loopholes. If you don't believe me, I can repeat exactly what he told me. Sure, Chui Lingfeng, Tang Dingyuan, and Li Yao looked at each other in bewilderment, all aware of the importance of the new intelligence. They were about to urge Ding Xingyang to continue, when Tang Dingyuan's mini crystal processor suddenly buzzed. He raised his wrist to check it, only to put on an even weirder expression. Chui Lingfeng frowned. Something's wrong. Yes. The bridge just sent me a message about the Federation, Tang Dingyuan said. A federal fleet is currently having a regular drill of secret submerging near the Dragon Snake Space Zone. However, they were unfortunately caught in a space storm. It is said that they have suffered grave losses. Most of their fuel and supplies are lost, and a lot of the soldiers are seriously wounded. Not allowed to enter the Dragon Snake Space Zone for medical treatment and maintenance, they are requesting to stop by our docks to run simple maintenance and to refill the supplies so that they can return to the Federation. The Star Glory Federation and the government in exile were allies now. Since they had been caught in an expected cosmic storm, it sounded like a reasonable request. But Chui Lingfeng sneered. Is it a coincidence that a federal fleet happened to arrive the moment after a large rebellion of the immortal cultivators took place on our starship? Let me guess. This is what the screenplay should be next. After the federal fleet really enters our docks, it is only necessary for the commander of the fleet to talk to the highest commander of Firefly to express his gratitude. Then, the commander of the fleet will discover, to his surprise, that the highest commander of Firefly is neither Tang Dingyuan nor Chui Lingfeng, but either Ding Xingyang or Cheng Xuansu. After that, he will certainly investigate what happened on Firefly. Through a series of fortuitous incidents, he will see through the immortal cultivator's scheme. Since the federal fleet is now out on a drill, it must have brought a lot of weapons and ammunition with them, and it is ready to go into battle anytime. In the end, the brave cultivators of the federal fleet will march into Firefly and take care of all the immortal cultivators on our side, turning into great heroes who have saved Firefly. As a result, not only will they figure out the internal conditions of Firefly, the new administration of Firefly will also be grateful to them, just like we are grateful to Team Red Lotus right now. If such a thing does happen, Firefly will definitely join the Star Glory Federation without any suspense, and it will have absolutely no leverage during the negotiation. Speaker Chui, what are you suggesting? Tang Dingyuan frowned deeply. We are allies with the Star Glory Federation. I think you should have more trust in them. More trust in them? Chui Lingfeng smiled and said unhurriedly, let me guess. The federal fleet that has appeared out of nowhere must have a lot to do with Xingjian, the leader of the Ministry of Equality and Development and president of the Dim Moon Fund, right? Tang Dingyuan was dazed. How did you know? It is the Big Bai Fleet, commanded by Xingjian, a notable general on Xinjian's side. No, of course not. Tang Dingyuan was the leader of the military in the government in exile. Naturally, he knew the complicated backgrounds and developments of the various troops of the Federal Army. It is understandable that Captain Lin is not familiar with the current status of the Star Glory Federation's military after a hibernation of 200 years. The Army of the Federation can mainly be divided into two parts. The first part comprises the ground troops that are stationed on the ground of the mother planets of the 7 sectors and the various resource planets. They are responsible for the defenses within the atmosphere. The second part consists of the space fleets that are responsible for the protection of the space. The deep sky fleets boast high collection, maintenance, and production abilities, which allow them to perform dozens of space jumps without requiring any supplies from the outside world, so they can travel among the 7 sectors and march toward the deeper universe. Of the troops of the 2 different kinds, the deep sky fleets are the absolute main force. I'm sure that you can understand it, Captain Lin. Leonuda. Ground troops were not necessarily weaker than the space fleets. 100 years ago in the Flying Star sector, the space pirates had occupied Spider Den and resisted the fleets of the cultivators for hundreds of years. However, generally speaking, space fleets were much more important than ground troops because space fleets represented the initiative in a war. If the whole surrounding space had been occupied by hostile starships, and all the transportation and supply lines had been cut off, the enemy would be able to come and go freely. They would also be able to launch bombardments from the near-planet orbits. The ground troops would be caught in an awkward situation. Therefore, the most excellent talents and the most precious resources should be focused on the space fleets. It was a common understanding in the Imperium, the Covenant Alliance, and the Federation. The essence of the Federal Army lies in the Deep Sky Fleets, and the essence of the Deep Sky Fleets is focused on the Burning Prairie Fleet, Tang Dingyuan said, which was a fleet established by the main forces of the Flying Star sector, one of the 3 core worlds of the Federation, 100 years ago for the sole purpose of resisting the Imperium of true human beings. In the past 100 years, the best prodigies, the most valuable resources, and the most advanced starships and magical equipment have been allocated to the Burning Prairie Fleet, turning it into the ace troop of ace troops in the Federal Army. In the war against the Uranian Ring sector 30 years ago, the Burning Prairie Fleet offered a remarkable performance. After analyzing the battle cases at that time, we've reached the conclusion that the fleet is as good as the regular fleets of the Imperium of true human beings in certain areas. The Burning Prairie Fleet was founded by the Flying Star Sector natives in the beginning. The Flying Star Sector natives are a people who excel at piloting starships and fighting in the Sea of Stars. They were a civilization of starships in the first place. For thousands of years, the brilliance of the stars has been flowing inside their veins. To this day, more than half of the officers in the Burning Prairie Fleet are still from the Flying Star Sector. It can't be helped. The habit of cruising in space that runs in their blood cannot be developed by the planet residents in the other worlds after only 100 or 200 years. Bai Xingjian is also from the Flying Star sector. He was one of the earliest members of the Burning Prairie Fleet, too. It was quite a shame. Tang Dingyuan sighed and slowly shook his head. Oh, Liao grew even more interested. What do you mean? He had witnessed the establishment of the Burning Prairie Fleet more than 100 years ago in person. Even the name Burning Prairie had been proposed by him and the many big shots of the Flying Star sector after much discussion. Now that he heard the name again, he could not help but feel as if the seed that he had thrown out randomly had grown into a magnificent tree after he woke up. A talent from the Burning Prairie Fleet had turned into a notable general on Xingjian's side. He was immediately interested in the guy by Xingjian. Bai Xingjian is an underprivileged orphan who worked as a maintainer at the bottom level of the Burning Prairie Fleet in the beginning, Tang Dingyuan said. Despite the lack of connections, he revealed shocking gifts in his childhood, and it took him only 30 years to rise from a minor maintainer into the youngest captain of a main force warship in the Federation. It is worth nothing that he was in the middle of a peaceful period without any wars. Such a terrifying rise seemed to suggest that he was definitely going to be a superstar. According to the policies of the Burning Prairie Fleet, which stressed the importance of raising young officers for preparation of the resistance against the Imperium 100 years ago, his future was nothing but promising. However, perhaps because he rose in age too young, Bai Xingjian had the greatest shortcoming. He was dismissive and disobedient. He often did not listen to his superiors' commands, but simply did things his own way. Sometimes, he even berated his superiors' orders ruthlessly right to their face, which made him quite a headache for all his superiors who couldn't talk sense into him at all. As he was promoted to higher and higher posts, the situation only got worse. Finally, after a new superior was named to supervise him, the contradiction between him and his superior went to the most heated phase. Right? His superior at that time was Bai Kaixin, the chief of general staff in the Burning Prairie Fleet right now. Cough, cough. Liao coughed hard and said emotionlessly, "Okay." Bai Kaixin is decades older than Bai Xingjian, Tang Dingyuan said. He is also from the Flying Star sector. However, he had already distinguished himself in the battles of space pirates and the riot of the immortal cultivators. He's accumulated a lot of military credits and is an excellent advisor. Also, he was also one of Li Yao's best friends, the legendary dominator of 3 sectors in the Federation. He once worked in the leadership of the glorious Sunlight Group founded under Li Yao's name. The carriers and guardian starships that belonged to the glorious Sunlight Group were all planned and organized by him, which gave him abundant experience in commanding large fleets. When such a young talent who had military credits, experience, reputation, and connections, and who happened to be also from the Flying Star sector, decided to join the Burning Prairie Fleet as an advisor of a secondary fleet, it was not just reasonable, but almost wasteful. Almost all the captains and leadership of the Burning Prairie Fleet extended their warm welcomes to him. However, for some reason, Bai Xingjian disliked the new boss very much and did not see eye to eye with him in any way. Liu Fronut. Had they been in conflict before? That's not something we can learn, but I doubt it, Tang Dingyuan said. When Bai Kaixin distinguished himself in the Flying Star sector, Bai Xingjian was only a kid 7 to 8 years old. One of them is dozens of years older than the other. What conflict could they possibly have had? Also, Bai Kaixin is an informal and approachable man. He does not appear to be someone who would hold a grudge against any person for no good reason. In terms of professional skills, Bai Kaixin was an experienced, excellent advisor who couldn't have been worse than Bai Xingjian's previous boss. So, there was no way that he did not know what he was doing and simply giving bad orders to Bai Xingjian. But all in all, Bai Xingjian was greatly dissatisfied with the boss. He intentionally offended Bai Kaixin in public many times. He even accused his boss, who was decades older than himself, of being an ignorant kid who should go back to the glorious Sunlight Group to command the useless carriers. TSK. A lot of eccentrics have emerged since the Burning Prairie Fleet was founded 100 years ago, but someone who is as arrogant as that can only be called cocky. Even an outsider such as myself had a very deep impression on Bai Xingjian. What happened later? Liao found the young man Bai Xingjian very interesting. He asked curiously, did Bai Kaixin burst into fury and shove him away? Not exactly, Tang Dingyuan said. Bai Xingjian's commanding abilities are proportionate to his temper. Such an excellent commander is not easy to find in the vast universe. Also, Bai Kaixin was quite a lenient man who simply tolerated and even covered for Bai Xingjian's unreasonable hostility. Finally, he continued on the rise like a shining star in the Burning Prairie Fleet. It is a pity that the future is always uncertain. Bai Xingjian could have been the youngest commander of a starship in the nascent Soul Stage in the Federation, but he was in too much of a hurry when he entered the nascent Soul Stage, and he was seriously wounded. His level also plummeted. Li Yao was hooked. Hearing that such an interesting man was mentally deranged, he could not help but recall his past. What? It is said that Kaixin was there when Xingjian was mentally deranged. Some even say that Kaixin had been holding back his anger all that time until the most critical moment during Xingjian's training in order to remove the Sting, who had been against him all the time. However, only the two of them know what happened. All in all, the public intelligence we collected also states that Xingjian was nearly crippled after the accident. His computational and commanding abilities were lost. With his unfriendliness, few people liked him in the burning Prairie Fleet. Naturally, it was impossible for him to stay there. After 3 years, he managed to return to the core formation stage, but there was no place for him in the burning Prairie Fleet. He was finally a commander of a fleet again, but this time, it was for a fleet of plane carriers. As it happened, the war against the Uranian Ring sector broke out. The Federal Army armed all the miscellaneous troops and fleets of carriers. Finally, Xingjian became the commander of one of the miscellaneous troops, with 30 or so ragged, outdated armed carriers and antique warships. It was a beggar-like fleet. Many officers scorned him, calling his troop the garbage fleet. Oh, Li Yao blinked and asked, "What's special about Xingjian's officers and sailors?" Space fleets are developed from the Navy in the era of the planetary civilization. It is a unit that is highly technical and values bloodline and lineage very much. Producing a new starship is easy, but it is much more difficult to establish an excellent team to fight on the starship, including the members of the bridge and the sailors and maintainers in the engine compartment. As captain of Firefly, Tang could not have understood the feeling better. It takes 100 years to build a ground troop and 1,000 years to build a fleet. That is definitely not an exaggeration. In either the Federation or the Imperium, once they enter the highest warring state, it is easy for them to found dozens of crystal suit legions anytime. Ordinary people, armed with skill cards and ancillary systems based on crystal processors, can pick up the usage of beginner-level crystal suits after quick training and become qualified infantries. However, for space fleets, especially the deep sky fleets that can cross sectors and cruise for decades in the universe self-sufficiently, it is a whole different matter. Building the starships is only the first step. The key is those who control the starships, the sailors, navigators, fire control officers, and so on. Thousands of well-trained, experienced workers in critical posts are needed. What Xingjian had before was a fleet of carriers. His previous subordinates did not have any experience in combat and could not be raised into warriors after only a couple years of training. Even if he used every trick possible to get numerous powerful starships, he would not have had enough men to control them. Therefore, Xingjian walked on an evil path that the elites of the Burning Prairie Fleet despised. He began recruiting new members on a large scale. The first candidates were the space pirates of the Flying Star sector. Li Yao was slightly dazed. Were there still space pirates in the Flying Star sector? There were, but they had just gotten out of prison. Tang was rather amused. Shaking his head, he actually did not quite approve of it. You may not know this, Captain Lin, but an enormous, gory war of space pirates once took place in the Flying Star sector 100 years ago. Supported by the Temple of Immortals, an organization of immortal cultivators, the space pirates enjoyed their heyday and savaged the entire Flying Star sector. They were almost able to compete with the regular army of the main sects of the Flying Star sector. Of course, under the lead of Vulture Li Yao, the cultivators of the Flying Star sector won the war eventually and occupied Spider Den, the nest of the space pirates. Countless space pirates, after realizing that they had been tricked by the immortal cultivators, gave up their resistance and surrendered. Naturally, the leaders of the bandits who had committed too many crimes were executed, but not all the space pirates were sentenced to death. According to the severity of their crimes, they were sentenced to life imprisonment or 30 to 50 years in prison. A lot of space pirates spent decades, during which time the old Federation was transformed into the new Federation, in penal servitude while they were locked into prisons on harsh resource planets with terrible environments. After the new Federation launched an expedition against the Uranian Ring sector, and the first large-scale universal war since the new Federation was founded finally began, almost 80 years had passed since the War of the Space Pirates and the riot of the immortal cultivators in the Flying Star sector. Even those space pirates who were sentenced to lifelong imprisonment had basically served enough of their term and were released from prison. Of course, even the youngest sailors 80 years ago were now more than 100 years old, and the technical backbones on the warships of the space pirates, if their cultivation wasn't too high, were all weary, dying old men. Because of their dark past as space pirates, they did not have a pension. They were discriminated against by society. Also, due to the decades of penal servitude, they had been disconnected from the rest of the world for too long. What kind of good job could they expect to find? Most of them worked as waiters in restaurants or salespersons in the supermarkets, prepared to live the rest of their lives in poverty. Before, nobody took the space pirates of the past seriously. They were considered to be aged, hairless tigers whose teeth had been removed decades ago. Neither protecting the Federation nor jeopardizing it seemed to have anything to do with them. However, Bai Xingjian suddenly had the queer thought of recruiting the space pirates of the old days now that he was short of hands. Li Yao was quite amazed. Wasn't it against the military law of the Federation? If it were the Burning Prairie Fleet, the vetting of the applicants was truly very rigorous. Those with criminal records would all be rejected, Tang Dingyuan said. However, as for the local miscellaneous troops, the recruitments were less strict. You should know that the Star Glory Federation is made of 7 sectors. In the past 100 years, it is inevitable that the 7 sectors had some friction among each other. Even for the 3 core sectors, the Flying Star sector had space pirates, the Blood Demon sector was exclusively made of demons, and the most foundational Heaven's Origin sector had the Patriots Partnership. Everybody had a part of their history that they were not proud of. If those with criminal records were all forbidden from the army, there would be few qualified applicants. Besides, most of them were distinguished cultivators with high computational abilities. If they intended to join the army to serve their country only to be shunned, they might cause trouble to society later, which would be equally unfavorable. One more thing. The Star Glory Federation had more than doubled in size from the old Federation, whose sole territory was the Heaven's Origin sector, to the new Federation, which had 3 sectors at first and then expanded to 6. The speed of its growth was too high, and the systems failed to keep up with it. Therefore, for the miscellaneous troops regrouped from the civil fleets of carriers, which could barely be called third-rate troops, their commander often had the say in everything. The general staff of the Federal Army in the Heaven's Origin sector only wanted to see the results and would not meddle with the commander's decision. Besides, they did not have enough hands, energy, and resources to meddle even if they wanted to. As a result, Bai Xingjian successfully recruited a lot of former space pirates who had just been released from prison after decades and were living new lives by washing dishes or working on supermarket checkouts. It is said that the recruitment was quite dramatic. For the few talents that he thought most highly of, Bai Xingjian observed them in their workplaces in secret and showed up personally to convince them. Several captains of the Big Bai Fleet, right now, were even kidnapped by him from the restaurants and supermarkets because the former space pirates did not believe that they were qualified to pilot a starship again after decades of prison life despite their previous correspondence with Bai Xingjian. Li Yao could not help but smile. It really sounds like a joke, right? Tang Dingyuan held back his laugh and said, Bai Xingjian was previously one of the best-known fellows in the Federal Army. Despite his recent setbacks in his career, news of him soon spread across the entire Federal Army. At that time, everybody thought that he was a joke and even speculated that he was mentally deranged again. However short of hands he was, there was no reason to look for the former space pirates who had been taught a hard lesson by life, right? Leaving their personality aside, they had spent decades in prison smashing rocks in the dark, cold mines on resource planets. Many of them were so old that their teeth had mostly dropped out. Could they still see the pouring streams on the mainframe crystal processor of a starship? Were their hands that were used to blasting drills and pickaxes still capable of maneuvering a cannon? They were nothing but a bunch of space pirates even 80 years ago, mobs who could only harass and ambush. What could they do in a great war where the fleets of regular armies competed? An unlucky, egoistical, and disobedient commander, a bunch of soldiers who were previously sailors on carriers, and a group of former space pirates in their hundreds who could barely stand straight and were doing odd jobs even a year ago. Such a combination did not seem promising from any perspective. Most critically of all, Bai Xingjian was from the Burning Prairie Fleet. Whenever his ridiculous madness was mentioned, people would always bring up the Burning Prairie Fleet. They always described the event as a Mr. Bai, previously an officer of the Burning Prairie Fleet, did this and that. Sometimes they even omitted a Mr. Bai and simply said that a high-level officer from the Burning Prairie Fleet is hanging around with a bunch of filthy space pirates. How could the Burning Prairie Fleet, which considered itself to be a savior of the Federation and had risen first by the accomplishment of suppressing the space pirates, bear such comments? The Burning Prairie Fleet was opposed to the space pirates. Was it strange at all that they would call Bai Xingjian's troop a garbage fleet? That explains a lot. Li Yao took a deep breath. Nobody understood the irreconcilable conflicts between the coalition army of the major sects of the Flying Star Sector, which was the Burning Prairie Fleet's antecedent, and the space pirates of Spider Denver. By doing that, Bai Xingjian was truly poking the taboo of the Burning Prairie Fleet. Li Yao was more and more curious about who exactly the bodacious Bai Xingjian was. What then? Although it was called a garbage fleet, it had its own usage even if it was really a piece of garbage, because the war against the Uranian Ring Sector was the Star Glory Federation's first expedition across sectors, and there was quite a shortage of hands. Bai Xingjian's garbage fleet was also given some simple escort missions. Both appreciation and regret beamed out of Tang Dingyuan's eyes, as he said, to the shock of everybody, especially the Burning Prairie Fleet, the showtime of the garbage fleet began. However, in a mission to transport strategic assets of an enormous scale, one carried out by 4 Guardian fleets together, they suffered an unexpected assault by the main force of the fleets of the Uranian Ring Sector. It was an assault that the Uranian Ring Sector natives carefully planned for half a year. All the spies and staff of the Federation were fooled. The 4 weak Guardian fleets that had temporarily been thrown together were no match for the main force fleet of the Uranian Ring Sector at all. After a few days of fierce battles, they were entirely wiped out. At least, the headquarters of the Expedition Army of the Federation believed so at that time. However, weird messages began to come over from the rear of the Uranian Ring Sector half a year later. It was said that a ghost fleet made of the souls of the deceased soldiers of the Federal Army had popped up at the rear of the Uranian Ring Sector's defense line. The fleet was entirely made of ghost starships that were ragged and riddled with holes without the least sign of power. The ghost fleet was utterly unpredictable. It would run away immediately after a battle, and when it ran away, it would simply vanish into thin air. The style of the fleet was both like real ghosts and the fleets of the space pirates that had plagued the Flying Star Sector more than 100 years ago. The ghost fleet was not large in scale, and its firepower was not high. It could not deal a fatal blow to the army of the Uranian Ring Sector. But like a humming mosquito, it flew randomly around the head of the Uranian Ring Sector, making the enemy dizzy and upset. The Uranian Ring Sector was determined to annihilate the mosquito, but nobody was ever able to catch it no matter how many troops were mobilized. However, if the Ghost Fleet was left alone, it would always bite those places with the weakest defense in the Uranian Ring Sector and suck a belly of delicious blood. It was not until the Ghost Fleet was active in the depths of the Uranian Ring Sector for half a year that the Expedition Army of the Federation finally realized that it was actually Bai Xingjian's garbage fleet. During the assault half a year ago, the 4 Guardian fleets of the Federal Army had almost been crushed entirely. The 6 flagships of the other 3 fleets had been blown up one after another. The fleets had been caught in chaos without leadership. At the critical moment, it was Bai Xingjian who had stepped up to lead the defeated soldiers to fall back. Before they retreated, they had also detonated the ammunition and crystals that were supposed to be shipped to the front line, creating a glamorous blockage to stop the enemy from chasing. Then, instead of retreating toward the base of the Expedition Army, he led the defeated soldiers directly toward the heartland of the Uranian Ring Sector out of everyone's expectations. Neither the army of the Uranian Ring Sector nor the Federal Army expected that he would be bold enough to march into the heartland of the Uranian Ring Sector with a bunch of mobs who had the lowest morale after the crushing defeat without any support. In fact, according to the investigation after the war was over on the officers who belonged to the other few Guardian fleets, even they were unaware of by Xingjian's insane plan. They had all been fooled by Xingjian. According to our intelligence, our escape is entirely blocked by the people of the Uranian ring sector. Another fleet is waiting for us exactly on the path of our retreat. We have no choice but to move forward for now. We will find a different way home after we get rid of the Uranian ring sector's fleets. At the fiercest period of the battle, that was what Xingjian told the officers. At that time, the commanders and chiefs of staff of the other 3 Guardian starships had all been killed. The officers who had taken over their duties were also overwhelmed by the unexpected assault. They were entirely at a loss. Xingjian was the commander with the highest military rank and position among the survivors. Naturally, he took over the command of the 4 broken troops and issued the order of go home in a different way. Nobody knew that when he issued the order, there was no go home in by Xingjian's crazy head at all. It was not until 2 years later when the order go home in a different way was really carried out. At that time, the regular space fleet, which absolutely should not have been able to cruise and fight independently for more than a year, had already performed all kinds of harassment, ambush, plunder, and sabotage missions in the heartland of the Uranian ring sector, like an excellent deep sky fleet. According to the statistics afterward, in only 2 years, they had knocked down and hijacked 1,925 carriers and commercial starships of the Uranian ring sector, whose registered tonnage was shockingly 38,550,000 tons. That was not counting the assaults that they had launched on the resource planets, the star fortresses, the floating space docks, and star beacons that were under the control of the Uranian ring sector. In the end, when they finally decided to go home, Xingjian precisely grasped the timing in the final battle between the main force of the Uranian ring sector and the main force of the expedition army of the Federation, namely the Burning Prairie Fleet. In a camouflaged assault, they successfully carried out the decapitation strategy and captured Flawless Light, the flagship of the 5th Fleet of the Uranian ring sector, as well as the chief of staff of the fleet whose rank was vice admiral. Xingjian's vehicles were immediately updated. He announced his grand return on Flawless Light. It was the officer of the highest military rank that the Federal Army had captured alive during the entire war. Of course, according to the theory of the Burning Prairie Fleet, Xingjian shamelessly stole the starships and captives that should have belonged to them while they were fighting hard against the enemy in the front line. Xingjian could not have cared less about the Burning Prairie Fleet's dissatisfaction. He even declared in a press conference to welcome their return, "In fact, we had a chance to capture a fleet commander alive, but on second thought, we decided it would be more fun to capture a chief of staff." He was obviously hinting at Kaixin, who had just been promoted to the chief of staff of the Burning Prairie Fleet because of his remarkable performance during the war against the Uranian ring sector. It appeared that there was indeed certain an unresolvable grudge between Xingjian and Kaixin that outsiders would never know. After the battle, the main force of the Uranian ring sector suffered great losses, and the war gradually came to an end. Eventually, the Uranian ring sector was merged into the Star Glory Federation. However, Xingjian, who had been a respected war hero a moment ago, was sent to a military court. He was faced with 2 charges. Firstly, after inquiring a lot of officers of the other fleets who were not under his command in the beginning, and after carefully examining the battle in which the 4 Guardian fleets were attacked, investigators found that there was no fleet waiting to ambush them on the route of their retreat at all. In other words, they could have retreated to the expedition army's base safely and securely. There was no need for them to march to the enemy's rear alone at great risk. Xingjian did not receive any command, nor was he qualified, to lead the defeated soldiers on such a crazy attempt. In 99% of cases, such a decision would not only be a suicidal action, but would also raise the suspicion that he was trying to surrender to the enemy with the remnants of the troops. Xingjian responded to the charge as such. "You don't know a damn thing. If it were anybody else, say a rookie such as Kaixin, it would have been a suicidal mission. But since I was the commander of the fleet, we were definitely able to turn the world upside down in the Uranian ring sector. At that time, the elite fleets of the Uranian ring sector had been fully mobilized, and they were cleaning the battlefield enjoyably while looting our tremendous assets. The defense line at their rear was terribly weak. The opportunity was too good to be missed. Was there a better timing to crawl to the enemy's rear? The second charge was even more appalling. The military court found that Bai Xingjian had released a lot of officers of the Uranian ring sector and appointed them in his own team after plundering and capturing the hostile starships without informing the expedition army of the Federation. He did not care about what unpardonable crimes those people might have committed, and he even tried up cover for those people after the war by fabricating their identities, hoping to fool everyone. Bai Xingjian pleaded guilty to the charge. "This is how a war goes," Bai Xingjian said. "Do swine like you know how to fight a war?" Despite his halo of war hero, once he was found guilty of the two charges, the best outcome that he could expect was probably forced retirement, and the garbage fleet that he had established would fall apart too. It was at this time that Qingchen intervened. Qingchen was an ambitious woman who had infinite desire for power. After decades, as she gained more and more support, she did not hide her goal of becoming the Speaker of the Federation and leading the entire Star Glory Federation. To be the Speaker of the Federation, the support of the major sects in the core worlds alone was not sufficient. She had to find a powerful ally or subordinate in the military. The military was Qingchen's disadvantageous field. She was a demon after all, because the Blood Demon sector had initially surrendered on the condition that most of the armed forces be disbanded. Her influence in the Federal Army had been weak for the past 100 years. Ding Ling Ding, Qingchen's rival, was different. The Grand Desolate War Institution, where Ding Ling Ding came from, was deeply associated with the army of the old Federation in the first place. Her Patriots Front had a lot of members who were soldiers or their family too. The Federal Army was almost Ding Ling Ding's home stadium. As for the Burning Prairie Fleet, the best army of the Federation had been founded for the sole purpose of striking the Imperium. In the 100 years, the Burning Prairie had stayed neutral in all political conflicts and stuck to the principle of non-meddling. Qingchen was neither able to spread her influence in the ground troops of the new Federation nor in the Burning Prairie Fleet. Right when she was upset about the military, the freak Bai Xingjian jumped out. Were they not most suitable for each other? Qingchen helped Bai Xingjian secure his garbage fleet and his command with Skyfire, the Ministry of Equality and Development, and the big shots of the core worlds. Bai Xingjian's troop was even upgraded to an independent deep sky fleet, theoretically equal to the Burning Prairie Fleet. Just like that, in the past 30 years, Qingchen had invested countless resources into Bai Xingjian, getting him advanced starships, armed shuttles, and crystal suits. The garbage fleet had been developed into the Big Bai Fleet, one of the best troops other than the Burning Prairie Fleet. We're talking about the deep sky fleets that highlight bloodline, lineage, and resources most. A ground troop can be called a seasoned elite troop after 20 to 30 years of bloody battles. However, a deep sky fleet is not even considered to have taken shape until after 100 years of development. First of all, the Burning Prairie Fleet is the central army in the armed forces of the Federation. A large proportion of the military budget, as well as the most advanced starships and the experimental magical equipment, is dedicated to the Burning Prairie Fleet every year. The Big Bai Fleet, on the hand other, is only backed by Qingchen. However wealthy Qingchen and Skyfire are, their money is definitely not enough when it comes to the construction of a fleet that is essentially a bottomless hole. Besides, a lot of state-of-the-art technologies and magical equipment cannot be bought with money. They're all highly classified. Therefore, while the scale and equipment of the Big Bai Fleet are much better than other miscellaneous troops, it is absolutely no match for the Burning Prairie Fleet. Secondly, the officers and sailors. The Burning Prairie Fleet has its own talents base, Burning Prairie Military School, which educates the most distinguished students in the 7 sectors. All of them are the elites of the elites and the most rarely seen prodigies. The tradition has lasted 100 years. It means that the best talents of the Federation have all been harvested by the Burning Prairie Fleet. The best talents all join the Burning Prairie Fleet, and none of them are willing to go to the not-so-reputable Big Bai Fleet, whose commander happens to be a weirdo. What can he do then? Bai Xingjian has resorted to his old tricks. He works harder to search for the former space pirates who have just been released from prison. Meanwhile, by Qingchen's mediation, he tries to free some of the captives of the Uranian ring sector, whose performance was relatively distinguished in the war before. The more terribly they beat the Burning Prairie Fleet in the war, the more Bai Xingjian likes them. Right? Other than the Uranian Ring sector, although the Netherworld sector, the Water Crystal sector, and the Forest Ocean sector joined the new Federation in peace, there was a lot of opposition in those worlds, too. Those opposing factions are reluctant to work for the federal government, or at least not for the Burning Prairie Fleet. There's no telling how Bai Xingjian persuaded them, but he has got a whole bunch of them into the Big Bai Fleet. All in all, in contrast to their pure white camouflage, which seems to imply their brightness and gravitas, the personnel of the Big Bai Fleet are, in short, crazy fiends. The equipment is lesser, and the crew is just a mob that was thrown together. How can the Big Bai Fleet's combat ability reach 1/10 the Burning Prairie Fleet's? However, it is perfectly normal. The Burning Prairie Fleet is an ace troop of the Federation. No other troop is qualified to challenge the Burning Prairie Fleet in the first place. It is already a miracle that Bai Xingjian led the Big Bai Fleet from a ragged garbage fleet to what it is today. We can only say that he does not have enough luck. It is quite a shame. Li Yao's interest was aroused. How so? Hasn't his performance been always good? If he weren't so arrogant and extreme and had stayed in the Burning Prairie Fleet to follow Bai Kaixin's command, his achievements would have been much greater with Bai Kaixin on his side. It must be noted that Bai Kaixin is already the chief of staff of the Burning Prairie Fleet, only secondary to the general commander. He also has a lot of shares in the Glorious Sunlight Group, and he is a close friend to the big shots who were with Li Yao before. Yes, it's true that Bai Xingjian's performance in the war against the Uranian Ring sector can be summarized as creative and unpredictable. However, tricks and schemes do not always get their way in the military. You cannot expect to win every battle with unexpected tricks. Perhaps because he's hung around with the former space pirates for too long, Bai Xingjian's command has gradually mixed with the distinctive features of the space pirates. He sells feints and moves agilely after every battle. Such a tactic is truly very effective in guerrilla warfare and harassment battles when leading a small-scale fleet, but that is the best it can do. In a strategic battle between the real main force fleets that will decide the destiny of two superpowers in the Sea of Stars, such a tactic, which is similar to the bite of a bug, matters little. It can only serve as a complementary, ancillary approach. The antecedent of the Burning Prairie Fleet is the coalition army of the main sects of the Flying Star sector. As a civilization of starships, the Flying Star sector's legacy includes profound arts on commanding large fleets. The most distinguished person in that regard is doubtlessly Yin Xingjian, who is known as the best fleet commander in the 1,000 years of history of the Flying Star sector. Although he was an ancient person who perished hundreds of years ago, and his entire life is not a good example for other people, his commanding arts were truly terrifying. I have read many books that he left on the command of starships and analyzed a lot of his battle cases. Both the battles in which he annihilated the space pirates as the vice commander of the coalition fleet of the six sects of the Heavenly Saints City and the battles where he resisted the coalition fleet of the cultivators as the commander of the space pirates after he defected to Spider Den amazed me. I did not know that such an extraordinary person would have been born at the edge of the cosmos. It is a pity that Yin Xingjian was born at the wrong time and perished too young. He failed to witness the great era where Kunlun was developed, the 7 sectors were fully integrated, and superstar ships are cruising in the Sea of Stars like dumplings. The Burning Prairie Fleet has inherited the arts of command of the Flying Star School, represented by Yin Xingjian. That is the rightful military strategies to win a war in the universe. Even I felt greatly enlightened after reading a lot of textbooks of the Burning Prairie Military School. Instead of learning such marvelous military strategies, Bai Xingjian walks on the wrong path and learns from the space pirates' tactics with his petty cleverness. Isn't it penny wise and pound foolish? The space pirates' tactics might work for a while in a lone world such as the Uranian Ring sector, but the Black Wind Fleet is definitely not something that the fleets of the Uranian Ring sector can be compared to. This is what I feel most sorry for. Bai Xinghe has already demonstrated such a brilliant performance in the war against the Uranian Ring sector, leading a garbage fleet after his mental derangement and the plummet of his level. I couldn't help but wonder, if he had contained himself more and listened to Bai Kaixin's command obediently years ago, After he advanced into the nascent soul stage smoothly and fully absorbed the military strategies epitomized by Xingjian. How tough would he have been? What a great shame. Bai Xingjian could have become a notable general that raged in the universe during the counterattack against the Imperium. However, he chose the wrong path and walked deeper into it. His great gifts and potential were wasted just like that, leading a random mob that is temporarily gathered to play tricks as the commander of the mediocre Big Bai Fleet. That's probably where Bai Xingjian's future ends. Firefly was a super amalgamation of hundreds of starships. Therefore, Tang Dingyuan was both the captain of Firefly and the commander of the Firefly Fleet. He earnestly felt pity for Bai Xingjian. Shaking his head in regret, he could not have been sadder. Scratching his chin, Li Yao somewhat felt sorry for the young man Bai Xingjian, too. But had it not been for the guy's misfortune, his little disciple Qingchen would not have been able to recruit such a weirdo in the first place. Pondering for a moment, he asked, "What level is this Bai Xingjian at right now?" Bai Xingjian's cultivation plunged once because of mental derangement, Tang Dingyuan replied. "It is terribly difficult to come back. In the past 30 years, Qingchen has provided tremendous resources to help him train himself, because he is one of the few generals on her side that is familiar with the arts of commanding starships. With all the heavenly materials and earthly treasures, he finally managed to break into the nascent soul stage. Right now, he should be at the beginning level of the nascent soul stage." Oh, a pure admin type 1? Li Yao knew that the commander of a troop was often an admin-type cultivator. If they were from a ground troop or an exo society, they might also have talents in combat, but the commander of a fleet might be different. How is his personal combat ability? Can he fight? He should be a pure admin-type cultivator, Tang Dingyuan said. Bai Xingjian was an apprentice maintainer in the Burning Prairie Fleet, but he was soon transferred to the management in the bridge and has been working there since. He is the purest admin-type cultivator. As for exactly whether or not he can fight, he does not seem to have fought in person before. Besides, it is unreasonable to ask a captain of a starship or a commander of a fleet to fight in person. I think that his combat ability should be unattractive, shouldn't it? All right. Chui Lingfeng had listened to the two of them communicating with each other at a speed 10 times higher than normal. After Tang Dingyuan basically explained Bai Xingjian's background to them, he finally concluded, "Captain Tang, let's pause the interrogation and deal with our ally first. Tell the Big Bai Fleet that they are allowed to stop at the outermost docks of Firefly for maintenance, but they have to wait for 1 day, because we have some trouble to take care of after just dealing with a rebellion of the immortal cultivators that wasn't serious. If they're short of anything, we can send a batch of supplies to their starships first. Captain Lin, you will take 2 members of Team Red Lotus to Bai Xingjian and inform him of the latest updates on Firefly. Make it clear that the riot has been perfectly resolved under the timely reaction of Team Red Lotus. We do not need the help of an ally who is best at sneaking and smuggling. They'd better stay outside in case of any misunderstandings. Any problems?" Li Yao smiled. "None at all." He rubbed his fists and almost could not wait to meet the great general under his little disciple's command. Tang Dingyuan, however, was still sighing. Why can't allies never trust each other? "Captain Tang," Chui Lingfeng said casually, "ever since human beings invented war, allies have always been more troublesome than enemies. Are you still not used to that? Stop insisting on your folly, Bai Xinghe. You have been greatly fooled by the immortal cultivators. They've been deceiving you since the very beginning. Just open your eyes already," Li Yao declared solemnly and righteously. This is Spider Denver. This is Boss Bai's world. Nobody can dominate Spider Den except for me. Not the immortal cultivators, and certainly not a Mr. Nobody like you." Bai Xinghe cackled loudly. The scales on every rising dragon head on the back of the Dragon King battlesuit were standing up, triggering the most dazzling sound and visual effects. "Die now, boy. You leave me no choice." Li Yao gritted his teeth. The balls of lightning on the surface of the mystic skeleton battlesuit were continuously expanding and spreading out, enshrouding almost half of the dark palace in thunderstorm. He shouted, "I'll show you the invincibility of the superlative height of the core formation stage." The two of them turned into 2 streaks of brightness almost at the same time. After an ear-splitting collision that was even more violent and exciting than a supernova outbreak, more than half of the Dark Palace collapsed. Bai Xinghe screamed in excruciating pain, dragging his bloody, broken body that was riddled with holes. He struggled painfully in the middle of the debris, uttering the last moan before his death. Superlative height of the core formation stage? What level is that? Why is it so tough? Who are you? Who is this Mr. Nobody? Why has everything come to this? Why? You won. You killed me. You killed Boss Bai, the pirate potentate of Spider Den. Hee hee. But it is useless. Absolutely useless. You don't know that the real master of Spider Den is not me, but the legendary supreme pirate, Xingjian. Even I have been controlled by him. He is the one manipulating everything behind the curtain. As Bai Xinghe's voice grew more and more feeble, another aura that was even more powerful flowed out of the fractures of the Dark Palace and gradually condensed into a black fog that looked like an abyss. Then, it crawled into Bai Xinghe's broken body bit by bit, causing him to have unbelievable mutations in the middle of screams. An extremely gloomy, creepy, and weird voice echoed from Bai Xinghe's incessantly expanding body, but it was no longer Bai Xinghe's tone and accent. Who is it that is bold enough to disrupt my training in seclusion while I'm trying to break into the divinity transformation stage? In front of the behemothhic creature, with no knowing whether it was Xingjian or Bai Xinghe, shrouded in the hazy fog, Liao took a deep breath and gritted his teeth on the verge of collapse. He slightly squatted and made preparations for the last battle. The crystal dome was still cracking and falling non-stop, adding to the mess and anxiety of the atmosphere for the final battle about to come. Suddenly the picture froze. Liao in the mystic skeleton battlesuit, the terrifying existence who could be Bai Xinghe or Xingjian, and the broken pieces of crystals that were collapsing from the ceiling of the Star Prior's house all came to a stop. Tiny, glittering words jumped out from the two of them, who were all prepared to attack each other. Xingjian, the most dreadful supreme pirate 500 years ago, has finally shown up. Before the Federation entered its training boom, he had been the well-deserved strongest expert of the three sectors who far exceeded everybody else in his generation. He also found out the ways to break into the divinity transformation stage after studying on his own. Is Liao capable of defeating such a formidable enemy? Let's give Liao a hand. During the promotion, all of the items and equipment below will enjoy a 30% discount with double complimentary points. For 50,000 points, you will be able to redeem the most magnificent ship-cutting saber. Grand Recovery Pill, originally 500 star coins, 350 star coins during promotion. Help Liao return to full health. Ultimate version of the Blood Moon Dragon Chasing Saber, originally 1,000 star coins, 700 star coins during the promotion. The most extraordinary artifact that boasts infinite blood-sucking ability. Space fight form of the Mystic Skeleton Battlesuit, originally 10,000 star coins, 5,600 star coins during the promotion. This is the best Mystic Skeleton in the universe. Pa! Before the myriad of other pills and magical equipment were introduced, the light beam was shut off cruelly. The black virtual mirror reflected an ugly face that apparently could not tolerate it any longer. Damn! What kind of trash game is this? Grimacing, Bai Xingjian mumbled to himself. The cinematics are an utter mess. Didn't Liao only break into the superlative height of the core formation stage after a few years of hard training when he absorbed the essence of Xingjian's legacy inside Xingjian's ultimate residence? How on earth was he in the superlative height of the core formation stage when he was confronting Boss Bai? Also, why is the old fart Xingjian popping up here? The battle with the immortal cultivators on Spider Den didn't have a damn thing to do with Xingjian. When he was feeling ridiculous, the light beam suddenly blinked and displayed the picture on the bridge. Commander, Firefly has replied. Bai Xingjian's eyes immediately spurted out light and heat like a volcanic eruption, making him a totally different person from before. The highest commander of the Big Bai Fleet picked up his wrinkled hat and stepped out of the captain's office, striding toward the bridge of his flagship, Infinite Fire, modified from Flawless Light, a main force warship of the Uranian ring sector previously. While he was on his way, a few high-level officers of the fleet joined him in a hurry. Firefly has agreed to our request to dock for maintenance. We will be docked between the number 12 port and the number 14 port. The defense and the vulnerable parts of Firefly have been scanned. To this moment, they still do not have the vaguest clue about what we have come for. Firefly has been keeping radio silence internally. None of Cui Lingfeng, Tang Dingyuan, and Ding Xingjian have shown up. There's no telling what is going on inside. It doesn't matter. Bai Xingjian smiled. Have our brothers prepare for a big fight. This time, we are going to save the day. On the bridge, the enormous circular light beams overlapped each other, constituting a glinting palace and making the bridge of infinite fire seem directly exposed to the boundless universe. It could clearly be seen that dozens of starships that had been painted pure white were slowly compressing from the battle formation to the anchoring formation. With the help of the navigators and the barges that Firefly sent out, they slowly approached the rings of circular orbit. It was very regular porting and anchoring work. The command system of the two parties had kept effective communication. No accidents seemed to have occurred at all. Everything was going on smoothly. Holding his arms, Bai Xingjian stared at the ordered, undisrupted scene. At first, he was wearing a confident smile, but as time went by, especially when the barges and carriers that belonged to Firefly were gathering after the white starships drew close to the orbit ports, his smile gradually vanished, replaced by thoughtfulness. Hiss, hiss. His nostrils flapped quickly, like a viper that was collecting the smell of danger in the air after extending out its bifurcated tongue. Neither Tang Dingyuan nor Ding Xingjian have shown up so far? Not yet. It is said that some minor riots took place on Firefly, an advisor of the fleet replied. But they'll be taken care of soon. Minor riots. He gazed at the brilliant exhaust flames in the dark space that were dragged by the barges, carriers, and his own warships that had been completely mixed. The brilliance interweaved into an overwhelming web deep inside his eyes. His face suddenly turned extremely awful. Gritting his teeth, he commanded, "Ask all the starships that haven't entered the ports to stop and maintain the battle formation. Make sure that the assault teams are all in position and ready for boarding battles anytime." What? The advisor of the fleet was dazed. Boarding battle? Against whom? Go now. Bai Xingjian glared at him. His judgment proved to be very correct. Only 10 minutes later, before Infinite Fire entered the port and anchored, the barges and carriers near the orbit had already become mired in chaos, blocking the entire sailing route and the warships of the Federation that had entered the ports. The fixed batteries that Firefly had installed near the circular ports were all activated too. Hundreds of cannons of all types were shining with awe-inspiring brightness, like the glittering eyes of a bunch of ravenous animals. With the hardness of the spiritual shield of the Big Bai Fleet, the defense system deployed on the orbit dock naturally could not pose a fatal threat to them. However, if they had continued moving forward, all the warships would have been trapped in the narrow ports and the complicated rails. They would have been blocked by countless barges and carriers, in which case they would definitely have been in an extremely awkward situation. It was not necessarily a hostile gesture, but definitely undisguised wariness. The Big Bai Fleet was like a burglar who had snuck into a house prudently only to be caught by the dozens of spotlights of the house owner before they had the chance to steal anything. Although Infinite Fire had stopped moving, the chaos in the ports were still going on. Quite a few warships of the Federation were unable to move at all after they were trapped inside. The news that came from Firefly, on the other hand, made by Xingjian put on an even weirder expression. According to the latest news from Firefly, they have just quelled a rebellion of the immortal cultivators. A lot of immortal cultivators, including the former chief, mate Ding Xingjian, have been captured. Everything is under control right now. However, many more immortal cultivators are still on the run, some of whom are believed to belong to the CFIA. Those immortal cultivators happen to be escaping toward ports number 12 to number 14. That is why a minor riot took place just now. Currently, the majority of the immortal cultivators have been captured, but they are still suspicious that a tiny number of immortal cultivators might have escaped to our starship. Colonel Lin Jiu, the commander of the guards of the Speaker of the rightful government of the Star Ocean Republic, demands to board on our starship for investigation. Yet, they had not told the Big Bai Fleet anything until their starships had constricted from the battle formation into the anchoring station, and some of the starships were already connected to the ports. What was the meaning of that? Xingjian knew that certain experts on Firefly must have seen through the real purpose of their trip, and even perhaps the series of schemes behind it. However, Xingjian was not in the least embarrassed. Instead, he was more and more curious. Was their previous evaluation on Tang Dingyuan and Chui Lingfeng all wrong? Were the two of them actually much more capable than they had expected? Xingjian planned to meet Colonel Lin Jiu, the commander of the guards of the Speaker of the rightful government of the Star Ocean Republic. He was quite interested in the stranger. Should the armed forces near the Speaker of the government in exile not have been the secret police headed by Cheng Xuansu? What were the guards of the Speaker about? He had never heard the name Lin Jiu before. However, he vaguely had a feeling that the guy was the key to the whole event. Of course, he would not allow Lin Jiu and the rest of them to board the starship for investigation. However, he did arrange for a meeting in the cold, empty warehouse of shuttles near the number 7 airtight gate of Infinite Fire, greeting the ally that he had never seen before with the space shuttles of the latest model that were emitting coldness and the 2 teams of fully armed exos. A silver transportation vessel from Firefly, which carried the agreeable and elegant style from the center of the cosmos, passed through 9 serial airtight gates and slowly slid into the number 7 warehouse. However, only 3 people walked off the transportation vessel into the steel forest that was brimming with killing intent. Narrowing his eyes, Xingjian eyed the newcomers casually. It was truly an astonishing lineup. The guy on the left was bald dwarf whose head was almost shining. The military uniform of the Star Ocean Republic that he was wearing seemed to have been sewn in too much of a hurry, giving a clumsy and comical feeling. He was also holding a short sword that did not fit in the modern era at all and seemed to have just been dug out from a relic. He was as hilarious as a clown in the circus. However, when the dwarf's eyes and his own accidentally collided, the two of them were almost dazed at the same time, and their pupils constricted to the minimum abruptly. The dwarf could not help but hold the grip of his sword, and Xingjian took a slight step back. Then, both of them came back to themselves and regained their previous cool, as if nothing had happened. Xingjian secretly took a deep breath. He then looked to the right, only to discover that a woman whose face was plain but who was unusually tall was smiling at him. When did so many monsters appear on Firefly? Xingjian secretly frowned. It was not until then that he finally focused his eyes on the middle-aged man in the middle who was wearing a colonel uniform of the Star Ocean Republic. Compared to the dwarf holding the short sword and the woman who was smiling warmly, this was a man who did not carry many distinctive features. One might even say that he was unattractive, but for some reason, the more he studied it, the more he felt that he had seen the guy from somewhere before. What's happening? I've obviously never seen the face before, but why does he give me such a familiar feeling? While Xingjian was eyeing Lu Jiu, Li Yao, who was pretending to be Lin Jiu, was observing Xingjian expressionlessly too. In Li Yao's eyes, the most important general on Xinyue's side, the traitor of the Burning Prairie Fleet and the commander of the Big Bai Fleet, had a slightly sloppy appearance that was a huge contrast to his glorious military accomplishments. His major general uniform and his hat was wrinkled and dangling from his body, as if they had been worn for half a year without washing. His sallow face that could not be called handsome in any sense was covered in a beard. There was no telling how long it had been since he last shaved or washed his face. His eyebrows slowly collapsed, as if he was not interested in anything that was happening around him, and he could be yawning and throwing out trash talk such as, not just you, everybody of the Burning Prairie Fleet is garbage, anytime. Yes, it was exactly the feeling. Helpless pride and blatant arrogance. The guy seemed to have come on and hit me moron written on his forehead. While Li Yao was observing, he was thinking to himself, too. What's happening? Why do I have a familiar feeling when I see the guy's eyes? That's utterly unreasonable. When I left the Federation 100 years ago, he was a teenager at best, and he must have been playing with mud in the Burning Prairie Military School. With such a unique face, there's no reason I wouldn't remember him if I really had seen him before. Li Yao and Xingjian walked to each other, both frowning deeply. Major General Bai, Li Yao saluted casually and indifferently first, fully demonstrating the pride and superiority of a high-level officer of the rightful government from the center of the cosmos. Bai Xingjian's eyebrow twitched for a moment. He saluted back at Li Yao too. Colonel Lin, what happened on Firefly? What's the fuss all about? If needed, my fleet is ready to help at any time. There's no need to be polite. It is our mutual responsibility to annihilate the immortal cultivators. That will be unnecessary. Li Yao smiled. It is true that a serious rebellion of the immortal cultivators took place on Firefly. Even Ding Xingjian, the chief mate, and Cheng Xuansu, the head of the Internal Affairs Division, were involved. However, it was a trap that we set up intentionally in the first place in order to lure the snakes out of their hole. We were hoping to fish up the immortal cultivators once and for all. Because of the wise decision of Speaker Chui and Captain Tang, and thanks to the arduous efforts of Team Red Lotus, the Speaker's special guards, most of the immortal cultivators have been suppressed. Only few of them are still on the run. There is no need for you to worry about Firefly's safety, Major General Bai. On the other hand, I'm told that your fleet suffered heavy losses due to the cosmic storm you experienced just now. There might be loopholes in your defense that will allow the desperate immortal cultivators to sneak in. I suggest you fully search your starships with our cooperation. Cheng Xuansu and Ding Xingjian have both been captured. Chui Lingfeng and Tang Dingyuan knew everything in advance. Team Red Lotus, the Speaker's special guards. Bai Xingjian analyzed the latest intelligence quickly. While he was pondering, his portable tactical crystal processor buzzed crazily. Judging from the buzz's rhythm, it was an alarm of the highest level. After raising his wrist to check, Bai Xingjian's face was even more gloomy than before. At exactly that moment, Silver Ray, an assault warship that he had just commanded to dock at Firefly's port, detected that somebody had barged into the warship in secret. Also, the strangers were still wandering unstoppably after breaking 3 alert lines in a row. They seemed to be all prepared to retreat after an unsolicited visit on the warship. Veins were bulging out on Bai Xing's forehead as he glared at Li Yao furiously. Colonel Lin, what? Li Yao was still expressionless, but there was a scornful smile in his eyes. Have the immortal cultivators really snuck into your starships? Do you need our help to conduct the search? That's unnecessary. Bai Xingjian gnashed his teeth. No cockroach can ever sneak out of my starship unharmed after it sneaks in. None. That's good. Li Yao slightly bowed to Bai Xingjian. The purpose of my visit was to inform you of the latest updates on Firefly and to remind you to be as careful and prudent as possible while you are docked here in case any misunderstandings are caused. Otherwise, there might be dire consequences. After all, the immortal cultivators haven't been entirely eradicated. If some of them run onto your starships, hoping to die together with your starships, and even the high-level officers on board in their desperation, it will be a terrible tragedy that none of us would like to see, right? Li Yao and Bai Xingjian's eyes collided in midair again, triggering such crazily jumping sparks that the entire empty warehouse seemed like it was about to explode. Standing behind Li Yao, one on the left and the other on the right, Yin Liren and Long Yangju narrowed their eyes while they stared at the iron giants behind Bai Xingjian as if they were nothing more than a bunch of harmless chickens. Colonel Lin, sensing the intense atmosphere, Bai Xingjian coughed slightly and smiled. I didn't know that such extraordinary people like you were hiding on Firefly. You're quite right. We should be more cautious given the chaotic situation in case any trouble is caused. After all, we are allies, and the Imperium of true human beings is our common foe. I hope that I can fight side by side with you on the battlefield against the Imperium of true human beings, where I will witness your real capabilities. Colonel Lin. Li Yao stared at Bai Xingjian, too. I hope so, too. When the silver transportation vessel slid out of the warehouse of infinite fire, Bai Xingjian was still frowning hard, deep in thought. He called one of the exos behind him who was tall and strong and looked hideous. Old Wu, I'm not much of a fighter. Tell me your opinions on the capabilities of the 3 of them, specifically their personal combat ability. Old Wu was the captain of the assault team on Infinite Fire, who was responsible for the boarding battles, as well as a tough battle-type cultivator in the nascent soul stage who was bold enough to charge at the enemy's starships by himself. However, he hesitated at that moment too. The woman on the right is rather tricky. Judging from her posture, air, and the way she walks, it would be quite troublesome to deal with her. But the dwarf on the left is even more awesome. His air and the way he walks are no different from normal people, but they give a creepy feeling nonetheless, as if the entire warehouse and all the armed shuttles inside would have been slashed in half by him if he were in the mood to attack. Just now, when he glanced at us casually, a few of our brothers were so nervous that we felt as if somebody had stuck a blade right against our necks. Bai Xingjian nodded and asked, "What about Lin Jiu?" "Lin Jiu." Old Wu tilted his head and thought for a moment. "There doesn't seem to be anything special about him. He should be between the woman and the dwarf, I think." "Is that so?" Bai Xingjian mumbled. Looking at the gate that had already closed, he began thinking and recalling. Li Yao was about to search his deep memories and compare Bai Xingjian with the people who had left deep impressions on him before, when he suddenly heard weird cracking noises. He raised his head, only to discover that sword maniac Yin Liren was trembling hard next to him. His teeth were colliding with each other, an appalling brilliance was beaming out of his eyes. "Fellow cultivator Yin, what happened to you?" Li Yao was slightly dazed. "I'm fine. I'm just excited." Very excited. Uncontrollable laughter echoed deep inside Yin Liren's throat. He licked his lips and recalled the enjoyable feeling. "I did not expect to meet such a worthy opponent in the age of the modern cultivators where legions and fleets matter much more." Li Yao was stunned. He looked at Long Yangjun, only to find that she was as confused as he was. "Who are you referring to, fellow cultivator Yin?" "We scanned the members of the assault team standing behind Bai Xingjian. Some of them are in the nascent soul stage, but I don't think that they deserve such attention. Of course, the trash behind him are not worthy enough for me to attack at all. I'm talking about Bai Xingjian himself." Yin Liren took a deep breath. With incredible brilliance shooting out of his eyes, he murmured, although we only stared at each other for a brief moment. I was already certain that he was an unparalleled expert like I've never seen before in my entire life, and that he was the one who deserved to be killed by me with all my effort. "What?" Li Yao and Long Yangjun were both greatly shocked. Li Yao had once practiced sword arts with Yin Liren together for 3 months. There was no need to mention Long Yangjun, who had met with Yin Liren annually to discuss and exchange their sword arts when she was still lead eunuch Wangxi. Both Li Yao and Long Yangjun were definitely among the top experts in the world. However, Yin Liren had never been as excited when he was competing with them in sword arts. The remark, "like I've never seen before," clearly suggested that he thought more highly of Bai Xingjian's combat ability than theirs. Long Yangjun was close friends with Yin Liren, so close that even Yin Liren's purple pole sword sect had almost been classified as her accomplice. She naturally knew that, despite his arrogance, Yin Liren had never been a fan of exaggeration. As the best swordsman of the entire Ancient Sages sector, he had the courage and the belief to even slash a divinity transformation stage cultivator. When it came to evaluating an opponent, his eyes were definitely the keenest among the 12 experts of the Ancient Sages sector. Long Yangjun pondered for a moment and said, "Brother Yin, what do you mean by like I've never seen before? Leaving aside the 3 saints and 4 rapscallions aside, you have even met Meng Qixin and Wu Suiyun, 2 divinity transformation stage cultivators, and even practiced with them. Although their capabilities have greatly fallen after losing their bodies and turning into spectral cultivators, is it even possible that this guy, Bai Xingjian, is more awesome than them? Is he already at the peak of the nascent soul stage and even reaching the divinity transformation stage?" Yin Liren shook his head slowly and said, one word after another, "I never judge people based on their level. There are very advanced soul-covering arts and soul-hiding techniques in this era. It is not difficult at all to hide one's real cultivation. Therefore, I don't know whether or not Bai Xingjian is in the divinity transformation stage, nor do I care. What I do know is that he is terrifying. So terrifying that there was even a moment just now when I almost wanted to draw my sword and kill him without considering anything else. However, I could also sense that, even if I had drawn my sword at that time, I might not have been able. No, I couldn't have killed him. It's possible that he would have killed me instead. Yes, him alone. The worthless exos behind him were just his camouflage. He could have killed me all by himself. Ever since I grasped my sword arts, I've never tasted such a feeling before. Even when I was faced with Meng Qixin and Wu Suiyun, two divinity transformation stage cultivators, I never experienced such uncertainty. Is this horror? An incredible horror is truly amazing. I must train, since such a dreadful opponent lives in this era. I am more determined to train myself than ever. I have a feeling that if I have a gratifying fight with Bai Xinghe without getting killed, my sword arts will certainly reach the next level, and my sword will really be able to butcher divinity transformation stage cultivators. Waving his head, Yin Liren completely dwelled in the world of sword arts. He narrowed his eyes and shook his fingers, imaging the fierce and breathtaking battles with Bai Xingjian that could have taken place. Li Yao and Long Yangjun, on the other hand, were left utterly dumbfounded, with "You've got to be kidding me" written all over their faces. Even Brother Yin feels the same way, Long Yangjun said solemnly. Is it possible that what I sensed just now was not an illusion? Hey, are you serious? Li Yao asked. Even you have sensed something wrong, and I was completely fooled and didn't notice any of it. No, you're mistaken, fellow cultivator's spiritual vulture. Long Yangjun shook her head and said, You and I don't have as keen senses to swords as Brother Yin. I didn't realize that the seemingly strengthless commander of the fleet actually boasted such terrifying combat ability. I only vaguely felt that his appearance was not right. The way he gnashed his teeth impatiently, and his expression as if he was choked by you, are slightly. Please don't tell me that he was acting, Li Yao said coldly. He had never thought that anybody could be a better actor than himself. I also carefully observed his every micro-expression. It was definitely his real, uncamouflaged emotions. Long Yangjun nodded. I know. His emotions were real, but the emotions seemed to be slightly different from his true emotions. Let me put it this way. Suppose you're playing a video game. If you experience a setback in the game, or when you have lost a match, you will be frustrated and even infuriated, which will be your real emotions. Nobody can say that such emotions and your appearance are fake, right? But getting to the bottom of it, however real the emotions are, they're about a game after all. This is exactly the feeling that Bai Xingjian gave me. If the Big Bai Fleet was truly up to something and had come to completely seize Firefly, it would be a matter of paramount importance for both Xingjian and the Star Glory Federation. At the very least, it would greatly influence Xingjian's campaign. However, Bai Xingjian gave me the feeling that he was merely playing a game, as if the rise or fall of Xingjian's gang did not matter to him at all, and he was merely playing with Xingjian for fun. Such a feeling is truly hard to believe. Therefore, I've been thinking about it myself just now, and thought that it was my imagination. However, since Brother Yin put it that way, this guy Bai Xingjian definitely calls for our attention. Taking a deep breath, Li Yao felt tides surging in his heart. He had absolute trust in the professional judgment of Long Yangjun and Yin Liren. Therefore, in the warehouse of infinite fire just now, he did not swagger around and slightly humiliate Bai Xingjian. Bai Xingjian had intentionally acted weak and fooled him. He had been humiliated by Xingjian. Damn, who do you think I am? I have fought hundreds of bloody battles and shown off more times than I can count. I always acted weak and crushed other people. Never did I expect that somebody would make the same move on me. Asterisk Shoal, wherever you're from and for whatever purpose you are lurking beside Xingjian, it is outrageous of you to play the pig that eats the tiger to my face. The more he thought about it, the more scared Li Yao felt. According to Tang Dingyuan's introduction and the files on Bai Xingjian that he had collected just now, he should be an arrogant, disobedient, and impulsive man. However, was it possible for an arrogant, disobedient, and impulsive man to hide his real combat ability for 100 years? Even Yin Liren, an unparalleled swordsman at the peak of the nascent soul stage, felt uncomfortable about the guy's combat ability. Nobody had ever noticed such a battle-type expert, at least in the nascent soul stage, during his 100 years of growth. Or maybe Whoever had seen him attack had been killed, both their body and their soul? Is the guy really a cocky, rash, and fierce man? Did he really leave the burning prairie fleet because of the conflicts with his superior? Is he really in the beginning level of the nascent soul stage due to the help of the countless resources that Xingjian provided because of his mental derangement before? Was it Xingjian who chose Bai Xingjian, or did Bai Xingjian choose Xingjian? Is Xingjian aware of his real capabilities, or is she really thinking of him as a random subordinate that she can command free at will? Li Yao could not help but hold his arms. He suddenly felt that his little disciple was in great danger. Right then, Li Yao's portable crystal processor slightly buzzed. It was Chui Lingfeng's special line. Speaker, the situation on the Big Bai Fleet side is already under control. Their commander, Bai Xingjian, understands our current state. I don't think that he will act recklessly. Thinking for a moment, Li Yao did not plan to pass on Yan Liren and Long Yangjuan's discovery to Chui Lingfeng. The main reason being that it was impossible to explain himself. With Yan Liren and Long Yangjuan's capabilities that they pretended to have, it was absolutely impossible for them to have seen through an unparalleled expert, at least close to the divinity transformation stage. Also, the issue concerned the safety of his own little disciple. Naturally, he could not idle by and watch as a master, so he had to take certain actions in secret. Chui Lingfeng, on the other hand, shook his head and said, "Leave the Big Bai Fleet aside for now." Ding Xinjiang confessed a lot of things, including tremendous intelligence about Lu Qingchen and the CFIA. However, they're not worth mentioning compared to the information that I'm about to tell you. Ding Xinjiang said that the Black Wind Fleet is in dire need of an appropriate jump point and a space gate so that it can stab into the belly of the Star Glory Federation. To achieve this, they have been corrupting the leadership of the Federation together with the spies that infiltrated the Federation in secret and the CFIA. It seems that someone among the leadership of the Federation has been transformed into an immortal cultivator. Leadership? Li Yao was greatly alarmed. Who exactly? Naturally, Ding Xinjiang does not know who it is, Chui Lingfeng said. But to quote him, it is a person who can change the course of the war. Chapter 1642, Beach Landing. The scene somehow reminded her of something from more than 100 years ago. As she recalled, in the Blood Demon sector more than 100 years ago, right above the eye of Blood Demon, there had been the exact same bleeding ocean of clouds. It was above the crimson clouds that she had listened to her father unveiling the truth of the Red Tide plan and understood who exactly her father was and what he had been trying to accomplish. 100 years had passed. Now it was her turn. Okay. All right. Keep going. She was still wearing a black suit and a pair of high heels, but her black hair that looked like a waterfall was bound by a hairpin that was still in the shape of the rising dragon of the 9 stars emblem of the Federation, which made her appear even more agile and aggressive. Her face was as cold as ice under the dim sunlight, and her voice was even more frigid than a blizzard in the North Pole. Even her fury had been frozen while she listened to the sound far away, attentively, and replied calmly now and then. The immortal cultivator's insurgency failed. Chui Lingfeng and Tang Dingyuan knew everything in advance, and a certain Team Red Lotus took care of everything neatly. As expected of the Star Ocean Republic, even a broken ship has many nails that are still useful. Is it strange at all that a country that has lasted thousands of years would have some precautions or a few top-secret troops made of unseen monsters? So to speak, it must have been Team Red Lotus that rescued Tang Xiaoxing in Fish Dragon City before we did, only to throw her back to the secret police later, right? Lin Jiu? All right. The name has been noted. What? Cheng Xuanzu is dead, but Ding Xinjiang is not. Of course, it is very serious. Ding Xinjiang knows too much, and those people in the government in exile seem to have much keener senses than we expected. Right now, we are in the middle of a campaign. Should they trace all the evidence back to us and expose the whole issue, it will definitely be a great scandal that we cannot cover up. The public will not accept the way we treated our ally. The Patriots Front will not let go of the issue, either. Forget it. With everything coming to this point, you do not need to do anything now. I'll pick it up from here. Just focus on your own business. Xingjian cut off the communication. She continued watching the last struggle of the dying sun wholeheartedly while holding her arms. As the dim redness slowly sank into the swamp of the night sky, her previously cold, grave face gradually put on a hint of a smile. The first phase of the dim moon plan has been completed successfully. She turned around and smiled at the old, rusty archive manager in the room. I did not know that the government in exile still had a rather elite secret troop. They have suppressed the rebellion of the immortal cultivators on their own, without the intervention of the Big Bai Fleet. Even Xingjian was captured by Team Red Lotus alive. They must have grown suspicious of me. The first phase has been more successful than I thought it would be. While speaking, Qingchen walked over agilely, helping the archive manager finish the work that had been disrupted by the message when it was half done. The archive manager was sitting in a special metal chair. A lot of components on the artificial body were connected to the magical equipment units on the metal chair. Dozens of translucent soft tubes were bound to his body, filling spiritual energy, nurturing his soul, and lubricating the rusted components for him. However, it seemed slightly different from the maintenance for normal spectral cultivators. Qingchen walked behind the archive manager and fixed his metal head with a holder. Then, she carefully unlocked the seal rune arrays on the skull and plucked an arched metal cover that duplicated the skull of a living person. There was a clear, round container that was carved out of a whole crystal. Soaked in the crystal container and nurtured by the bright green nutrition liquids was a brain. Judging from the trembling, the brain was still alive. Tremendous artificial nerves made of biochemical materials extended all the way down from the brain and controlled every part of the artificial body. Therefore, the archive manager was not a spectral cultivator who only had a broken soul at all. He was a living human being, except that most of his body parts had been replaced by artificial organs. Compared to the disabled people who put on an artificial limb after their body was broken, it was only a matter of ratio, and he was essentially no different from those people. Qingchen put an enormous crystal cover right above the chair. After sterilizing the germs inside the crystal cover with mystic rays, she extended her hands into the crystal cover through the pair of gloves on the side of the crystal cover. She then connected a syringe to a tiny hole next to the crystal skull of the archive manager and slowly injected a tube of bright golden liquids. The liquids dripped into the crystal skull along with the soft tubes, turning into golden balls in the middle of the green nutrition fluids. An amazing thing happened. From the living brain, a lot of synapses that were similar to flagella or nerves jerked up. Those synapses darted into the golden balls as fast as lightning and devoured all the liquids inside. The brain glowed before it went back to normal a moment later. So, do you feel any better? After finishing everything, Qingchen helped the archive manager close the metal skull that served as a camouflage on the outside. At first glance, he was no different from any other regular spectral cultivator. The archive manager slowly nodded and struggled to warm up his metal limbs. But I don't feel that you are in high spirits. Why is that? Inside Qingchen's eyes, the fire of ambition was burning so fiercely that it was almost flowing out like magma and completely consumed her. The dim moon plan is proceeding smoothly. Everything is within my calculations and control. After 100 years, the red tide plan is about to be concluded with a perfect end, and our race will rise again. Do you not feel proud of me at all? Of course, I am proud of you. Perhaps because of the bright golden solution, the archive manager was speaking a bit faster than the days before, but the long-sealed smell of dust in the voice was still not entirely eliminated. However, a word of advice. Nobody can calculate and control everything. I couldn't, nor can you. On Firefly at the edge of the Dragon Snake Space Zone, a secret meeting regarding Ding Xingyan's confession, the expedition army of the Imperium strategy, and the policy of the rightful government was being conducted. Other than Tang Dingyuan, Cui Lingfeng, who hosted the meeting, and Li Yao, acting as the commander of the Speaker's Guards, a lot of critical people on Firefly, including the president of Star Ocean University, participated in the meeting. After the meeting, the representatives would be nominated to form a new election observation delegation, or rather participation negotiation delegation. They would set off to the heartland of the Star Glory Federation and communicate with the federal government on the official merger of the two parties, or at least in-depth military cooperation to found a joint headquarters for the war to come. The Black Wind Fleet is here. Both Ding Xinjiang's confession and the confessions of the captives of the Imperium whom we caught 10 years ago lead to the same conclusion. With the Black Wind Fleet's route and their technological capabilities, it is absolutely possible for them to have reached the Star Glory Federation in the last 10 years. As the captain, Tang Dingyuan was in charge of military affairs. Naturally, he was the one who interpreted everything about the Black Wind Fleet. In the upper half of the ball-shaped meeting room was a splendid star map, depicting the functioning patterns and the possible routes in the hundreds of galaxies near the Star Glory Federation. It was the result of the exploration and prospection by the Heavenly Road Plan that the Federation had implemented 100 years prior. Also, Firefly had recorded all the galaxies, space zones, and sectors that it had detected in the past 1,000 years while it was running from the Imperial Terminus sector to the edge of the cosmos. In fact, they possessed a rather detailed universal sailing route from the Federation to the center of the Imperium. The very sailing route could also be considered the route of the Black Wind Fleet's march. Pointing at the edge of the glowing star map, Tang Dingyuan explained, within 100 light-years from the Star Glory Federation, there are at least 100 relatively stable galaxies. Right now, it is very possible that the Black Wind Fleet is lurking inside one of the galaxies to wake up the soldiers who have hibernated for 100 years and to repair the damage on the starships due to the long journey. With any luck, they can even retrieve some fundamental resources from those galaxies and refill their supplies. They are now preparing themselves and waiting for the best opportunity to launch into the most vulnerable part of the Federation. The Black Wind Fleet, as a main force fleet that includes the armed forces of multiple sectors of the Imperium of true human beings, is essentially a humongous dinosaur in the universe. Their cruise speed can't be very high. It will take them several months for them to prepare a space jump, which will probably last around 1 week. There's no need to mention normal cruising. It will be difficult for them to reach 1/10 the light of speed while keeping an intact battle formation under such circumstances. Assuming that their normal cruise speed is 1/10 the speed of light, what does it mean? It means that if they take the nearest galaxy to the Star Glory Federation as their base and march over by way of normal cruising, it will take them decades before they reach this place. It is obvious that they absolutely cannot march in such a way. During the decades of normal cruising, the consumption of fuel, the damage to the starships, and the unexpected attacks of the Federation will not be something that the Black Wind Fleet can bear. In the last 100 years, the Black Wind Fleet has reached the edge of the cosmos through short-distance space jumps. Now that the final battle is drawing near, they have no choice but to directly long jump to the edge or the center of the Federation. This is exactly like a beach landing in ancient times. The point of the landing will be the key to the outcome of the battle. The technology of the Imperium of true human beings is indeed more advanced than ours and the Star Glory Federation's, Tang Dingyuan said, but they are not so advanced that the Imperium is utterly invincible. It is because we both have the technological bottleneck. In the past 10,000 years, the technological peak of the civilization of mankind was the Star Ocean Imperium. It is said that the Star Ocean Imperium had the help of 3 volumes of the Book of Revelation during its development. Therefore, it grew into a brilliant civilization in a relatively brief period. After the Star Ocean Imperium's sudden collapse, the entire civilization of mankind ended up in the cosmic dust. Later, while all the civilizations tried to catch up to the Star Ocean Imperium, the closer they got to the Star Ocean Imperium's height, the slower their speed of development was, and the more bottlenecks they met. This is the case for both the Star Ocean Republic and the Imperium of true human beings. In the past 1,000 years, although the Imperium of true human beings has made major progress in a lot of fields, the overall development level of the civilization is not much better than ours. It's even nearly stagnated in the last few hundred years. But the Star Glory Federation is different. Jumping from a civilization of a single sector to a universal civilization with 7 sectors, and with the tremendous technology from the relics of the primeval civilization Kunlun, The Federation has gone through the golden period of development in the past 100 years. To this day, although it is still underdeveloped compared to the Imperium, it definitely has the capability to deal with the opponent. They are like a bronze saber and a steel saber. Underdeveloped as the Star Glory Federation may be, it can still kill the opponent. This is the comparison between the two parties. The starships of the Black Wind Fleet are of a higher level, with a greater firepower, and possess more experts. Also, they are attackers on a foreign land, which means that they have more choices in terms of tactics without any concern or burden. On the surface, they have the initiative in battle. However, they do have a fatal weakness, which is that they are short of a concrete base. They are on a lone expedition deep inside a hostile land. Other than stealing and plundering, they have no way of refilling their supplies. If we get to the bottom of it, it is because of the erroneous intelligence that the Black Wind Fleet had. 100 years ago, when they took off, they thought that they were going to conquer and explore some barbaric sectors that were uncivilized and might not even be able to fly out of their own galaxy. It never occurred to them that they would run into such tricky prey as the Star Glory Federation, which can even bite back at them. It is impossible for the Black Wind Fleet to fight a protected war. One blown-up starship means one fewer starship for them, and an expert will be no more after they are killed. There are no reinforcements at all. Even if all the blood of the Federation is slowly drained in a protracted war, they will be exhausted themselves too, which is definitely not an outcome that the commander of the Black Wind Fleet will want to see. Therefore, for the Black Wind Fleet, the most likely strategy that they will choose is to jump into the heartland of the Federation out of our expectations and take over one of the 7 sectors of the Federation. As long as they have one world as their strategic fulcrum and their logistical base, with their military technology that is far more advanced than the Federation's and ours, the Black Wind Fleet will be able to produce more starships, arm countless slave soldiers, and collect sufficient resources incessantly, supporting them to slowly expand. In the end, they will force the main force of the Federation into a strategic battle and secure victory. It is almost the only strategy that they can take, but it is also a highly risky one, because the moment that the Black Wind Fleet jumps to the heartland of the Federation from hundreds of light years away is the moment when it is most vulnerable. If any of you find it difficult to understand, you may imagine a gigantic dinosaur cramming through a narrow, rough valley. As long as the dinosaur passes through the valley successfully, it will be able to begin hunting and butchering as it wishes. However, when it is struggling forward, hamstrung by the rocks and the gaps in the middle of the canyon, it will be the most vulnerable moment for the dinosaur. Even the animals that are much weaker than the dinosaur will have a chance to kill it with appropriate timing. That will be the only shot for us and the Federation. For the Federation, they do not want to fight a protracted war either, because it means that the territory that they have worked hard to develop for 100 years will be burned to the ground. The Black Wind Fleet is only an expedition army of the Imperium of true human beings after all. Even if the Black Wind Fleet is destroyed, the Federation will possibly be faced with new threats soon. The Star Glory Federation must retain part of its capabilities as leverage to play the game with the Imperium of true human beings, so that the Imperium will not dare send out a second expedition army recklessly. Finish the Black Wind Fleet as quickly as possible. Seize the starships and assets of the Black Wind Fleet, and upgrade themselves with the new loot so that they will really have enough cards to speak to the Imperium. This is perhaps the most perfect ending that the Federation is planning. With all the military forces that the Federation has right now, if they can foresee which sector the Black Wind Fleet will jump to and then launch a destructive strike in the middle of the space jump, the chances are good that they will achieve their strategic goal. Therefore, to simplify the war to come soon, it is in fact a game of picking 1 out of 7. The Federation will wager on one of the sectors that they believe the Black Wind Fleet will attack, and they will mobilize all their elite forces to set up ambushes. If their gamble pays off and the Black Wind Fleet is annihilated in the middle of the space jump, it is very possible for the Federation to secure the final victory. If their gamble is wrong and the Black Wind Fleet completes the space jump successfully, unfolds into the battle formation, and even occupies the sector, it means that the dinosaur has passed through the valley, and the invaders will have established a base on the beach. The Federation will surely lose. Tang Dingyuan paused for a moment and extended his hands. Yes, A senior professor from Star Ocean University, who was also a member of parliament, asked, "If that's so, is it possible to divide the armed forces and set up ambushes in 7 sectors at once so that all the openings are blocked?" Tang Dingyuan smiled and shook his head. "It is absolutely impossible. The armed forces of the Federation and us are weaker than the expedition army of the Imperium in the first place, and they will be even weaker if they are divided into 7 parts. They will not be able to resist the enemy at all, but will only be devoured by the Black Wind Fleet one piece at a time. Not just dividing the army into 7 parts. Even if we split the forces in half, it will be impossible to achieve our goal. We can only focus all the elite troops in one place and clinch them into one first in order to shatter the Black Wind Fleet." The professor frowned deeply. "There are 7 sectors in the Federation. The Black Wind Fleet can jump to and strike any of them randomly, and we can only set up an ambush in one of them. A chance of 1/7 does not seem to be in our favor." "Not exactly." Controlling the light beam, Tang Dingyuan displayed the basic situation of the 7 sectors. Many glamorous planets were displayed to the participants of the meeting as he went on. "Please take a look, everyone. Although the Star Glory Federation boasts 7 sectors, not every one of them is a good choice to be the Black Wind Fleet's base. This is the Forest Ocean sector. Their mother planet is covered in the primitive forests. It is terribly underdeveloped, without much foundation on magical equipment manufacturing or resource collection. The local people are incredible beast tamers who are adept at fighting in cooperation with animals, but they are useless to the Black Wind Fleet. Even if the Forest Ocean sector is occupied, it will be practically impossible for the Black Wind Fleet to collect sufficient resources for themselves. They will only be trapped in the primitive forests. Therefore, the Forest Ocean sector can be ruled out. This is the Water Crystal sector, a world with abundant crystals as resources. The problem is that there are barely any other resources except for crystals. Their mother planet is a boundless desert. Even the most valuable water resource is highly insufficient there. Water is the foundation for everything. Sometimes, it is even more important than crystals. That's why the Water Crystal sector is still rather underdeveloped despite the tremendous crystals. When it was discovered by the Star Glory Federation years ago, all the locals were seriously struggling. They were almost overjoyed to join the Federation and trade crystals for water. Although the Federation has been trying to improve the harsh environment, it will take more than a few decades to turn the desert into fine lands and develop enough industrial infrastructure for the Black Wind Fleet to use. Unless the Black Wind Fleet can forge magical equipment with sand, the Water Crystal sector is also not an option. There's no need to mention the Netherworld sector, which is a world full of radiation and only suitable for the spectral cultivators. The Black Wind Fleet is mostly made of living people after all. Such a ghostly world is useless to them. Of the 3 core sectors, the Blood Demon sector is best known for their biochemical technology, which is not the industrial infrastructure that the Black Wind Fleet needs. Also, the locals of the Blood Demon sector are born tough, and many of them are good at digging holes. They will be terribly troublesome if the Blood Demon sector is occupied. The Heaven's Origin sector is definitely good, but as the capital of the Star Glory Federation, it has the strongest defense of the 7 sectors and will not be occupied quickly. In conclusion, only 2 targets suit the Black Wind Fleet well: the Flying Star sector and the Uranian Ring sector. The Flying Star sector boasts 2 habitable planets, both of which have developed sufficient industrial infrastructure in the past 100 years. The Star Prior's house on Spider Den is of high military significance, too. The Uranian Ring sector is the last sector to have joined the Federation. The Federation's only been there for 30 years and has weaker influence. It also has an orbit dock from the Star Ocean Imperium. All the facilities that the Black Wind Fleet need can be provided. Therefore, we are probably faced not with a 1-in-7 game, but a 1-in-2 game. We have to guess whether the Black Wind Fleet will come from the Flying Star sector or the Uranian Ring sector. That was how a war in the Sea of Stars went, which was nothing like a war between countries living on the same plane and planet as in the ancient times. For countries whose main territory was on the continent, they often had clear national borders. The enemy could also break the border and slowly push forward to the inland or even center from the border. Even if they had various kinds of flying magical equipment, they would have to fly in from the border. Other than the special forces with high cultivation, it was difficult to reach the central area directly. However, a three-dimensional war in space was definitely not the same. The universe was too vast and boundless a place, and the sectors suitable for mankind to develop civilizations were too few. Every sector was a lone island, connected to each other by the bridge of space jumps that crossed four-dimensional space. What the Star Glory Federation governed was not the entire space among the 7 sectors, but 7 tiny lone islands in the universe. It was hard to distinguish the real border from the central areas. The enemy could certainly bypass a few sectors and launch an unexpected assault on the weakly defended, vulnerable parts. It was not hard to imagine the difficulty of defense. In fact, we have been calculating the situation with the Federation for 10 years, but it was never disclosed to you until today, Tang Dingyuan said. The conclusion has also been verified by the confessions of Ding Xinjian and the many rebels. Should their insurgency have succeeded, they would have created chaos inside the Federation in cooperation with the CFIA and the special forces of the Black Wind Fleet who had snuck into the Federation, making an opportunity for the Black Wind Fleet's attack. The war between the Imperium and the Federation began a long time ago, and victory has probably been preordained at this moment even before the Black Wind Fleet shows up. There are immortal cultivators inside the Federation, not just those on the surface such as the CFIA, but more critical persons in higher positions and hiding deeper. While the intelligence could have been made up by Lu Qingchen to tempt Ding Xinjiang to begin the rebellion, we believe that it's likely true. The person is influential enough to create the best opportunity for the Black Wind Fleet's attack. At the very least, the person can send precious intelligence, such as where exactly the Burning Prairie Fleet will be hiding, to the Black Wind Fleet. On the other hand, if we find the person, we may uncover the jump point of the Black Wind Fleet in advance, and the war will be half won. This is the latest situation. The fact that Ding Xinjiang, Cheng Xuansu, and the rest of them initiated a large-scale rebellion at this point also suggests that the Black Wind Fleet is almost prepared. Whatever scheme they have, it will be activated very soon. Given the perilous situation, it is necessary that our oath of alliance with the Star Glory Federation move to the next step. Tang Dingyuan paused and looked at Chui Lingfeng next to him. Chui Lingfeng coughed. Everyone, according to the latest news, the Star Glory Federation will enter the highest warring state after the new election, which is unprecedented in the history of the Federation. Even in the war against the Uranian Ring Sector 30 years ago, they only went into the Level I warring state. This time, the Federation is about to elect a Speaker of Wartime, who will have greater powers in every respect than a Speaker in peacetime does. Before, we sent an election observation delegation to investigate how the latest Speaker of the Federation is nominated, but they were disrupted by the insurgency of the immortal cultivators. Right now, in light of the recent updates of the situation, the scale of the election observation delegation should be expanded accordingly. Moreover, it should not be restricted to the observation of the election, but make preparations for deeper cooperation between us and the Federation in military, economy, politics, and all other aspects. The expedition army of the Imperium will arrive before us any second. I hope that everybody bears that in mind and reconsiders our relationship with the Federation and our mutual future. Therefore, after discussing the issue with Captain Tang and communicating with the Federation, I have decided that the name of Election Observation Delegation will not be changed, but the scale will be tripled. The first stop of the delegation will be the Uranian Ring Sector. A group of our high-level officers will stay there and meet with the military leadership of the Federation in the second motherport of the Burning Prairie Fleet to discuss the details of establishing joint headquarters. The second stop will be Hundred Flowers City, a space jump center in the middle of the Uranian Ring Sector, the Forest Ocean Sector, the Netherworld Sector, and the Water Crystal Sector. It is the intersection of the sailing routes of the Federation and the most prosperous trade city. Our Business and Commerce Commission will meet with high-level officials of the corresponding departments in the Federation to discuss how the economic system on Firefly can be fully integrated into the economic system of the Federation, as well as the unified currency, tariff removal, distribution of taxes, and all other subsequent issues. After the high-level officers are left in the Military Center and the Commission of Business and Commerce stay in the Trade Center, The rest of the delegation will directly go to the Heaven's Origin Sector, capital of the Federation. According to the timetable, they will arrive right when the results of the election are out. By then, they will learn the latest policies of the Federation in the highest warring state, and they will discuss the issues of integration with the new administration. Everyone with everything coming to this point, let's give up our fantasies. We have run for 1,000 years. There's no retreat anymore. Here and now, we will fight back until we return to the center of the cosmos, the home of our ancestors. By the standard of the Federation's time, it was already midnight. However, on the hundreds of child starships of Firefly, and in different cabins, because there was not a fixed time of sleep, the enormous fortress in space was still ablaze with brightness, as if thousands of fireflies had gathered together and unleashed their feeble, flickering light. The meditation platform in a core cabin, which was covered by a crystal dome and allowed those on it to observe space directly, was the only place of peace and quiet under the illumination of the brilliant stars outside. Following Cui Lingfeng, Liao paced back and forth on the spacious meditation platform. They were the only two in the glowing starry light. In 3 days, the delegation will set out. Staring at Cui Lingfeng's back, which was soaked in the light of the stars, Liao asked, "Is there anything you want to talk to me about, speaker?" "Nothing much. I only want to say thank you to you. Whoever you are, and whatever purpose you have, at the very least, you have brought new hope to the Star Ocean Republic." Looking at the starry light outside of the crystal dome, which looked like a rippling ocean, Cui Lingfeng suddenly said, "If you are truly a simple native of the Red Lotus sector, who has fled to this place to seek revenge against the immortal cultivators, and you have finally found some other cultivators after so much trouble, are you disappointed after discovering the ambitions of Xingjian and that the so-called rightful government is not as perfect as you imagined, but has dark sides such as the Rebirth plan?" Liao was slightly dazed. He thought for a moment, but shook his head. "I wouldn't go so far as to say I'm disappointed, but I do feel a bit pitiful. With a great foe in front of us, we are still wary and suspicious of each other when we are all cultivators. It is indeed a bit. It can't be helped. Perhaps this is the part of humanity that can never be completely removed however hard one trains oneself." Cui Lingfeng smiled and asked, "Captain Lin, do you know about porcupines in winter?" Liao blinked. "Porcupines in winter?" Porcupines are a type of large rodent. They have long, hard thorns on their body that can be pricked like a hedgehog to resist bigger predators, Cui Lingfeng said. In a cold winter, the porcupines will cram together to keep themselves warm. If they are too spread out, the cold wind will still blow among them. But if they are too close to each other, they will be hurt by each other's thorns. In the end, this is what happens. The porcupines move to their companions until they are hurt by their companions' thorns. Then, they jerk back abruptly. But very soon, threatened by the cold wind, they move toward their companions again, craving a tiny bit of warmth, until they are stung by their companions one more time. We in the Star Glory Federation are probably 2 such porcupines. Under the pressure of the cold wind, we want to hug each other to get warm, but we will be hurt by each other's natural-born thorns. It can't be helped. The thorns are the weapon that we used to protect ourselves from ferocious animals in the past. Without the thorns, we would have been killed long before the wind arrived. I believe that even stupid porcupines eventually find an appropriate distance where they can share each other's warmth without hurting each other. Otherwise, the species would have gone extinct a long time ago. Liao could not help but remark, human beings will only be the same. I don't believe that the leadership of the Star Glory Federation is not even as good as porcupines. You don't understand. Sometimes, it is not the Star Glory Federation that scares me, but us. Cui Lingfeng sighed gloomily. After all, the monster Black Star the Great, Wu Yingqi, was not born in the Imperium of true human beings, but in our country, the Star Ocean Republic. It was the Star Ocean Republic that bred the immortal cultivator Black Star the Great. After such a monster was made, our ancestors fled in a hurry. During the 1,000 years when we were running in the Sea of Stars, we experienced too much darkness and desperation and towed the boundaries for normal human beings time and time again. Yes, I can shamelessly announce that bad cultivators and immortal cultivators are different. However, after Ding Xingjian raised the question, I've been thinking more than once on it. Is it possible that everything is really decided by the environment and has nothing to do with our will? I am lucky enough not to have met any tough choices while working as the speaker. However, if I and Firefly were not as lucky, and the resources on board were only enough to sustain the survival of 1/10 of the population due to heavy losses after a disaster, would I be brave enough to activate the Rebirth plan and randomly kill 90% of the population? If I had really done that, would I be a bad cultivator or an immortal cultivator? The Star Ocean Republic in the past, the great nation in the Golden Age that had yet to produce the monstrous black star, the great Qingchen, was definitely worth being proud of. But what about later? Is the rightful government that fled in panic and drifted in the Sea of Stars for 1,000 years after Qingchen was born still worth being proud of? Once our integration with the Star Glory Federation is accelerated, all our endeavors over the past 1,000 years for survival will definitely be exposed. The classified files that are locked deep inside the speaker's office are not all upright and blood-boiling. I don't know how the people of the Federation will view us after the files are disclosed and they learn about everything that's happened to Firefly in the past 1,000 years. Will they still consider us as real cultivators, or will they regard us as a mini-civilization of the immortal cultivators, one that is in a different form and in the middle of degeneration, and therefore simply hate us and reject us? Do you understand it now? Perhaps, deep down in my heart, I do not object to joining the Federation. I'm only scared that the Federation will refuse us after discovering the whole truth. Li Yao took a deep breath. He felt that Shui Lingfeng looked different under the illumination of the profound stars in space. Perhaps it was the most real side of the Supreme Speaker of the Star Ocean Republic. After all the darkness, lies, and struggles, he and everyone else on board was only one step away from the immortal cultivators like Ding Xingjian and Cheng Xuansu. Staring out of the crystal dome and simply allowing the starry brilliance to dart through his old and weary body like arrows, Shui Lingfeng gloomily said, "However, we don't have a choice. I don't know whether or not Lu Qingchen's Immortal Cultivator 2.0 forwarded by Ding Xingjian is a universal truth, but at the very least, it does seem irrefutable on Firefly. If we hadn't met the Star Glory Federation, we would have fled further into the desolate, unvisited area of the universe. How much longer could we have persisted in the path of the cultivators when the starship became more broken, the resources became more insufficient, and the population continued to rise? In the end, without the corruption of the Imperium of true human beings, we would have automatically turned into immortal cultivators. The most horrible immortal cultivators. The resources in the universe are limited, whereas the boom of life can be infinite. The serious shortage of resources is a regularity for the universe. All of us, regardless of whether we are from the Federation, the Imperium, the Covenant Alliance, or the Republic, are living on a slightly larger Firefly that is sailing toward the unknown darkness. Therefore, the true path of immortality, which follows the trend of the universe, should be the ultimate guideline for a civilization that will keep the civilization flourishing forever. Captain Lin, what's your take on such a theory? Li Yao was silent for such a long time under the cold, starry light that Shui Lingfeng almost thought that he could not answer the question at all. Waving his hands lethargically, he was about to end the conversation when Li Yao suddenly said, "Sir Speaker, there are cockroaches on Firefly." Shui Lingfeng was dazed. Of course, and more than one type of them. At least, I have sensed more than 10 different mutations in the corners when I released a few random telepathic thoughts. In terms of survival, the cockroach is truly a very successful species. Not only is it more successful than mankind, it is also even more successful than our parent civilizations, both the Panga civilization and the Nuwa civilization. According to the findings of our historians and archaeologists, even our parent civilizations, the Panga clan and the Nuwa clan, rose and declined somewhere around 1,000,000 years ago. The whole longevity of their civilizations could not have been more than 2 million years. But the cockroach appeared at least 350 million years ago. Up till now, The longevity of this species is 300 times longer than that of the Panga clan or the Nuwa clan. During the 350 million years, countless species and civilizations that were once brilliant and glorious have been destroyed. The dinosaurs, the Panga clan, and the Nuwa clan, the demons dominators of the universe in the past, the invincible tyrants and their dazzling civilizations, have all been obliterated in the tides of time. But the tiny cockroaches survived doggedly. Together with the prehistoric experts who conquered the universe one step after another, they expanded to every place in the 3,000 sectors and developed into billions of mutations. In the dark, cold, forsaken starships that are almost a vacuum, in the desert planets whose surface temperature is more than 100 degrees, and in the frigid planets where a drop of water will immediately be frozen into ice. Cockroaches can adapt to the environment very quickly and live a good life everywhere. Although I am not sure, but there is a 99% likelihood that when the civilization of mankind goes completely extinct one day in the future, the cockroach will not. They will continue to evolve in the harshest and cruelest environment and survive for another billion years or even longer. From that point of view, the civilization of mankind is perhaps only a passerby in the universe, and the cockroach is the eternity. Chui Lingfeng finally turned around. Looking Li Yao in the eye, he frowned and said, "Captain Lin, what are you trying to say?" "I'm trying to say, if the whole purpose of a civilization's evolution is to make it survive longer, the truth path of immortality is definitely not the best option for human beings, and the truth path of the cockroach is the most optimal solution. We should figure out a way, say, by editing our genes or practicing the secret arts, to abandon everything, from our vulnerable body to our useless mercy, kindness, and morals, and turn everybody into a cockroach of a certain form. Assuming Firefly truly sinks into darkness under certain circumstances, and all the survivors become immortal cultivators after attacking each other, you will still not outlive the cockroaches on the starship, will you?" Chui Lingfeng was silent and deep in thought. "Do you think that I'm being unreasonable?" Li Yao smiled and opened his arms toward the universe. "In fact, over the past couple of days, I've been reflecting on the words of Master Lu of the CFIA. The so-called Immortal Cultivator 2.0 does not sound too bad when you first hear it. It is true that darkness is the dominant hue of the universe, and survival of the fittest is the logic of nature. However, something suddenly occurred to me later. Does civilization not denote violating nature and changing the universe? Since the moment our earliest ancestors ignited the very first fire and burned a forest to the ground of an unknown planet, we have been changing the planets below our feet and the universe above our head step by step. There were good changes and bad ones. Some of them even led to catastrophic consequences. But our footsteps to march forward have never stopped. We grit our teeth to change, challenge, and conquer the universe with our will. As the ancient sages said, fighting nature is the greatest pleasure. The universe is so vast and invincible. The result of going against the universe is probably to be crushed into smithereens. Therefore, the immortal cultivators caved in and retreated. They pledged loyalty to the dark universe and surrender to its cruel nature. They allow the ultimate guideline of the universe to change them and efface the humanity in them that our ancestors finally accumulated after more than 100,000 years. Even so, what will become of the civilizations of the immortal cultivators eventually? However humble and compromising they are, and however hard they try to abandon everything to distort themselves, they can never outlive cockroaches. No, that's not right. In my opinion, only the species who dare declare war on the universe with their will are qualified to be called civilizations. Every civilization is born to conquer the universe and to spread the belief of the civilization to every corner of the sea of stars. Without such resolution, no matter how magnificent their techniques and how powerful their armed forces, they are merely doing everything driven by their instincts for survival as pathetic toys that the universe has created. Therefore, Immortal Cultivator 2.0, Immortal Cultivator 5.0, or even Immortal Cultivator 100.0 are all the same to me. In my eyes, they are not qualified to be called a civilization of immortal cultivators at all. They're just a bunch of iron cockroaches that live for the sake of remaining alive. Perhaps they have truly pointed out part of the nature's law. To quote the ancient cultivators, they might have discovered the heavenly rules. The heavenly rules are unstoppable, and whoever goes against them will perish. However, cultivation is about going against the heaven's will in the first place. Why bother to embark on the path of cultivation if you do not even dare go against the heaven's will? The more he talked, the more excited Li Yao became. He was waving his hands, his saliva darting out. Chui Lingfeng looked at him in a daze. Suddenly, he burst into such laughter that his face flushed, and he could barely catch his breath. Every wrinkle on his face was shivering, as if he had laughed out all the fog and darkness that had been pinned up on his heart in the past 1,000 years. I'm finally convinced that you are not an immortal cultivator. Dirty tears flowed out because of his laughter. The immortal cultivators can never say such things. They cannot even pretend to say it. Here you are, he handed over a silver jade chip to Li Yao and said, "This is the key to the center of classified files of the rightful government, which was kept by Qingchen before. The center recorded all the glory and brilliance in the golden years of the Star Ocean Republic and all the darkness and ugliness in the Age of Escape, including stuff like the Rebirth plan. In any case, they are indispensable parts of the Star Ocean Republic." Li Yao blinked and finally realized why Chui Lingfeng had invited him for a conversation. It seemed to have been a special test. Now that he had passed the test, he had been given the history of the Star Ocean Republic. But it was impossible. It's been 1,000 years since we fled from our homeland and started wandering in the universe, Chui Lingfeng said with mixed feelings. In the most difficult times in the past, I considered the significance of our struggle and persistence. After learning the truth, anyone with a normal head will easily come to the conclusion that it is an absolutely absurd and hilarious dream to overthrow the imperium of true human beings, or even to destroy the alliance of the Holy Covenant solely with Firefly. Therefore, if I hadn't intoxicated myself time and time again with the self-deceiving beliefs, perhaps I would have ended up as a pessimist and a capitulator like Ding Xingjian. I feel grateful right now that I did not walk down that path, that I did not collapse in desperation and choose to surrender to the imperium of true human beings. Because I have finally figured out the significance of our vagrancy and Firefly's destiny after it has fled for 1,000 years in the universe like a stray dog. We were not wandering to overthrow the imperium of true human beings, but to deliver the tinder from the center of the cosmos to this place, to the Star Glory Federation, a civilization of the cultivators that has only just been born and is full of vitality, like a rising sun. The tinder includes how the cultivators at the center of the cosmos struggled to clean up the mess, rescue their compatriots in the chaotic worlds, and establish the first real modern republic of the cultivators in the dark years after the collapse of the Star Ocean Imperium, when countless heroes who were willing to serve as sabers of humanity emerged. It also includes how the great country declined from its peak to weakness, and from weakness to degeneration, step by step, and how a monster like Blackstar the Great, Wu Yingqi, and the Abnormal Beast, the imperium of true human beings, were bred in its very body. There are also the tough choices on Firefly during the lone voyage between cultivators and immortal cultivators. I hope that you can take the tinder to the Federation and show the glory, mistakes, and viruses that the cultivators of the past once made to the cultivators of the new generation, so that we can create a more magnificent and brilliant civilization of cultivators that will defend all mankind. A real civilization. Holding the heavy jade chip, Li Yao felt as if it had turned into a burning silver stream and leaked into his blood and internal organs mixed with the thousands of years of the history of the Star Ocean Republic. He was at a loss for words when he looked at Chui Lingfeng's weary face that was full of expectation. I go now. Use this time to take a look at the past of the Star Ocean Republic. Chui Lingfeng smiled, as if a great burden on him had been relieved. You are now the senior representative and special counselor of the Speaker's Office of the Star Ocean Republic, and you are going to visit the Star Glory Federation fully on my behalf. Although you are just a common member of the delegation in name, everybody, even including the natives of the Federation, knows that you are the key. It won't do if you don't know the first thing about the past of the Star Ocean Republic. He walked toward the depths of the meditation platform unhurriedly, as if he were embracing the arrows of light that the stars in the universe shot at him. The Star Ocean Republic and I are old. You and the Star Glory Federation are the future. Remember your own words just now, and try to make the future a better one. Li Yao's heart almost skipped a beat. He was not certain if the old speaker was implying that he was from the Star Glory Federation. He opened his mouth but then closed it, wondering if he should ask at all. Chui Lingfeng suddenly came to a stop, as if he had an invisible eye on the back of his head that saw through the concerns in Li Yao's heart. Whether you are from the Red Lotus sector or somewhere else, you are a cultivator, aren't you? Of course, Li Yao replied. That's good. Chui Lingfeng's voice grew lighter and lighter. That is enough. The Star Ocean Republic is a country that has taken the entire universe and all the cultivators and all the human beings in the 3,000 sectors as compatriots since the beginning. 10 days later, in the Uranian Ring sector, when the carrier from the rightful government of the Star Ocean Republic appeared in the ripples of the void and jumped out of the swirl like a dolphin, the first thing that was reflected on the mirror-like shell of the carrier was the rising dragon of the Nine Stars flag, the national flag of the Federation that was more than 100 kilometers both in length and width. Sitting in a corner of the bridge by himself, Li Yao gazed at the raging dragon that was soaring into the sky on the red flag through the light beam all by himself. He could hardly hold back the urge to cry out loud. 100 years. After 100 years, he had finally stepped into the territory of the Federation again and seen the flag that had protected him countless times and had been protected by him countless times. Thankfully, the experts of the Ancient Sages sector were not currently around him. They were still studying the files that were as boundless as the ocean in their respective cabins. Under Chui Lingfeng's arrangement, they had all been assigned to specific tasks in the delegation, and they were about to inspect every detail in the Federation in terms of politics, economy, military, and all the other fields. Naturally, they had a lot of preparation work to do and were not half as relaxed as Li Yao. To turn the experts of ancient times into modern specialists in a certain field quickly, even the computational ability of the peak of the nascent soul stage was not enough. Therefore, they had spent the last 10 days coping with all kinds of textbooks, files, and data without having any time to bother about other things. It was for this reason that they did not notice Li Yao's subtle emotional changes. In any case, I'm finally back now. I'm going to be reunited with my wife and everybody very soon. Hee. I didn't expect that I would be appointed as a special representative for the Speaker of the Star Ocean Republic by chance. In the Ancient Sages sector, it would be equal to the Royal Envoy, right? The situation in the Federation is rather complicated. The CFIA and Xingjian are in an ambiguous relationship. The CFIA seems like bait that Xingjian intentionally threw out to attract the immortal cultivators. But Lu Qingchen's theory does not appear to be something a counterfeit immortal cultivator could come up with. There's also Bai Xingjian whose acting skills even fooled me. What is his role in this whole scheme? Hee. However modestly I put it, I am the dominator of the 3 sectors after all. Are you bold enough to deceive my disciple? Also, is the Black Wind Fleet already here and capable of jumping to the most vulnerable place of the Federation at any minute? Are there really immortal cultivators lurking in the leadership of the Federation? Or is it an exaggeration and a smoke grenade that somebody tossed out on purpose? If my identity as Vulture Li Yao is truly exposed, I'm afraid that it will raise unnecessary alarms and make the surreptitious scoundrels in darkness better prepared. So, on second thought, I might as well make best use of my identity as special representative for the Speaker. I should try to be more surreptitious than the surreptitious bad guys. In the end, I might be able to catch them unprepared and resolve the problem. Li Yao grinned and made the decision. He might as well take things as they came. He would work as a dutiful special representative for the Speaker and take a good look at the appearance of the new Federation that had developed quickly for 100 years. From the perspective of the grand universe and observed with the naked eye, even the periphery of the Uranian Ring sector that had been highly developed was still nothing more than a cold, vacant wasteland. However, on the mainframe crystal processor of the carrier, the radiation, mystic rays, and signals displayed on the light beam outlined the busiest, most prosperous, and noisiest scene. Golden, shining sailing routes like golden bridges established a complicated, pervasive transportation network between the mother planet, important resource planets, space docks, and star fortresses. All kinds of starships in bizarre forms marked their coordinates and speed as little shining spots on the light beam, shipping the labor and resources that the world needed for its continuous development. Two starships slid along the sailing routes near the carrier, escorting the guests from Firefly. The shells of the starships were in the apparent style of pragmatism of the Federation that appeared to be slightly clumsy, but the barrels and the plate armor in certain parts kept the agility and elegance that were unique to the Uranian ring sector. Together, they brought a sense of liveliness despite the minor incoordination. Their size was already greater than Burning Prairie, the strongest warship that Li Yao had seen 100 years ago, known as the Dream Warship of Three Sectors. However, the exhaust flames spurting out of the power rune arrays in the rear were feebler and more lackluster, suggesting that they might not be the main power source, but merely serve to slightly alter the direction. Li Yao could not help but feel fascinated when he wondered what their main power sources were. The starships that were more technologically sophisticated than Burning Prairie were not even members of the Burning Prairie Fleet, the ace troop of the Federation, but only two main force warships that belonged to the local fleet of the Uranian ring sector. Li Yao was greatly amazed by the magnificent military power of the new Federation and had never been more confident about the war to come. Guided by the two escorting starships, the carrier quickly sailed toward the Uranian ring planet, which was the center of the Uranian ring sector and the largest starship production base in the new Federation. It was not until the super-enormous orbit dock around the Uranian ring planet was gradually unfolded in front of Li Yao's eyes that Li Yao finally understood why the Uranian ring sector had been named after such a wonder of visual impact. The orbit dock was not a narrow, thin metal thread that he had imagined, but extremely thick even in contrast to the planet nearby. It was glowing brilliantly, like the rings around many planets that were made of meteoroids and broken pieces. Wow! Many people who had spent their entire lives on Firefly, born, raised, and aged in the sea of stars alone, were deeply awed by the glamorous exhaust flames when at least 1,000 starships crowded together. They were exclaiming at the splendid view. During the incessant gasps and exclamations, they passed the second mother port of the Burning Prairie Fleet, which was also the biggest starship production base in the Four New Worlds. The solemn and inviolable starships had entirely renewed plate armor, which was polished to be even smoother than a mirror. There was no sign that they had ever been scratched by the cosmic dust at all. Illuminated by the sun and the exhaust flames of the 1,000 starships nearby, they were reflecting deep, dark golden colors, like the ridge of a continuous mountain that boasted infinite strength. On the orbit dock behind them, countless iron tentacles extended all the way down into the atmosphere of the Uranian ring planet until they stabbed deeply into the mother lodes below the surface of the planet, transporting the metal and crystal resources from there directly into the docks. In space, a lot of starry brilliance was flying toward the Uranian rings, too, as if they were shooting stars that had been conquered, manipulated, and made use of by human beings. They were all man-made asteroids that used to be part of the resource planets. Before, the collection and purification work used to be conducted on the resource planets. But later, a more convenient approach was invented, which was to blow up part of the resource planets, install engine units on them, and push them toward the Uranian rings. The collection, purification, manufacture, and assembly procedures were concentrated in the same place, and the efficiency to produce starships was greatly improved. If the probe distance of the crystal cameras were increased, they would be able to distinguish some details of the Uranian rings on the fuzzy picture. At such a distance, the Uranian rings' sense of smoothness, elegance, and unity would completely vanish. They were an iron forest from which countless branches were stretching out. Just like Firefly, which was under major maintenance, twigs made of super alloys stood erect on the surface, and new twigs bifurcated at the end of the previous twigs. Growing just like that, the Uranian rings occupied every tiny bit of space other than the sailing routes. At the end of every narrowest twig was a starship that was being maintained or produced. From that point of view, the twigs were sort of like umbilical cords. The Uranian rings, beasts of the planetary level, collected and absorbed metals, minerals, crystals, and everything from the Uranian ring planet and the hundreds of resource planets nearby without pause. They chewed and digested the resources and sent the nutrition into the starships incessantly through the umbilical cords, breeding the iron beasts one after another that were about to raise surging tides in the universe. Such a picture was not natural at all, but it was quite human. The carriers slowly connected to one of the twigs extending out of the Uranian rings. It was the first stop of the delegation, the Uranian Ring War Museum. Wars were the most extreme outburst of potential of a civilization. Through wars, it was possible to learn the true face of a civilization within the shortest amount of time. Therefore, the representatives from the center of the cosmos had chosen this place for their first stop, where they were greeted by a communication committee made of people from the federal government, military, cultivation sects, and academic fields. Because of the subtle if not awkward relationship between the Star Ocean Republic and the Star Glory Federation, and since the Federation was fully focused on the preparation for the war to come, both parties had agreed that they would discuss more about practical questions during the communication and negotiation and put aside controversial issues such as legitimacy and rightfulness. Therefore, the delegation was not of a high level on the surface, and it was purely under the banner of election observation delegation. Correspondingly, only a limited number of people from the government and the military were in the communication committee that the Federation had sent out. At least there were not many of them in the beginning. Liao did not find any acquaintances in the communication committee, which spared him from the dilemma that he would have faced if an old friend had been there. He observed the people of the new Federation who were standing opposite him with great interest. He discovered that probably because of the transition from a planetary civilization completely into a universal civilization, the federal citizens of the new generation were slimmer and taller, as if they could swim in the sea of stars to their heart's content after one jump. Regardless of their sex and gender, they were equally energetic and in high spirits. The confidence in their demeanor was so obvious that it was almost sharp. Judging from their clothing, other than the officers who were more difficult to tell because of their standard military uniform, the civil representatives were from various sectors, including the Netherworld sector. Some of them also possessed some demon features, such as cute rabbit ears, green eyes resembling a cat, and so on. Other people did not seem to be affected at all, either. It appeared that the new Federation had carried out the integration policy determinately in the past 100 years. With their guidance, Liao visited the Uranian Ring War Museum. Through the remnants from the war logs of the soldiers, and even simulation games in the Grand Illusionary Land, he experienced the war of 30 years prior. He had studied many details of the war in the Uranian Ring sector carefully on Firefly. However, he was quite fond of the new Federation's narration of the war, which was calm, objective, and slightly conservative. There was not much description of the ugliness and evilness of the heavenly light. Everything was simply recorded dutifully like a sketch. In one of the procedures, quite a few solutions that could have completely avoided the war were even simulated in the Grand Illusionary Land. Only the real victors could be so calm and conservative. It was even confident enough to reflect on the war. After seeing all the scenes in the War Museum, Liao was finally convinced that the Federation had completely integrated and assimilated the Uranian Ring sector. This world had become an indispensable part of the Star Glory Federation now. Then at the exit of the museum, he saw a statue. The statue was not a depiction of the merry and light-hearted victors, but a sad, lonely young woman who was holding the hands of a little girl in ragged, dirty clothes. The two of them were raising their heads and looking ahead in silence. What they were looking at was an incessantly rolling list of names that recorded all the victims who had been killed in the Uranian Ring War. In such a way, the woman and the girl in the statue seemed to be searching for the names of their family wholeheartedly. Their uneasy and complicated feelings could not have been more obvious. The name list was divided into 3 columns in 3 different colors, which recorded all the members of the Heavenly Light, the Earthly Fiend, and the Federation that had died in the war. The detail made Liao stop in front of the statue and reflect for a long time. The interpreter who was accompanying him, seeing that he was apparently interested in the statue, said, "The sorrowful woman in the statue is Ding Lingdang, who is regarded by the people of the Uranian Ring sector as their liberator. Huh. Once the Uranian Ring War was over, the earthly fiend that were liberated wanted to build a tall and magnificent statue for Ding Lingdang. But she insisted against it and only agreed reluctantly after much persuasion, on the condition that the shape of the statue be decided by herself. In the end, she did not choose an awesome and dominant appearance, but decided to build such a tiny, inconspicuous statue without highlighting herself. She even refused to carve her name on the statue. Although the statue has always been placed at the exit of the War Museum, few people can recognize that it is the god of war of the Federation if they are not informed. Li Yao stared at the woman who had softness written all over her eyes. He then recalled when they were still in the Grand Desolate War institution years ago. Ding Lingdang had suffered a meltdown when she was drunk, and she had clung to him, bursting into tears like a lonely, helpless girl. He thought and thought. The girl next to her is her daughter, the interpreter added. Huh. Her daughter that she fostered during the Uranian Ring War. The girl's parents were Ding Lingdang's comrades when she initiated the uprising in the underground tunnels, but they unfortunately passed away in the war. Anything else? Can you please say everything at once? I'm done. Are you uncomfortably, Representative Lin? The tour in the Uranian Ring War Museum was over. Next, the high-level officers in the delegation were about to discuss the details about the joint headquarters with the leadership of the Federal Army from the General Staff. Li Yao did not know the first thing about the great battles of thousands of legions. Therefore, he decided not to waste his time. Meng Qixin, Han Bailing, Qi Changsheng, and Emperor Phoenix Zhu Zongyou, on the other hand, were quite interested in the arts of war. Through Cui Lingfeng, Li Yao had reserved several places for them in the group of high-level officers. They would essentially be observing the establishment of the joint headquarters on behalf of the speaker. As for Li Yao himself, he had more important fields that he could not wait to learn about. Merry Christmas Eve, everyone! Partying face, Christmas tree, wrapped gift, Christmas tree, Christmas tree. Military, economy, law, politics. If the two parties truly meant to meld with each other, there were too many questions waiting to be discussed. The specialists in the delegation were all picked up by their counterparts in the Federation as quickly as possible to begin discussions and negotiations sooner. Even the experts of the Ancient Sages sector, who pretended to be Team Red Lotus, also found the fields that they were interested in and were learning new information with the help of dedicated personnel. Although their joke that they would swagger into the Federation on red carpets did not come true, reality was not too far from that, and certainly much better than sneaking into the Federation under the false identities that they had purchased in Fish Dragon City. Just like them, Li Yao was greeted by a smiling, enthusiastic girl. The girl had a caramel skin that was as smooth as milk. Her dark, shining eyes had a hint of green in their depths. She was wearing a soft gauze that looked like mist. Crystal adornments were uttering pleasant sounds from her ears, neck, ankles, and wrist, and reflecting rainbow-like brilliance. Her appearance, and her slightly extravagant use of crystals, was enough for anyone to work out her hometown at first glance. The Water Crystal Sector, a world of deserts. However, other than the distinctive features of the Water Crystal Sector, she also had two sharp ears that were slightly folded and turning agilely right above her hair. Behind her back, a gold, furry tail was waving, and the vague fragrance of a fox could be smelled from her body, which were obvious features of the demons. Those signs were indicative enough of her identity as a hybrid. There could not have been a better tour guide to interpret the national integration of the Federation than a hybrid of the Water Crystal Sector and the Blood Demon Sector, or a half-demon. Li Yao glanced at the girl for a moment and said with a smile, "Miss Ling, you are a postgraduate of the Sky Fantasia Academy on the surface. Then, what are you in fact? In fact, I am the most excellent special agent of the Secret Sword Bureau, of course." Ling Xiaola blinked guilefully and wagged her furry tail, which instantly changed color like a wheat land blown by the wind, turning from gold into flourishing red. If Li Yao's memory from 100 years was not wrong, it was the color of pride for certain fox clans in the Blood Demon Sector. Special Representative Lin is a big hero and a big celebrity that everybody in the Secret Sword Bureau knows. We all know that you defeated the insurgency of the immortal cultivators purely on your own. Wow! A super warrior that was well-tempered 100 years ago fell into a long sleep willingly in order to protect an ancient republic, only to be awakened again at the most perilous moment. You are like the protagonist in novels and games. Everyone in the Secret Sword Bureau admires you. Ling Xiao's big, watery eyes were brimming with admiration. Even if Li Yao knew that it was part of the Secret Sword Bureau's training, he still could not help but feel good about himself. Ling Xiao took the chance to add, "We know that you are hoping to inspect the Federation on behalf of Speaker Chui Lingfeng as low-key as possible like an ordinary person. To compete for the mission to welcome you. Everybody in the Secret Sword Bureau was almost fighting each other. I went through all the trouble to get the mission. So, please forgive me if I make any mistakes while accompanying you on your journey, and don't show too much dissatisfaction, or I will be replaced by them. Look, the guy reading the news on the light up above, the fatty having breakfast next to his shuttle, and so many other people in the corners and skyscrapers nearby all work for the Secret Sword Bureau. Dozens of pairs of eyes are on us right now, analyzing the change of every micro-expression on your face. If they find that you are possibly dissatisfied with me and will thereby influence Speaker Chui's attitude on our cooperation, I'm screwed." Ling Xiao pouted her lips and crossed her hands, staring at Li Yao pitifully. Li Yao could not help but chuckle again. "So, you sold them out the moment we met? It is not a big deal at all." Ling Xiao opened her hands and said unconcernedly, "After all, you are an expert among experts. Even if I did not acknowledge my identity, could you not see through the fact that I am a special agent of the Secret Sword Bureau and that hundreds of our men are observing you from all directions nearby? You would have guessed and found out anyway. So, why shouldn't I say it myself so that you may trust us more? Yes, trust is exactly what we need most right now." Li Yao laughed. "You rehearsed that before, too, didn't you? You were so awesome." Ling Xiao bulged her eyes and exclaimed, "No wonder you are the commander of the Speaker's Special Guards and have come to the Federation as Speaker Chui's ear. That's right. You can say that all this is a ploy, but I assure you that it is an absolutely genuine, harmless one. Everything we do is meant for us to increase our mutual understanding and trust until we are integrated into an unbreakable whole in the end. Believe me." She held her head high. Although she looked no older than 20, there was solemnity all over her young face that one might squeeze water out. Her red foxtail was mixed with some golden brilliance, too, making it look like a fiercely burning torch. Perhaps for Firefly, such contact and integration is a first and last after 1,000 years. But for the Star Glory Federation, this is already the 5th time. We have welcomed 4 batches of guests from the Water Crystal Sector, the Netherworld Sector, the Forest Ocean Sector, and the Uranian Ring Sector, who were as hopeful and yet careful as you. In the end, everybody was happy about the result. The Federation is quite experienced when it comes to integration. Please be absolutely reassured and simply leave it to us. Yes, that's right. Nothing can go wrong." Ling Xiao waved her tiny fists and promised that to Li Yao. Li Yao almost chuckled. He did not expect that the Federation would send out such a funny, untraditional, and seemingly unsophisticated tour guide for him. However, on second thought, such a tour guide seemed to be much better than a grave, white-haired old man who was too solemn and official. Even though it was truly a ploy, it was a rather acceptable one. Everybody would inevitably feel less wary and worried after she told them all their plans and schemes openly. "Do you feel more comfortable now?" Ling Xiao looked at Li Yao, full of expectation. "In fact, we were not like this in the past. A long, long time ago, when the Federation had only the 3 core sectors and had just discovered the first new world, the Water Crystal Sector, there was a time when the natives of the Federation and the natives of the Water Crystal Sector were clumsy, ridiculous, and cautious of each other. Quite a lot of jokes have been left behind during the difficult communication at the beginning. The natives of the Water Crystal Sector, who were from a world of deserts and seriously short of water, could not understand the Federation's blatant waste of water resources and their infinite greed for crystals that were everywhere to be seen. The natives of the Federation, on the other hand, were also perplexed as to why the people of the Water Crystal Sector attached such great importance to water resources, to the extent that anyone who wasted a tiny proportion of water could be sentenced to death. They thought that the rulers of the water crystal sector were tyrants and almost raised a war against the water crystal sector. Thankfully, because of the communication of the wise people on both sides, the war did not take place. As the difficult communication grew more and more frequent, we gradually realized that, despite the differences in our living environments and appearances, we are all human beings deep to our bones, who share equally abundant emotions and feelings. Speaking of which, it was exactly under such circumstances that my parents met. A long, long time ago, my father came to the Federation as an envoy of the Water Crystal Sector like you did today to inspect every aspect of the Star Glory Federation so that the Water Crystal Sector would decide to completely join the Federation, or to simply keep trading crystals for water resources from the Federation, or to forbid commercial communication altogether in case the greedy people of the Federation attacked the Water Crystal Sector with the Water Crystal Sector's crystals. Later, my mother, a member of the Sandfox clan from the Blood Demon Sector, was a secret sword agent of the Secret Sword Bureau who pretended to be his tour guide. Naturally, the Federation at that time was far less open and confident than it is today. It was impossible for my mother to confess everything to my father like I did to you today. At that time, she concealed her identity and really pretended to be a graduate of the Sky Fantasia Academy, majoring in international communications and a slightly clumsy clerk of the Ministry of Culture. Because of their different traditions and customs, and due to their wariness of each other, a lot of hilarious jokes took place when they first met. Also, the radicals in the Federation who craved for war, and the diehards in the Water Crystal Sector who absolutely distrusted the Federation meddled too. The first contact between the Federation and a new world was truly dramatic and unpredictable. Thankfully, they finally completely trusted each other and resolved all their conflicts in the end, and they became the first couple between the Water Crystal Sector and the Federation. And Ling Xiaoluan was born one day a long time later. They gave me such a name because they still remembered the funny tales when they had just met each other. The half-demon girl with a beautiful tail chuckled. So, it couldn't be more appropriate for me to work as your tour guide. I believe that we will have a pleasant journey together. But make no mistake, I don't intend to repeat my parents' story. I already have a boyfriend, and I'm not an uncle-type man. Back in the Ancient Sages sector, Li Yao had been watching over Hai Lan the whole time. Now that Li Yao was the commander of Team Red Lotus and the speaker's special representative, it was only reasonable that he had a secretary. A few days back, when the immortal cultivators rebelled on Firefly, and they had just learned the news about the covetous Black Wind Fleet, Hai Lan had been rather cocky and relieved. She had wasted no time trying to convince the experts of the Ancient Sages sector that the invincible army of the Imperium was arriving and that it was the best opportunity for them to make great accomplishments. However, as they went deeper into the Federation, and especially after she viewed the magnificence of the Federal fleet in the Uranian Ring sector, Hai Lan became grave again. It was obvious that the weight and capability of the prey this time far exceeded her expectations. At the exit of the Uranian Ring War Museum, she had been even more puzzled by Ding Lingdong's statue that was full of sadness and pity, and the light beam where the names of all the victims in the war were carved. There was no doubt that even if such a war museum to demonstrate a similar feat was established in the Imperium of true human beings, the names of the victims on the enemy's side could not have been recorded. Right now, Ling Xiaola's unconventional opening lines further baffled her. Could conquering a new world be discussed so openly and lightheartedly? The elite female warrior of the Imperium widened her big eyes, trying to understand everything. The three of them boarded around, seemingly playing shuttle, and moved toward the circular world within the Uranian Ring quietly. Because the caliber of the Uranian Ring was too huge, the place had been divided into more than 10 independent floors, each of which had been paved with soil and planted with grass and flowers. The domes had been connected by enormous light beams that displayed the virtual blue sky and white clouds. Together with the artificial gravity field that had been carefully adjusted, life there was no different from life on the ground. If the visitors did not constantly remind themselves, it would be hard for them to realize that they were in the middle of a circular city above the atmosphere. Only when one looked far over the horizon could they see that the sky and the city far away seemed to bend downward into an infinite abyss. Life 100 years later did not seem very different from 100 years ago. There were high-speed crystal trains and shuttles within the Uranian ring, but all the trains were running stably and quietly without any noise, not even causing any wind when they were rushing by, which made it possible for them to be built in the downtown area and even around the coruscating skyscrapers. The shuttles, on the other hand, were faster and even more dense. They traveled so quickly and fluently in the city that it was almost like a breathtaking acrobatic performance. It appeared that autopilot technology had developed much in recent years, allowing ordinary people to use similar computational and driving abilities as the cultivators when they drove the shuttles. Other than that, Liao also noticed something in the sky of the city that was between an extreme sport and a vehicle. They were pieces of magical equipment that could both be either soft or hard and looked like metal fins. They were similar to the air plugins on the strengthening extensions for the crystal suits, except that they were directly equipped to human beings. After putting on a dozen fins, even an ordinary person could fly in midair like a bird or a dolphin. Many people, especially the young ones in school uniforms, were swimming agilely and playing with each other in midair wearing the glittering fins, which reminded Li Yao of the time when he went home together with his best friends after school. That is Flying Fin, the latest single vehicle developed in the Federation, Ling Jiu said. The Flying Fin is carved with more than 50 gravity adjustment rune arrays and magnetism reception rune arrays, allowing it to capture the ubiquitous magnetic waves in the world of the Uranian ring sector and be pushed forward by the tides of spiritual energy, like the dolphins pushed by the sea's waves. Through the main control chip of the Flying Fin, even ordinary people can fly like cultivators. The Flying Fin games are often held in the Uranian ring sector. The moves that some ordinary people execute are even more impressive than the cultivators. Looking at the young people who were playing with each other carefreely in the middle of the blue sky and the white clouds below the man-made dome, Liao sincerely complimented, "Very beautiful." Hailon, however, could not help but ask, "You make ordinary people the same as cultivators?" "Of course." Ling Jiu blinked and replied matter-of-factly. To make ordinary people the same as cultivators is exactly the goal that countless citizens of the Federation fight for. Is it the citizen center of the Uranian ring sector up ahead? Liao changed the topic. The place was the primary target of his inspection after he communicated with the authorities of the Federation. Since we are all expressing ourselves sincerely here, I'm not going to hold anything back. In principle, Speaker Chui does not object to the integration with the Star Glory Federation, but he is very concerned about the position and privileges of the billion or so people of Firefly in the Federation. Therefore, he would like to know more about the citizenship system of the Federation. We all know that the Imperium of true human beings has a citizenship system too. To become a citizen of the Imperium, you have to be an immortal cultivator with certain strength. You even need to help the Imperium conquer new territory, enslave weaker peoples, and accumulate bloody military credits with the blood of the weak so that you can redeem the contribution points for the citizenship of different levels. Of course, the Federation is different from the Imperium. I'm told that your citizenship and your contribution points are deeply associated with a game called Civilization. It is a pity that we have no access to the official releases of Civilization on Firefly and in the Dragon Snake Space Zone. What is it all about? You will see it with your own eyes soon enough. Our Citizen Center is also the Civilization Game Center. It is not just a simple game, but also the bedrock on which the Star Glory Federation was founded and the best weapon for us to resist the Imperium of true human beings and the alliance of the Holy Covenant. Ling Xiaola's eyes were glittering, and her pride was flowing like a flood. The tip of her tail turned silver, too. For the people beyond the Federation, Civilization may be only a simulation game. But for the people of the Federation, it is not a game, but a lifestyle. No, it is a way of living that concerns every one of us. We can even say that there are two Star Glory Federations. One of them exists in the universe for real, with a material body, while the other one is a virtual federation that exists in crystal processors and light circuits, which rages, dies, and rises again time and time again. When the Real Federation and the Virtual Federation overlap, that will be the Mega Federation. Only the Star Glory Federation in such a state can expect to challenge the Imperium and the Covenant Alliance, with only 7 sectors. Liao grew more and more interested. We learn a thing or two about civilization on Firefly. It does not seem as magical as you claim. How is it comparable? Ling Xiaola said. The key is not the game itself, but the database that contains all the information of almost 100 billion people in the 7 sectors of the Star Glory Federation and the corresponding links. The entire database and the links will never be open to outsiders. What the outside world can touch is merely a dull, monotonous game instead of an erratic and unbelievably real virtual world. Only the new worlds that are completely melded with the Federation will be connected to the links of civilization and included in the database so that the entire virtual world will be open to the local people. If one day Firefly officially becomes part of the Federation, the people on board will naturally sense the magnificence of civilization. Of course, Special Representative Lin, you have the privilege to enjoy it in advance now. Li Yao and Hai Lan looked at each other. Hai Lan asked in great confusion, how can a game help you resist the Imperium and the Covenant Alliance? As I said, it is more than a game. It is a brand new way of living and wisdom sharing for mankind, Ling Xiaola said carefully. Ever since the new Federation was founded 100 years ago, the people of the Federation have been thinking about one question. How can the potential of the ordinary people be best utilized so that the ordinary people's numerical advantage can be transformed into a strong force on par with, if not above, the cultivators? The Imperium of true human beings takes ordinary people as hominoids, nothing more than livestock and pets. The Alliance of the Holy Covenant regards all human beings as tools. Of course, the Federation is different from them. Ordinary people are also the owners of the country and the masters of their own fate. But we are not purely idealists. In terms of physical strength, retention, computational ability, compatibility, and many other aspects, ordinary people cannot compete with cultivators as individuals, which is a fact that we do not deny. Therefore, the core of the question, and the core of the Star Glory Federation's competitiveness, is how to concentrate the ordinary people's strength in the highest efficiency. The game Civilization is the Federation's answer to that question. Display all the problems that the Federation faces during its development, as well as the lessons of the rise and decline of other sectors in the form of a game, and invite the majority of the 100 billion civilians to release the sparks of their mind. They are not required to give the right solution, because even the most bizarre mistakes that they make in the game have their own value. As a result, through the special network that is Civilization, the brains of 100 billion people are connected. The sparks of their thinking congregate into a brilliant ocean. The change in quantity leads to a change in quality. Eventually, the most optimal strategy is found. Also, both ordinary people and cultivators can try to understand the philosophical concepts such as society, war, continuity of civilization, and so on. They can learn to understand the dilemmas and the idea that everyone is responsible for their country. In the end, they will grow into warriors who fight for themselves, for their patriots, and for the future of humanity. Although the Federation has a population of 100 billion, every individual matters, be they cultivators or ordinary people. Everyone's effort may change the Federation and the future of mankind. This is what Civilization tells us? The people of the Federation live in 7 different sectors in reality. We may be hundreds, if not thousands of light years away from each other. Our customs and living environments are vastly different. It is quite difficult for us to be called one people and one civilization. However, in the virtual world, even people living on 2 different sides of the Federation can still hug each other without obstacle. They can share their experiences with each other, pass on their wisdom, and eventually view the universe in the same way. Therefore, many believe that Civilization is the Federation's actual territory, and the virtual platform is the most important 8th sector for the Federation. Hailan looked at Li Yao again. Seeing no objection, she continued asking, "Then, how does the world of Civilization run? Is anybody free to participate?" Of course, the world of Civilization is divided into many levels. All the people of the Federation can and must take part at the bottom level. Ling Jiu smiled. Every person in the Federation will get in touch with civilization when they are in elementary school. Of course, it is still a real game at that time. We have inputted a lot of knowledge about nature, mathematics, and other disciplines into the game so that the teaching sessions can be conducted in a more interesting way. Have you ever heard of applied problems? Does the mathematic education on Firefly involve applied problems? If so, you may consider civilization at this time to be an all-encompassing and ever-changing applied problem. In the virtual world, the kids learn the fundamental information about the 7 sectors of the Federation. They learn to distinguish between the basic minerals on the various resource planets. They will understand the gravity and oxygen difference between different planets. They will also be able to calculate the path programming to jump from the Uranian ring sector to the Heaven's origin sector in the fastest mode and in the most energy-conserving mode. As they slowly grow up and their brain matures, the content added to civilization becomes more and more complicated. The grandiose narration and the trivia around them is included. The children can manage the entire country as the speaker of the Federation. They can also lead the most magnificent fleet of the Federation to battle as the commander of the Burning Prairie Fleet. Of course, the more grandiose the narration is, the more blurred the granularity and the less real it will be. If they want to be more delicate and professional, they could be the owner of a certain mine on a resource planet, the captain of a certain small carrier, or the mayor of a town on a planet that is yet to be developed, so that they can manage all the affairs in their tiny territory. In those cases, we retrieve the data of real mines, carriers, and towns from our database for them, including problems that they're going to face. The keys to all the problems lie in the knowledge of the various disciplines that they have learned. From elementary school to junior high to senior high, the children of the Federation have always been educated in such a way. Then, when they finally turn into adults, they will already be raised into basically qualified citizens of the Federation who have a basic understanding of society and the world, and they will enter the world of the real civilization. I have another question. Hylon frowned deeply. If it is just a game, it is destined to be unreal and not of much significance and guidance. If authenticity and educational purposes are what you pursue, the game will definitely not be interesting and attractive enough. Maintaining the normal functions of the smallest starship is enough to overwhelm even an adult cultivator. What with dealing with all the data and contingencies? Are the children really into such a game? Or has the federal government employed a certain compulsory approach to force the children to play the boring game? How is it possible? Ling Jiu widened her eyes. The Federation worships freedom. How can the government use any compulsory approaches? Besides, no compulsion is required at all. Civilization is a non-optional subject in the college entrance examination in the Federation, and it takes up more than 50% of the total score. There are even cram schools for the game Civilization on every street. Parents all take their children to those places, begging for their children to become game experts. Liao, Hylon. After the children finish all the basic lessons and pass the corresponding tests, they earn the right to enter the real world of civilization. Different from the game, they encounter more compatriots that exist in reality than NPCs generated by the crystal processors. Everybody is like a butterfly on the other side of the ocean, and they can raise a storm by simply flapping their wings. The governments of all levels often publicize a lot of content regarding public decisions on the virtual platform, inviting everybody to play the game in different roles as decision-makers and decision-takers. The issues can be great crises such as the invasion of the expedition army of the Imperium or insignificant trivia, such as a certain public affair in their community. For example, if the local government of the Uranian ring sector intends to build a new fully enclosed vacuum rail here, there will be a lot of points that require consideration. The distribution of the route, the location of the stations, whether or not it will affect people, whether or not anybody will be forced to move, the influence on house prices nearby, and even the future influence on the population in decades to come. It is not a bad idea to invite the specialists whose spiritual roots have been awakened to devise plans in the traditional way, but wouldn't it be even better if the specialists have the first-hand data and even the voice of the local residents during the calculation? In such a case, The local government can issue a quest named Rail Construction Simulation in Civilization and invite the residents nearby, or the experts who are adept at quests of such a type according to their profile, to accomplish it. Does it work? Hylon said coldly. The deployment of rails and stations is the most professional problem. How can regular outsiders expect to solve it? We do not need them to resolve the problem. We only need them to constantly make mistakes and express what is on their mind while they do so, Ling Jiu said. Even the best horse sometimes stumbles. Of course, the general game players are not as good as specialists. But at the very least, they can make thousands of different mistakes, which will save the specialists a lot of time and inform them of what the local people living in the area need and worry about, so that a rail that satisfies everyone will be built in the end. More importantly, if some residents living nearby are affected by the rail or forced to move, it will be easier for the contractor to communicate with them when they are involved in the construction of the rail in advance and foresee the concrete benefits that the rail will bring to the local area after it is built. This is one of the most insignificant aspects, but the Federation is made of billions of such insignificant aspects. Through the release and participation of one quest after another, we make use of the wisdom of ordinary people and listen to their voices as much as possible so that the final decision will satisfy more people. Of course, the specialists are most important, but on the other hand, in the 100,000 years of mankind, did the great emperors and big shots in every dynasty ever consider themselves not to be real specialists? Yet, under their government, the dynasties, nations, and civilizations fell apart in the end anyway. Let's take the Imperium of true human beings, for example. However brilliant and magnificent their emperor is, even if he is in the divinity transformation stage, or even higher, can his wisdom and computational ability be higher than the combined wisdom and computational ability of 100 billion people? Hylon almost choked, blushing. Li Yao chuckled and said, "You do have a point, Miss Ling. But on second thought, if the effect you describe is to be achieved, it must be guaranteed that most of the people in the Federation spend a lot of time and effort in civilization, which is relatively boring and monotonous. It is equivalent to advanced free labor. I know human beings to be selfish animals. What do you use to ensure that everybody volunteers to waste their previous time on it? Or in other words, it should have a rather thorough incentive system, shouldn't it? Of course. As I said just now, civilization is connected to the daily life of everyone in the Federation, Ling Jiu said. There's no need to mention the college entrance examination, in which the expertise in the game directly decides the future of a student. Also, the win rate, contribution points, gaming times, and other elements are bound to an individual for their entire life. They have a lot to do when it comes to job interviews, business activities, and even love and marriage. Li Yao was slightly dazed. It even has a lot to do with marriage? Of course. Just think about it. Ling Jiu smiled. The win rate and completion rate of the quests represent one's wisdom and decision-making abilities. The gaming time and history indicate one's personality. If someone has been doing the boring tasks that happen to be related to everyone's life, just like rail construction simulation that I described just now, even if their completion rate is not high, it at least suggests that they are passionate about public welfare, right? Therefore, when big corporations browse through resumes, they will know the abilities of the applicants when it comes to fixing practical problems from a few clips of game footage that the applicants attach. When a girl decides to get married with her love, it is also necessary for her to check his game record. It is often possible to infer his character from the type of quest that he has chosen. If the guy is only concerned about himself and never worries about the problems that the community he's in is faced with, can she expect him to be a really responsible husband?